The South China Sea stands as a pivotal maritime crossroads, rich in resources and strategic importance to many countries. However, it's also a hotspot where competing interests clash, creating tensions that extend far beyond its waters. Now is the time to come together and find common ground. For 16 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. By joining forces, we can build a safer and more stable future for the region. The 15th edition of the South China Sea International Conference took place in 2023, successfully convening under the theme, Illuminate the Gray, Light Up the Green. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 200 delegates attending in person and nearly 250 delegates via online platform, as well as nearly 50 speakers who are reputable experts from nearly 20 countries, alongside close to 70 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. The in-depth discussions and practical policy recommendations marked the success of the 15th conference in 2023. Session 1, South China Sea, 15 years on. Session 2, Great Power and Great Responsibilities. Is cooperation and coexistence possible? Session 3, A Multilateral Approach to the South China Sea. Is there an emerging trend? Session 4, Must there be a law on lawfare? Session 5, The Coast Guard's role in fostering cooperation in South China Sea. Session 6, Energy at Crossroads, Traditional or Renewable Energy. Session 7, Critical Infrastructure, A New Impetus from Technologies. Session 8, Voice of the Next Generation. On October 23rd to 24th, 2020, for the 16th South China Sea Conference in Ha Long will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms, with 7 in-depth discussion sessions. Session 1, Towards Multipolarity, Hot Peace, Cold War, or Peaceful Coexistence. Session 2, ASEAN Centrality at Difficult Time, Staying Strong or Lying Low. Session 3, From the Red Sea to the South China Sea, Who's Responsible for Safety and Freedom of Navigation? Special Session, Next Generation Narratives on Maritime Security. Session 4, Old Guard's Relevance, Unclosed 30 Years into Force. Session 5, Revisit the Obligations of Non-Use or Threat to Use of Force for Peaceful Resolutions and Conflict Prevention. Session 6, Autonomous Vehicles in the Maritime Domain. Can AI autocorrect? Session 7, Diplomacy, Defense, or Deterrence? Which Path to Peace? Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, the 16th South China Sea Conference. The South China Sea stands as a pivotal maritime crossroads, rich in resources and strategic importance to many countries. However, it's also a hotspot where competing interests clash, creating tensions that extend far beyond its waters. Now is the time to come together and find common ground. For 16 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. By joining forces, we can build a safer and more stable future for the region. The 15th edition of the South China Sea International Conference took place in 2023, successfully convening under the theme, Illuminate the Gray, Light Up the Green. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 200 delegates attending in person and nearly 250 delegates via online platform, as well as nearly 50 speakers who are reputable experts from nearly 20 countries, alongside close to 70 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. The in-depth discussions and practical policy recommendations marked the success of the 15th conference in 2023. Session 1, South China Sea, 15 years on. Session 2, Great Power and Great Responsibilities. Is cooperation and coexistence possible? Session 3, A Multilateral Approach to the South China Sea. Is there an emerging trend? Session 4, Must there be a law on lawfare? Session 5, The Coast Guard's role in fostering cooperation in South China Sea. Session 6, Energy at Crossroads, Traditional or Renewable Energy. Session 7, Critical Infrastructure, A New Impetus from Technologies. Session 8, Voice of the Next Generation. On October 23rd to 24th, 2020, for the 16th South China Sea Conference in Ha Long will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms, with 7 in-depth discussion sessions. Session 1, Towards Multipolarity, Hot Peace, Cold War or Peaceful Coexistence. Session 2, ASEAN Centrality at Difficult Time, Staying Strong or Lying Low. Session 3, From the Red Sea to the South China Sea, Who's Responsible for Safety and Freedom of Navigation? Special Session, Next Generation Narratives on Maritime Security. Session 4, Old Guard's Relevance, Unclosed 30 Years into Force. Session 5, Revisit the Obligations of Non-Use or Threat to Use of Force for Peaceful Resolutions and Conflict Prevention. Session 6, Autonomous Vehicles in the Maritime Domain. Can AI autocorrect? Session 7, Diplomacy, Defense or Deterrence. Which Path to Peace? Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, the 16th South China Sea Conference. The South China Sea stands as a pivotal maritime crossroads, rich in resources and strategic importance to many countries. However, it's also a hotspot where competing interests clash, creating tensions that extend far beyond its waters. Now is the time to come together and find common ground. For 16 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. By joining forces, we can build a safer and more stable future for the region. The 15th edition of the South China Sea International Conference took place in 2023, successfully convening under the theme, Illuminate the Gray, Light Up the Green. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 200 delegates attending in person and nearly 250 delegates via online platform, as well as nearly 50 speakers who are reputable experts from nearly 20 countries, alongside close to 70 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. The in-depth discussions and practical policy recommendations marked the success of the 15th conference in 2023. Session 1, South China Sea, 15 years on. Session 2. Great power and great responsibilities. Is cooperation and coexistence possible? Session 3. A multilateral approach to the South China Sea. Is there an emerging trend? Session 4. Must there be a law on lawfare? Session 5. The Coast Guard's role in fostering cooperation in South China Sea. Session 6. Energy at crossroads. Traditional or renewable energy. Session 7. Critical infrastructure. A new impetus from technologies. Session 8. Voice of the next generation. On October 23rd to 24th, 2020, for the 16th South China Sea Conference in Ha Long will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms, with 7 in-depth discussion sessions. Session 1. Towards multipolarity. Hot peace, Cold War, or peaceful coexistence. Session 2. ASEAN centrality at difficult time. Staying strong or lying low. Session 3. From the Red Sea to the South China Sea. Who's responsible for safety and freedom of navigation? Special session. Next generation narratives on maritime security. Session 4. Old Guard's relevance. Unclosed 30 years into force. Session 5. Revisit the obligations of non-use or threat to use of force for peaceful resolutions and conflict prevention. Session 6. Autonomous vehicles in the maritime domain. Can AI autocorrect? Session 7. Diplomacy, defense, or deterrence. Which path to peace? Navigating narratives. Nurturing norms. The 16th South China Sea Conference. The South China Sea stands as a pivotal maritime crossroads, rich in resources and strategic importance to many countries. However, it's also a hotspot where competing interests clash, creating tensions that extend far beyond its waters. Now is the time to come together and find common ground. For 16 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. By joining forces, we can build a safer and more stable future for the region. The 15th edition of the South China Sea International Conference took place in 2023, successfully convening under the theme, Illuminate the Gray, Light Up the Green. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 200 delegates attending in person and nearly 250 delegates via online platform, as well as nearly 50 speakers who are reputable experts from nearly 20 countries, alongside close to 70 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. The in-depth discussions and practical policy recommendations marked the success of the 15th conference in 2023. Session 1. South China Sea, 15 years on. Session 2. Great power and great responsibilities. Is cooperation and coexistence possible? Session 3. A multilateral approach to the South China Sea. Is there an emerging trend? Session 4. Must there be a law on lawfare? Session 5. The Coast Guard's role in fostering cooperation in South China Sea. Session 6. Energy at crossroads. Traditional or renewable energy. Session 7. Critical infrastructure. A new impetus from technologies. Session 8. Voice of the next generation. On October 23rd to 24th, 2020, for the 16th South China Sea Conference in Ha Long will continue its mission to navigate complex narratives and reinforce international norms, with 7 in-depth discussion sessions. Session 1, Towards Multipolarity, Hot Peace, Cold War, or Peaceful Coexistence. Session 2, ASEAN Centrality at Difficult Time, Staying Strong or Lying Low. Session 3, From the Red Sea to the South China Sea, Who's Responsible for Safety and Freedom of Navigation? Special Session, Next Generation Narratives on Maritime Security. Session 4, Old Guard's Relevance, Unclosed 30 Years into Force. Session 5, Revisit the Obligations of Non-Use or Threat to Use of Force for Peaceful Resolutions and Conflict Prevention. Session 6, Autonomous Vehicles in the Maritime Domain. Can AI autocorrect? Session 7, Diplomacy, Defense, or Deterrence? Which Path to Peace? Navigating Narratives, Nurturing Norms, the 16th South China Sea Conference. The South China Sea stands as a pivotal maritime crossroads, rich in resources and strategic importance to many countries. However, it's also a hotspot where competing interests clash, creating tensions that extend far beyond its waters. Now is the time to come together and find common ground. For 16 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. By joining forces, we can build a safer and more stable future for the region. The 15th edition of the South China Sea International Conference took place in 2023, successfully convening under the theme, Illuminate the Gray, Light Up the Green. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 200 delegates attending.
The closing ceremony and as well as the dinner receptions, and it is going to be spectacular, so do save your energy for that. Well, Excellencies, Ambassador, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the special keynote sessions is about to start in 4 minutes, but before that I would like to go over a few housekeeping rules. So very similar to yesterday, kindly switch your mobile devices to silent mode during the conference. And if you want to engage with our moderators and with our speakers, feel free to raise your hand to bring up your questions. Participants online, feel free to drop your questions in the Zoom Q&A chat box, or you could also insert your questions in the comment sections on our live feed on YouTube and Facebook, South China Sea Studies on nghiên cứu Biển Đông in Vietnamese. And our program, once again, is available in both languages. So if you need a headphone, please refer to the table on the side of the conference room for the headphones. And if you are online, feel free to use the Zoom interpretation functions. And when addressing questions, please indicate your name as well as your affiliations. And also, because today is the second day and we have a full schedule with a lot of activities coming up, so for the interest of time, I would like to kindly remind all of us to keep respect to the time limit, which will be shown on the TV screen here. Thank you for your kind attention. Okay, ready to go? Okay. Excellencies, Ambassador, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the 16th South China Sea Conference hosted by the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. And just similar to day one, today program will be started with a very special keynote sessions, and it is my honor to invite His Excellencies Mr. Andrew Goletzinowski, Australian Ambassador to Vietnam, to moderate the special keynote sessions. Ambassador, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Ambassador Andrew, Ambassador of Australia, it's my great pleasure to be invited back here for the third time. As you've seen from your program, this morning's themes have a legal flavor. Maybe that's why some of our colleagues have chosen to spend more time at the breakfast buffet this morning. But while we're waiting for them to come in, let me just make some preliminary comments. First of all, breaking news, just in, reading from the BRICS official Twitter account from Russia, BRICS officially adds 13 new nations to the alliance as partner countries. And this alliance now includes several countries from this region, including Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Now, I'm not sure what the alliance means for our themes here today, but maybe that'll be of relevance to some speakers. A second related point I want to make is that when we talk about UNCLOS and the law of the sea, this is something that ASEAN has been intimately involved in. Many people think of Ambassador Tommy Koh as the father of UNCLOS because he chaired the successful negotiation sessions for that. And apropos that, I also want to say that Vietnam has recently nominated for the very first time a candidate for ITLOS. Professor Nguyen Thi Lanang is not with us today because I think she's just landing in New York as we speak. I'm not in a position to indicate Australia's voting intention, but I am able to welcome the fact that Vietnam has proposed a quality candidate such as Professor Lanang for this important position, and we wish her well. Our two keynote speakers this morning are Judge Horinuchi Hidehisa, who's here with me today, who is a member of ITLOS and has had a long and varied career in both diplomacy and law. And our second keynote speaker, who is joining us online from Canada, is Assistant Deputy Minister of National Defence, Scott Miller. And he also has a very diverse background, which includes law enforcement and border management. Both of their bios are in your packs. And I now have great pleasure to invite Judge Hidehisa to make his remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm Judge Horinuchi of ITLOS International Tribunal for Law of the Sea, and it's my great pleasure to talk to you today at the 16th South China Sea International Conference. And because my time is very limited, 10 minutes, so I'd like to get started right away. And my theme today is Evolving UNCLOS. Oops. Well, the UNCLOS was, as all you know, that done in 1982, and it is called the Constitution for the Ocean. And why is it Constitution? Because it governs all activities in the oceans. For example, till that Convention 82, that there has been a confusion, a kind of conflict about the legality of the exclusive economic zone those days. But this convention puts very clear-cut and common understanding on the territorial water, contiguous zone, exclusive economic zone, and continental sea and the high sea, and provided for the rights and obligations of those each maritime zones. So it helped and contributed a lot for the rule-based international order on the oceans. And also this convention brought a new idea for the fishery conservation. It's called TAC, the Total Allowable Catch. So it was a turning point from the taking all fishery to the conservation, sustainable fishery. But also, on the other hand, this convention kept the very core of the law of the sea, that is the freedom of navigation, and also that the jurisdiction of the flag states to their ships on the high sea. And also this convention covers the continental shelf and brought new idea about the straits, the international straits and archipelago, and very, very new structure for the area, the deep seabed development. And the area, this convention put it common heritage of mankind. So no single state has the right to develop that area unilaterally. So that's the whole picture of the convention is called the Constitution. But if you hear that Constitution, that sounds like that very old-fashioned and obsolete rule book of the international law, but it is not. It is actually evolving. That's today's theme, and because to meet the challenges from the reality, from the international community, the first challenge came from the area, because it brought a very new structure about the system for the area development as a common heritage of mankind. And so it was very costly, and some part very artificial, and some part is very idealistic. So it brought a difficulty for the industrialized countries to join. And even though it was done in 1982, and not many industrialized countries joined the convention. So the United Nations those days took initiative to mitigate the difficulties. And then the agreement relating to the implementation agreement was done in 1994. And it opened the door for the industrialized countries to join. For example, in that year, that Australia joined, and Germany joined, and 2 years later, Japan, China, Korea, and several ASEAN countries, and Netherlands and New Zealand joined. So it helped, well, it's called implementation agreement, but actually it amended some part of the convention. So you can clearly see that the Article 2 of the convention, that the agreement is above the convention, that part. But in that way, it helped the universality of this convention. Well, sadly enough, the United States is not still the party, but we hope that US will join that convention in the future. And also, the second challenge came from the fishery, because this convention put a new idea of the TAC for the exclusive economic zone, but the fishing stocks, the resource is moving around from the outer limits of EEZ to the high sea. So one country cannot completely manage or conserve the fishing stocks if the other side, that the high sea side, is a free taking of the fishery. So and then the convention has the part 7 is the high sea, and the section 2 is about the living resource, but it's only 6 articles, so very principles. So that this time again, another implementation agreement was done in 1995 for those fish stocks moving around from the exclusive economic zone to the high sea, and also the highly migratory fish stocks like the tuna. And now, today, for example, tuna resource, all the high sea is covered by the Regional Fishery Commission. For example, Western, Pacific side of Western and Central Pacific Fish Stocks Commission, and Indian side is Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, and the southern part is Commission for Conservation of South Bluefin Tuna. And those regional fishing organizations are taking care of the scientific research and also deciding the allowable catch for every year. And then, next challenge came from the biodiversity. As you know, that the biodiversity is the important part of the international environmental effort. So the convention was done in 1992, that the Convention for Biological Diversity, CBD. But the CBD has its own limitation because also coming from the jurisdiction. And this convention says the provisions will apply in the area within the limits of the jurisdiction. So what about the other side? So that till the outer limit of the continental shelf is the state party's jurisdiction. But outside of that jurisdiction, nobody cares, or there has been no rule, regulation for the conservation and use of the marine biodiversity. And then this time again, another agreement was done. That was last year, BBNJ. The biodiversity beyond the national jurisdiction was done in last year, June 2023. And this is very important for the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity, but also it is significant because it was done by consensus. Well, these days, it is very difficult. It is almost impossible to make any kind of decision in the international community by consensus. But last year in June, we agreed on this agreement by consensus. It was really significant because then we showed to the world that the multilateral diplomacy still worked. And I'm glad to have this agreement. And then finally, about the climate change. Well, these days Japan getting hotter and hotter and heavy rain, extreme weather, and I understand that the strong typhoon hit Vietnam too, and then we all know the reason. It's the high temperature of the seawater, and it creates the steams, and that steam growing for the heavy rain or the extreme weather, and making stronger typhoons. And then this is from the climate change. And this time, the advisory opinion was asked by the Commission of Small Island States in 2022, December, and then this year, the International Tribunal for Law of the Sea, that is my tribunal, unanimously delivered the advisory opinion. And well, actually, this is the former tribunal body, so I did not participate in this deliberation. But anyway, this unanimous advisory opinion concluded this anthropogenic greenhouse gas emission into the atmosphere constitute pollution of marine environment within the meaning of Article 1 of the Convention. So as you see, the Convention was done in 1982, but so nobody talked about the climate change, and there was no words like the greenhouse gas emission. But through this way, the advisory opinion, we put a new meaning, new life to the provisions of the convention. And so now it is each state party's obligation to prevent, reduce, and control the greenhouse gas emission in accordance with this UNCLOS convention. So in this way, through the implementation agreement or new agreement, or through the advisory opinion of the tribunal, the UNCLOS is keeping up and evolving to meet the needs of the international community, to the reality, and I'm sure that we will continue to this kind of efforts into the future. Thank you very much.
Judge, I thank you for your remarks and for keeping so perfectly to time. Time will not be our friend today. But I'm very pleased that the technology has kept you still online, Scott. I would now like to offer the floor to Assistant Deputy Minister of National Defence, Mr. Scott Miller. The floor is yours.
Great, confirming you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Pleasure to be with you this morning, and with you, Judge Horinucci, and thank you to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for the gracious invite. I wish I could be there in person when I heard about the splendid reception that would happen later in the day, and very jealous of the charged agenda that you do have. A lot of great speakers, a lot of great topics to be looking at. Unfortunately, I don't have slides today. You're stuck with my, I think, 10 to 12 foot head on the screens, but in the interest of time, indeed, I will keep to some prepared remarks to make sure that we leave some space for questions should we have that time. So yeah, just thank you so much for this time together. Canada places significant value on its relationship with ASEAN members, including Vietnam. This is evident through our Prime Minister's recent meetings with General Secretary To Lam and Prime Minister Chin on the margins of the Francophonie and ASEAN summits, respectively, where they discuss cooperation with ASEAN and upholding international law. Today, I'll speak to how Canada, in particular national defense, is committed to upholding UNCLOS and to implementing our Indo-Pacific strategy, and how we view cooperation with ASEAN and dialogue with its member states as central to security in the South China Sea. Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy recognizes the South China Sea as one of the region's key security hotspots. As such, there's no better time to discuss shared values and UNCLOS. As a country with 3 surrounding oceans, we deeply understand the need for maritime security. Our world is interconnected now more than ever, and we're seeing maritime security threats emerge across the globe, from the Black Sea to the Red Sea and to the South China Sea. As many of you know, I think more than I do, every year trillions of dollars worth of trade flow through the South China Sea. It also represents a significant source of the global fish catch, biodiversity, and important oil and gas reserves. This makes it critical to food security, the environment, economic development, and is a valuable energy source. Taken together, these factors make navigating regional security in the South China Sea critical to both global and regional stability. Now, in a world of emerging security threats such as illicit trafficking, climate change, and illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, adherence by all to international law, and particularly UNCLOS, has never been more relevant. The primacy of the rule of law is essential to ensuring peace and prosperity for all our people. It's for this reason that Canada is working closely with its partners in the region to support the rule of law, lawful commerce, navigation, and overflight rights, along with the effective management of maritime resources exercised in accordance with international law. In recent years, we've seen the continued militarization of the South China Sea to reinforce unilateral claims over disputed areas. For example, we are seeing increased forms of lawfare, disinformation, unsafe intercepts, and attacks on fishers. These types of activities are threats to the economies and the safety and security of Indo-Pacific countries. And they affect the safety of all sailors, aviators, soldiers, fishers, and so on, and the rights of all nations to operate peacefully in the international commons. We reaffirm our strong opposition to unilateral actions that threaten the security in the South China Sea and attempt to weaken UNCLOS. This includes the use of naval, coast guard, and maritime militia vessels to intimidate and threaten other states. Canada is supportive of the positive role UNCLOS plays both in the maintenance of the rules-based maritime order and to addressing new and emerging issues in the maritime sphere. This is especially important to avoid the risk of miscalculation in the region, which could have devastating effects. As a Pacific nation and a signatory to UNCLOS, Canada has a role and responsibility to see its implementation in the Indo-Pacific. Our Indo-Pacific strategy and our new defense policy, called Our North Strong and Free, make it clear that the Indo-Pacific security in the Indo-Pacific region is a priority for Canada. And so too is preserving the rules-based international order that protects it. Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy aims to advance and defend our national interests while defending the values that define us: democracy, the rule of law, rules-based trade, peace and security, human rights, and inclusivity. I'm pleased to see the momentum in Canada-Vietnam defense relations, including the visit of one of our frigates to the Ho Chi Minh City port this summer. This visit, along with the continued defense security cooperation with Vietnam, are significant steps in enhancing maritime cooperation and mutual support. It also reflects Canada's commitment to a peaceful and stable Indo-Pacific region. To be clear, our Indo-Pacific strategy intends to expand our regional bilateral and multilateral relationships, and not to contribute to heightened strategic competition. Our strategy is designed to not only enhance our own security and prosperity, but also to contribute to the stability and growth of the region. To implement the strategy, National Defense launched Operation Horizon, which has multiple lines of effort. These include an augmented naval presence, increased Canadian Armed Forces participation in regional exercises, as well as security cooperation activities, including in the area of women, peace, and security. This demonstrates that Canada is an effective, active, consistent, and reliable defense partner, committed to promoting the rule of law and the importance of the rules-based international system. In addition to Operation Horizon, Canada also contributes to multinational efforts alongside our partners, such as monitoring UN Security Council sanctions imposed against North Korea. We've also been strong supporters of peace in the Korean Peninsula, contributing to the United Nations Command in the Republic of Korea for over 70 years now. Canada will continue to operate in the region to support our allies and partners in ensuring the waters of the Indo-Pacific, including the South China Sea, remain free, stable, and prosperous. We also believe in the power of security dialogue and cooperation, which are critical to overcoming common shared challenges and to achieve common interests. That's why Canada is investing in our regional partnerships with ASEAN and its member states across a range of defense and security issues. As a fellow champion of multilateralism and a strategic partner to ASEAN as of 2023, we appreciate how ASEAN brings members together to come to a consensus on issues that affect the region. I would also note the similarities of the Indo-Pacific strategy and the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, such as deep respect for ASEAN centrality and closer cooperation with member states. From a defense perspective, we remain committed to seeking membership in ADMM Plus and the East Asia Summit, where ASEAN members, when ASEAN members feel that the time is right to do so. While each country has their own approach, domestic dynamics, and defense priorities, we all want the same outcomes of peace and prosperity. We continue to engage and work towards dialogue with a myriad of Indo-Pacific countries. It is our hope that negotiations between ASEAN members and China on a code of conduct for the South China Sea reach a conclusion in the near future. We certainly value the opportunities that ASEAN provides to bring us together, as well as particularly for defense-focused opportunities. For example, last year we participated in the ADMM Plus Experts Working Group on Maritime Security, as well as humanitarian assistance and disaster response. This was a valuable opportunity to exchange expertise and learn from our regional partners. Last year, Canada also co-chaired the 5th ASEAN Regional Forum, or ARF, the workshop on implementing UNCLOS and other instruments to address emerging maritime issues. In 2025, we'll also co-host an ARF workshop on UNCLOS with Vietnam and other partners. Canada understands Vietnam's unique position in the region and its range of defense relationships. We're pleased to see that Vietnam is broadening its relationships with other regional partners such as the Philippines. We will continue to respect every country's position and strengthen our own regional bilateral relationships in support of regional peace and stability. Above all, Canada respects each country's sovereignty and right to chart an independent path. Most importantly, we respect international law and advocate for a path to peace that is marked by stability, cooperation, and dialogue. As we note in our Indo-Pacific strategy, we are keen to work with our partners towards the shared goals of promoting regional and global stability and helping to ensure a peaceful, free, open, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. I look forward to any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Deputy Minister Miller, again for keeping perfectly to time. Now, despite the discipline of our speakers, we still only technically have 4 minutes for questions. So I will open the floor now for 1 or 2 questions, which please ask them very briefly if you would. Yes, sir, in the front row. You are quick.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador, Australia. This is Ambassador of Timor-Leste, John Pereira. My question is referring to His Excellency Dr. Judge Hildisia. Drawing from the NORMS principles, we have a principle of lex temporis delicti, meaning that any laws comes into effect later will not be used to judge the actions beyond the law comes into effect. We know that the China 9-dash line came into effect in 1947. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the information I gather from yesterday's presentation. While the UNCLOS was only came into effect in 1982. Can UNCLOS be used as a basis for judging any irregularities or any inconstitutionalities as per the UNCLOS is the Constitution of the Ocean? Because UNCLOS was only came into effect in 1982, while the 9-dash line is 1947. This is pretty much a questions around normative analysis, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Thank you for this, this opportunity to raise this question. Ambassador of Timor-Leste does not put this into risk, as Timor-Leste love to have everything through dialogue, as we did with Australia in discussing on in coming into agreement of our maritime boundary.
Ambassador,
thank you very much.
We have to give the judge a chance to answer your question. So the question is, can an internationally agreed treaty overrule a unilateral map that was drafted earlier?
Thank you very much. And then the 9-dot line and then the UNCLOS relation is the theme of the arbitration between China and the Philippines. And China did not participate at all, and China didn't fight even the jurisdiction, so that China says that this decision was nothing, just a paper. But the arbitration between Philippines and China, and the decision was very clearly said that the China's arguments based on this historic the title it doesn't mean anything. So after this convention, after the ratification by China and then the joined that convention, the historical title does not have any foundation, and so that the UNCLOS is above their own historical title, but it's a decision by the arbitration. It's not ITROS, and it was the part 7, Annex 7 of the convention and then the China did not participate, and China is just denying the meaning of this decision. But the arbitration decided like that way. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Look, I would love to take more questions. Maybe if you could reserve the questions for the next session, because it is also on UNCLOS, and we don't have any more time right now, unfortunately. So I'd like you all to join me in thanking our keynote speakers, Judge Hidehisa and Assistant Deputy Minister of Defense, Scott Miller. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Have a great conference.
Well, thank you so much, His Excellency, and thank you, our honorable keynote speakers. And now we'll move straight to session 4, also moderated by His Excellency, Mr. Andrew Golezinowski. And can I please invite the ambassador and also the 4 speakers for session 4 on stage, please.
Thank you. Look, I thought I'd make my preliminary remarks while we're setting up, because the time is so tight. This next session is entitled Old Guard's Relevance, UNCLOS. This year. if UNCLOS is an old guard, I don't know what that makes me. When I turned 30, nobody was questioning my relevance. From Australia's point of view, UNCLOS remains as relevant today as it was the day that it was agreed under the auspices of ASEAN. It remains the constitution of the seas, and the main challenge for most of the countries involved in UNCLOS is its effective implementation and enforcement. The other problem I have with this panel is that you will see that we are all gentlemen here. This is, I think, the second or third year in a row when I've moderated a panel exclusively made up of men. I don't think I'll be able to accept any more invitations to moderate panels like this, to be perfectly honest. Australia did nominate several highly qualified women to participate in this panel, but unfortunately, we are where we are. But maybe that next year we can do better. The panelists today are Mr. Andrew Murdoch, Legal Director of the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, Dr. Mohammed Taufan, who's a legal and diplomatic official from Kemlu, Dr. Takei Yoshinbuno, who is a professor of international law at Keio University, and my friend Dr. Nguyen Zhang Tang, who has just been appointed as Director General of the Legal Office in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Vietnam. And most recently, he had the honor of being Vietnam's Consul General in Sydney, which I think is a great job. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. All the speakers' biographies are in your packs, so I won't spend any more time in describing their eminent qualifications. I will instead start with Mr. Andrew Murdoch and to invite him to make his remarks. The floor is yours, sir.
Thanks very much for the introduction, and I do agree with your remarks on gender balance. Kicking off today's panel, we haven't actually massively coordinated, so let's hope we do a bit of not too much duplication. So in 2022, the UK's House of Lords International Relations and Defence Committee published its report into whether UNCLOS remains fit for purpose. I would commend that report to you. The committee heard from lots of witnesses. I had the honour to give some evidence on behalf of the government at the time. And they heard much praise for its framework nature. But as we know, with limited appetite to renegotiate the convention, how well does it respond to new challenges and concerns? The committee's view, in summary, was that if UNCLOS is not supplemented, nor its provisions further developed, it will no longer be fit for purpose. My proposition, and I think actually hearing the excellent presentation from the judge, is a very similar vein, that in fact the convention is indeed relevant, and it is a living instrument capable of being both supplemented and developed to respond to emerging challenges. So I want to illustrate that in 4 areas. The first is, we touched upon this very briefly in the last presentation, the ability of states to come together to agree new implementing agreements under the convention. The latest and third implementing agreement is, as we've heard, the BBNJ Convention, which opened for signature in September last year, and the UK was hot off the press in terms of doing that on day 1 in New York. And while the negotiations took well over a decade, and for those in the UN basement in the last session, where the last marathon 36 plus hours felt like a decade even in of itself, it was done, and it was adopted by consensus in a very difficult geopolitical environment. Although we had some wobbles near the end, they didn't quite materialize, and there was no vote was called. So the convention can, albeit with some difficulty, be supplemented to deal with new challenges. But it is a framework treaty, and as we know, the Convention provides the ability for competent organisations to develop rules and standards that supplement and provide the detail for the Convention on many technical issues. And the IMO is absolutely at the top of its game on this, with SOLAS, MARPOL and others, a huge myriad of provisions which can do exactly that. And I know in session 6 we'll be hearing a little bit more on maritime autonomous surface ships and some of the work of the IMO and others on that area. But in addition to this, how can the Convention deal with and accommodate with broader issues of concern? And this brings me to my second issue, which is climate change. We know in the resolution of the 6th of December 1988, the UN General Assembly recognised for the very first time that climate change is a common concern of mankind. In the same resolution, it stated that the emerging evidence indicates that continued growth in atmospheric concentration of greenhouse gases could produce global warming with an eventual rise in sea levels. And the IPCC has reported that the ocean is a fundamental climate regulator on seasonal to millennial timescales. And we've heard the judge mention again the great work of the tribunal in its advisory opinion in response to the request by COSIS, a very small organisation, putting its request in there for answering questions on the specific obligations of the states parties under the Convention. And in broad terms, those obligations concern pollution, protection and preservation of the marine environment from climate change. And we saw in the 2024 opinion a very clear illustration of how the Convention to have regard to international and agreements and other instruments to address this nature adopted after its existence. And for example, it did this even in the absence of terms that were in the question itself, including climate change, greenhouse gas emissions, ocean acidification, not mentioned once in the Convention, but the Convention was able to grapple with those issues, and as we've heard, for example, recognise that anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions form part of pollution within Article 1. The fact the UNFCCC and Paris agreements are relevant to the interpretation and application of the Convention with respect to marine pollution from greenhouse gas emissions, and that the temperature goal and the timeline for the emissions pathways set out in the Paris Agreement informs the content of the necessary measures to take under Article 194. The Tribunal did not address my third topic, which is one of sea level rise. Now, as we know, sea level rise is a global concern. Coastlines are likely to regress. Some maritime features will change status. Some may disappear completely. The legal and political question is whether this will mean baselines and other outer limits of maritime zone also move inwards and maritime entitlements reduce. This is an important area for all coastal states, particularly small island states, whose maritime entitlements are particularly significant for their identity, culture, and economies. But it's not just them. So when the Convention was drafted, significant sea level rise as a result of climate change was not within the contemplation of those negotiating it, the drafters. No express provision was negotiated to address this scenario, even negotiated and rejected. It just wasn't dealt with. The Convention arguably adopted an assumption that coastlines and coastal features were, with some exceptions, likely to be largely stable. Now, in response to this, a number of states have sought to find a solution. Their approach, commendably, is one that is trying to find an approach that falls within the grain of the Convention itself. In August 2021, the Pacific Island Forum, PIF, made a declaration to the effect that its members intended to maintain their maritime zones without reduction. Essentially, they said they would not review or update their baselines or outer limits of their maritime zones as a consequence of climate change-related sea level rise. The Association of Small Island States made a similar declaration in their Leaders' Declaration of September 2021. The announcements, in terms of a kind of legal explanation, were broadly on the basis that the convention itself imposes no affirmative obligation for states to keep their baselines in accordance, their baselines of the outer limits of their maritime zones that derive from them under review, no express provision, or to update them once they've been established in accordance with the convention. And it therefore follows, the argument goes, that if a state has established its maritime zones in accordance with the convention, it is permitted to maintain those boundaries, all those zones and rights that flow from them, notwithstanding changes to the coastline as a result of sea level rise caused by climate change. Now, we know there's a lot of discussion, including with the International Law Commission, on these areas. There is no consensus on states yet. We may well see in the future interpretive declarations if there's enough momentum behind such an approach of states. But it's importantly that the approach from PIF and others that are articulating this has two key considerations. The first one is that the convention supersedes any incompatible pre-existing rights or customary international law. A response to sea level rise based on historic rights would be contrary to that approach. This picks up on the comment in the South China Seas case in terms of why issues like historical title in the South China Sea would be rejected for the same logical reason. Secondly, it does not alter the requirement that for states to establish these zones and preserve them, they have to be lawful in the first place. So no basis to freeze excessive zones. My fourth and last example is how the convention deals with developments in technology. There are lots of examples, I'm going to give one. The MV Arctic Sunrise case involving the Netherlands and the Russian Federation, I won't go into details of it, but it did look at one area of what the meaning of hot pursuit was. UNCLOS requires in its terms that pursuit may only be commenced after a visual or auditory signal to stop at a distance which enables it to be seen or heard by the foreign ship. On a strict interpretation of this provision, the use of a radio signal, UHF radio, would not be permitted because it wouldn't be the strict requirements. The ILC, when it looked at these on an earlier draft, took the view that that would not be permissible. The arbitral tribunal, much to its credit, took a different path. They took the view that given the large areas that must now be policed under the convention, going out to 200 odd miles, and the availability of reliable advanced technology, sensors, satellite, etc., it would not make sense, their words, to limit valid orders to stop to those given by an enforcement class within the proximity required by radio. This amounts essentially to an evolutionary interpretive approach, and one that you could see being adapted in other areas. Very much one that didn't tend to move away from the definition text, but one that kept it up-to-date and relevant to state practice. So those four examples in conclusion, my time's up, is a very clear answer to yes, there is an answer to the Lord's question that very much the convention is capable of being supplemented and certainly remains fit for purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. 10 minutes goes so fast. The next speaker is Dr. Muhammad Taufan from the Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Dr. Taufan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Andrew. So, very good morning, distinguished delegates. Indeed, it's my privilege to appear before you to discuss this issue and share the stage with the distinguished panelists. And this morning, I'd like to discuss about the Indonesia's perspective or approach on how to promote UNCLOS itself. And I would like to divide my presentation into four big ideas. First, about the Indonesia and UNCLOS itself. The second one about the application of UNCLOS in the different level. I'd like also to highlight ASEAN and Indo-Pacific. And last but not least, I'd like to address the recent or emerging issues that we face now. Next slide, please. So before I continue, allow me to extend my thank you to the organizer, the DAV, for the invitation. So there are 2 points that I'd like to highlight in this slide. First, in 1957, I believe most of us aware that Indonesia initiated the Juanda Declaration that several years before the first and the second conference on the law of the sea. We also promulgate law number 4, year 1960, to transform the open seas among our thousands of islands within the Indonesian territory into the our Indonesian territory. We call it as a unity factor instead of the separate cause among our territory. So Indonesia and other like-minded countries successfully incorporated the archipelagic legal regime into the UNCLOS, more specifically under Part 4. And then I would like also to mention that throughout the history and based on the statements made by Indonesian delegation, high-rank officials during bilateral, regional, and multilateral forums pertaining to the law of the sea, Indonesia perceived that UNCLOS remained pertinent to guide states and relevant actors or organizations. It certainly and obviously contained rights and obligations, for instance, on the maritime zones and etc., as well as the UNCLOS shall remain relevant to provide principles and legal basis to address emerging issues. This is what we'd like to discuss in the later stage of these presentations. And I'd like also to underline that UNCLOS cannot implement it only through, let's say, the individual state or the individual state approach. The cooperation is needed. And if we take a look the content of the UNCLOS itself, the cooperation actually is not really many reference within the convention. That's why Indonesia's foreign policy highlight the importance of the cooperation, and we believe this is an effective tool or avenue to promote UNCLOS. I just want to take a look deeper. If in the UNCLOS there are only several terms of cooperation. We know that at that time during the conference, perhaps the heavy will be the legal approach, but in fact we know that during or throughout the practices, the cooperation is the fundamental elements. That's why there are only several terms of cooperation, for instance, in the Article 43 or mainly in the Part 12. But again, Indonesia's foreign policy believes that the cooperation is one of the effective tools to reinforce the implementation of UNCLOS. Now, I'd like to address 2 major points of the application of UNCLOS on the national and bilateral level. I'd like to address the regional and global in the later stage. On the national itself, Indonesia already promulgated many of the laws, decrees, and declaration which in line and compatible with UNCLOS. I can say a few of them, for instance, law number 6, year 1996 about the Indonesian waters, but more specifically we have government regulation on the base points as well as the government regulation number 37, year 2002 regarding the Indonesian archipelagic sea lanes. This is what we interpret and translate from UNCLOS into the national or domestic legislation. So this is our concrete effort and attempt to not only speak or bring UNCLOS to the forum or the meeting, but we translate it into the legislation, and importantly, we practice it on the ground. We already have the 3 archipelagic sea lanes where our assets or vessels. This is a vast area, so it's not easy to monitor and make sure that all foreign ships, for instance, follow the rules, national and the international rules. And on the bilateral one, I'm happy to say that, for instance, on the maritime cooperation, we have numerous memorandum of understanding which refer to UNCLOS as the basis of the cooperation. And then on the practice of maritime boundary negotiations, we pleased to see in the last 3 years, we have concluded the agreement with Vietnam as well as Malaysia back in 2022 and 2023 respectively. Now we are in the middle of domestic process or procedures, which it takes time because we are in the middle of the transition of the new administration. And now I'd like to move to the regional fora, where yesterday we have quite much discussion about this from Pak Arto to Professor Dewi Fortuna Ananwar and other distinguished delegates. So I just want to add two points that in the ASEAN we have clear modalities, for instance, the ASEAN Regional Forum, the ASEAN Maritime Forum, and other mechanisms that can lead to the reinforce, deepen our understanding and capacity of the ASEAN member states as well as its counterparts. And then the recent development in 2023, we have the ASEAN Maritime Outlook, where it compiled all cooperation. So we keen to avoid the redundancy and identify what are the cooperation that need to pursue. And in the Indo-Pacific itself, I think we also discussed this yesterday, but I'd like to add that the ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific also put UNCLOS as one of the main references. In 2023, Indonesia initiated the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, which focuses on the economic sector. This is the beginning where we also believe, at least personally, that the cooperation on the political and security also very relevant. So we are not shy away on this issue, like what my DG yesterday mentioned, that both economic as well as other like security sector also pertinent to address during the ASEAN or Indo-Pacific Forum. These 2 points that I'd like to mention, but I also believe that many of you are quite curious about the issue of South China Sea and what Indonesia views on this matter. I think Indonesia have a very crystal clear view during the interaction and behavior that Indonesia is not the claimant of the claim over the features in the South China Sea. As well as Indonesia would like to refer to the UNCLOS and then already sent its diplomatic notes back in 2010, as well as in 2020 to the UN Secretary General with respect to this issue. And the last slide that I'd like to discuss, I know the time is very limited. This is, we now face, like Mr. Andrew discussed, that many emerging pressing issues now. Allow me to take 2 examples here on the issue of seabed mining exploitation. For instance, in the ISA, we face the quite sharp differences among states. And Indonesia believes that the balance between the interests of developing states, for instance, as well as the interest to ensure the marine environment protection is the interest that equally important. That's why we believe this approach should be the priority, become the major factor for states to decide. And don't forget also how the international law, particularly UNCLOS, still put this regulation within this, inside the convention itself. And about the BBNG, I believe Indonesia, like many other countries now, we are in the preparation to prepare the implementation. And as for the sea level rise, we are now face the legal lacuna of international law, but our foreign minister back in September during the high-level meeting highlight that despite the existence of the legal lacuna is not prevent us to promote the cooperation to address this issue. And as for the challenges or strategies that we believe can apply to Indonesia as well as other countries, as for the strategies, we need to have effective and efficient international as well as national coordination. Deepen the understanding and collaboration is a must to get the proper interpretation as well as the consistent practices on the ground. I leave it there, and thank you very much. I will return to the moderator. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih, Pak. Our next speaker is Professor Yoshin Obu from Keio University. Professor, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking the DAB for inviting me to participate in this important conference. This session is particularly timely given the 30th anniversary of the entry into force of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, this year. It is indeed an opportune moment to take stock of the achievements of UNCLOS and consider how we can proceed to address new and emerging challenges. In line with the theme of this session, my intervention today deals with UNCLOS implementation agreements and whether we should consider developing new ones to address emerging issues under UNCLOS. But before I start, I must confess quite a few issues that I wanted to address have already been ably addressed by Judge Hornouchi and Mr. Murdoch, so perhaps I might skip some of the lines I wanted to say. Okay. Let me start by looking at the three implementation agreements. The first one, obviously, is the Part 11 agreement concluded in 1994. And indeed, this agreement was negotiated to break a deadlock created by the dissatisfaction of the industrialized states with Part 11 of UNCLOS on deep seabed mining. Despite its name, and as Judge Hornouchi mentioned, it is widely believed that the agreement resulted in the de facto amendment of UNCLOS. The agreement played a critical role in ensuring universal participation by all range of states, while avoiding the difficulty of actually formally amending UNCLOS. However, I should stress that the other two agreements are very different in context and also in nature. The second implementation agreement, the UN Feedstocks Agreement, was adopted in 1995 to address the issue of conservation and sustainable use of struggling and highly migratory fish stocks. This issue was left at the conclusion of the Third UN Conference on the Law of the Sea in 1982. Rather than amending UNCLOS, the agreement has successfully given effect to the relevant provisions of UNCLOS, which remain general and call for international cooperation for effective implementation. The third implementation agreement, the so-called BBNJ agreement, was adopted last year following the almost 20 years of discussion at the United Nations. The BBNJ agreement addresses the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. If you look at UNCLOS, you would not even find the word biodiversity or marine biological diversity in its text, which in a sense tells that the flexibility and capability of UNCLOS allows parties and non-parties to work together to address new and emerging challenges. I should also add that there were initially, at least, very diverse views from both developed and developing states. But as mentioned earlier, the agreement succeeded in achieving consensus dealing with very diverse, different difficult issues. If you compare these three agreements, it's obvious that they have both commonalities and differences. Given the time limited for my presentation, I will not go into these details, but suffice it to say that the two implementation agreements adopted after the entry into force of UNCLOS demonstrate that UNCLOS provides a sound basis on which we could work to implement and develop the existing international legal framework rather than amending it. Now, let us move to the second part of my presentation. I'm going to address some of the emerging issues related to UNCLOS and the South China Sea. Especially, I chose the impact of sea level rise and the security threats to submarine cables. The first issue is sea level rise. As we all know, this issue has attracted an increasing attention by the international community recently. Among other issues, the possible shift of baselines and the outer limits of maritime zones is critically important to small and developing states and other low-lying coastal states. In the context of the South China Sea, obviously, we have a lot of maritime features which are either low tide elevations or which are not entitled to generating the exclusive economic zone or the continental shelf, according to UNCLOS. In response to the actions initiated by the Pacific states, a number of states have recently gradually shifted to the position to recognize the freezing of maritime zones despite the coastal regression due to the sea level rise. While support is growing, there is uncertainty about how this could be achieved from the legal point of view, both substantively and procedurally. On the procedural point, there are a number of proposals for the recognition of the maintenance of maritime zones. For example, in the context of the International Law Commission discussion on the final outcome of the work of a study group on sea level rise in relation to international law, there were suggestions to, for example, draft framework convention on related issues. Furthermore, the UN General Assembly just had a high-level meeting on sea level rise this year, where a proposal was made to achieve a negotiated UN General Assembly declaration on the topic in 2026. Well, obviously, it is still to be seen how these initiatives may unfold in the next few years, including whether or not states want to develop an additional instrument. But if they wish to do so, then it's important to consider how they should combine issues such as baselines and other related issues, for example, the protection of persons or the statehood issues. The second issue we now turn to is the security threats to submarine cables. Yesterday, Dr. Laxmana and others have already illustrated the importance of international submarine cables for world economy and existing challenges facing these cables, such as natural disasters, accidents resulting from human activities, intentional damage, as well as excessive permits requirements. In addition to the risks already mentioned by these presentations and comments, I should also add cybersecurity issues, such as hacking and surveillance of submarine cables as another type of threat that calls for future actions. The international the international legal framework already exists in UNCLOS, dating back to the 1884 convention. However, its insufficient implementation has revealed weaknesses as well. There have been a number of actions taken for the improvement of cable security, including the establishment of a new maritime center at NATO and bilateral and multilateral arrangements. The last one, I believe, was launched in September this year by about 20 states from North America, Asia, and the Pacific in the context of in the margins of the GA High-Level Week. We still need to see if these efforts are sufficient, but if not, we might consider developing the existing framework and the convention as we did. Where in fact, there have been suggestions to create a new treaty on this issue. As I understood, there is no such discussion at the intergovernmental level, but if there is any major incident, I should say perhaps there might be an appetite for doing that, which I don't hope though. Well, in doing so, I think it's important to recognize that there is no competent international organization for submarine cables like the ones, for example, IMO for shipping or FAO for fisheries issues. In conclusion, as we celebrate the anniversary of UNCLOS this year, we acknowledge that there exist various challenges. However, we are fortunate to have UNCLOS, which can serve as a basis to address these challenges for the years to come, as we did in the past through the adoption of implementation agreements and other actions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Arigato gozaimasu, Professor. The fourth and final speaker for this panel is my friend, Dr. Tang, who has to forget all about Sydney and think about the East Sea. Dr. Tang, your remarks, please.
Thank you, Excellencies. As you already introduced my new position, I should start by saying that this is my personal view only, and that does not represent any views of the organizer, nor the views of the Vietnamese government. And I also would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak at this important conference. It's always a pleasure to speak at this important forum. And I'm very happy to speak under this topic. I don't know what is the motive of the organizer when, making this session under the title "Oh God," whether it is a Netflix movie released in 2020 or whether it's the new one that we also have a Vietnamese actor in that movie, and how it's relevant to the discussion here. I think that it's up to the audience to decide. But my question is that, and I think about when you talk about UNCLOS, about the relevance of UNCLOS, and also in this context, I'm intrigued by the statement in UNGA that UNCLOS set out the legal framework within which all activities in oceans and seas must be carried out. And that statement also has now become the ASEAN parlance, at least back in 2018. So, and the second issue that comes to my mind is how old is UNCLOS? We talk about the 30 years of entry into force of UNCLOS, or we talk about the adoption of UNCLOS in 1982. But my personal view is that we can talk about UNCLOS since the start of the negotiation of UNCLOS in 1973. And even with that, I don't think that UNCLOS is old enough. It is only in the middle age, like slightly more than 40 years or like 50 years. But, every treaty is, liable to be outdated with the passage of time. And whether the past 40, 50 years is enough for UNCLOS to be outdated. And I think that my previous speakers all proved that it's still very relevant. And I think that I can stop here because they already speak what I'm going to speak. I just want to, to add and some furthers about the point first raised by Mr. Murdoch about the implementation and also by Dr. Yoshinoki about the implementation agreement. I think that the implementation agreements do strengthen the regime UNCLOS. We do recognize that the approach adopted by UNCLOS by dividing the ocean into different areas, into different functional zones, are not adequate to address the cost-cutting issues, address the biological concerns, address the development in terms of technology, in terms of scientific knowledge. But we have other mechanisms to address that one within the unified framework provided by UNCLOS. And also, I think that UNCLOS, as I said, was negotiated like 30 years ago, 50 years ago. And at that time, we do not have enough knowledge about the oceans, about what's going on under the oceans. And that's why we need to have the implementation agreements. And I also like to echo what Mr. Murdoch said about the advisory opinion of International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. I think that it is very interesting. I think that it is first time in, maybe judge can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first time that it lost. Talk about UNCLOS as a living instrument. And why it is a living instrument? Putting aside all the, the academic debate about the legal techniques that we can have, but clearly UNCLOS is a living instrument because it has what Mr. Murdoch also said about the rules of reference. We can import other rules from other agreements, the standards, the rules adopted by international competent organizations, into, to elaborate on the provision of UNCLOS. And in doing so, UNCLOS can be adaptable to the changes. And we do not need to revise or to amend UNCLOS because it's flexible enough. We do have enough mechanism to keep it updated. I want to add two further points about, the relevance of UNCLOS. The first is about the state parties meetings. Putting aside what is the role, the function, and the authority of the state parties. But it's clear that the state party can make decisions which effectively amend certain provisions, be it administrative or not, of the UNCLOS. We can, recall the decision back in 2001 about the starting point for the submission of the coastal states relating to the outer limits of the continental shelf. The decision effectively put the starting point like 6 years later than the entry into force of the convention. 5 years, actually. Instead of 1994, we now have a 1999 as the starting point for the counting of the 10-year period for the submission of the limits of the continental shelf. And another point is I think that it is about the role of ILOS in developing or elaborating the different provisions of UNCLOS. Clearly, UNCLOS is a treaty negotiated under consensus procedure, and it contains a lot of compromises. And clearly, we do not have enough knowledge at that time for some of the issues that are facing us. I understand that climate change is not on the back of our mind when we negotiated the Law of the Sea Convention. But UNCLOS have a certain provision, certain concepts which are open enough and broad enough for us to deal with those issues. And the advisory opinion clearly deal with that one. It clearly acknowledged anthropogenic greenhouse gas emission can result in pollution to the marine environment. And it also take into account different rules under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, to elucidate on the obligation of states, particularly due diligence obligation. So I just want to conclude by offering some observations. I think that I completely agree with all the previous speakers that UNCLOS provide a stable framework that we can rely on, and we do not need to rely on other arguments. We do not need to create new zones for the oceans. It is already divided. And I think that the second point is that we have enough mechanism, enough techniques to update UNCLOS to deal with the new issue that we can have. And it is amazing that states refrain from using the former amendment procedure of UNCLOS. And there's argument that states will never use those procedures to amend UNCLOS. And the positive so far is the record so far is very positive. And I think that, but we should not rest on laurel. We still have some other, issue to really make UNCLOS at a stable legal framework that provide clarity to the legal order in the oceans. We have now 170 states parties to UNCLOS, but this number does not include some major maritime powers. Clearly, the US should be a party to that one. And also I echo the view by Dr. Taufan about the need to implement UNCLOS in a faithful manner, or effective implementation as you call it. I think that the excessive claims need to be rolled back. The implausible argument should be dropped about the rise, about the maritime zones. And finally, the past 2 days we have a talk about the COC, and it is important to remind that COC is negotiated within the legal framework provided by UNCLOS. And with that, I just want to thank you for your attention.
Sinkamon DG Tang. I think we've heard 4 very different presentations, but with a striking degree of consensus on the key principles. We now have exactly 10 minutes for Q&A, and I would urge all the questioners, please, to keep your question to 2 sentences only. Okay, sir, Mr. Kui.
Thank you very much. My question to the panelists and also to the judge, Horinochi, if I may. The question is that any point in the evolution of UNCLOS relating to artificial feature or not? Thank you.
Thank you. Nice and short. I'll take 2 more questions and then I will turn to the panel. Yes, the youth spokesperson from Malaysia.
Hi, thank you. My name is Salisa. I'm a part of the Young Leaders Program. I would like to ask, considering there are many successes of UNCLOS, but one thing that it has not covered is the directions towards grey zone tactics. How can it supplement our mechanism on that? Thank you.
Terima kasih. And yes, the lady in the second row on my left.
I have a question that we all agree that UNCLOS will be evolving to facing the new problems and challenges. And my question would be, is there any limits for its living? I think the question relates to the relation between the UNCLOS and external rules. when we using external rules to make interpretation of UNCLOS, is there any limits or other rules to drive it in the right way to evolving? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That question is about interpretation of UNCLOS using external rules. Okay, so that's the first round of questions. Thank you. Which speaker would like to address any of those questions first? Andrew, please.
What was the first question?
Quinn, could you quickly just repeat your question? Just quickly, sorry. We've forgotten it.
Any point in the evolution of UNCLOS relating to artificial feature?
Okay, so artificial features, grey zone tactics, and interpretation.
Okay, I'm going to have a go at all those, maybe in reverse order. I think that the convention does provide, so I don't have a copy before me, but for those who are required to interpret it, there is the ability to resort to general rules of international law in terms of the interpretation. So we saw, for example, in the South China Seas case, the ability to look at the obligations of flag states, bring in, for example, the collision regulations, for example, what the actual standards were for the conduct of Chinese vessels. There was also a view taken of whether those ships were attributable to the Chinese state, and therefore those are again rules of general international law and attribution. I think there is a whole panel on grey zone tactics, but I think if you're looking at that in terms of the identification of particular actors, I would look first and foremost at the rules of state responsibility. And if they aren't state organs necessarily, then you would look at whether they are, for example, under the instruction, direction, or effective control of a state, such that their actions are attributable to a state as a matter of international law anyway. So you can bring in other rules of international law, and I think those anyone whose role it is in terms of applying the convention rules will be able to do that pretty readily. In terms of artificial features, I mean, we do have some provisions on artificial islands in terms of their creation and jurisdiction of the coastal states. There's also jurisprudence, as we know, that islands and rocks are naturally formed features. So, you know, if you're looking at kind of land reclamation or maritime reclamation activities, that can't change the legal status of the features themselves, and the jurisdiction would obviously be for the coastal state in terms of whether the permissions would be applied. And of course, you'd also have the environmental protections into the conduct of, if you are doing artificial features, how that is being done, and whether the rules of on preservation and protection of the marine environment are being applied. So I think you can bring these different rules in for those types of activities. Thanks.
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, I'd like to respond to the first question by Ambassador Kui. So about the artificial structure, I believe UNCLOS basically provide provision, for instance, on the Article 60, 80, and other in Part 12. So what I understand about this, where we take a look at the UNCLOS, artificial construction or structure will have very limited and very different to other features, especially the nature islands. So in the Article 60, it govern in the context of EZ, and the Article 80 will fall under context of continental shelf. Last but not least, under the Part 12, it also mentioned where the pollution, if I'm not mistaken, in the sense of dumping, for instance, from the artificial island, then the coastal state have a clear jurisdiction toward that incident or event. And then as for the question on the external rules or norms or framework, where I believe UNCLOS also provide somewhere in the later provision where there is a clear relationship between UNCLOS and other instruments where the link will be supportive each other. So the states cannot implement or apply, especially in the environment issue, less than what UNCLOS said. So I think this is the general relation between the UNCLOS and other instrument. And for the question on the, I believe about the present tactics, or also related to the Paris Agreement, where basically the issue of climate change is, we see that this issue not considered yet during the negotiation or the conference, the third conference on the law of the sea. But of course, UNCLOS provide very basic principles where very relevant to the issue of the climate change. What I'd like to say is when we address the climate change and its nexus with the ocean issue, then we need to also consider and take into account what UNCLOS already rules. Thank you.
Thank you. DG Dang, I'll invite you to say a few words quickly, and then Takai-san also very brief if you can.
Thank you. I just want to say that I completely agree with Mr. Murdoch about the gray zone tactic. I think that we have enough rules to deal with R1 but as a lawyer, we always need to have a specific case to analyze the rules that we can do. On the other hand, if you are interested in the gray zone tactics, you may want to read a new article about the gray zone warfare, about that in the the legal discussion we have the discussion about which rule apply and whether it is the gray zone or it is not covered by the particular agreement or not, or whether we need to rely on other legal instruments to that. I think that as lawyers we always need to have a very specific case and to see all the facts then before making any recommendation. And about the question about the rules of reference, I think that as my colleague from Indonesia already said, that UNCLOS have a certain provisions referring to the standards or rules adopted by competent international organizations. But I think that as we also have the rule of interpretation, and it is very clear from the advisory opinion that we can import other rules into UNCLOS in order to elucidate the scope of obligation of the safe parties to the law of the sea convention. And it's very interesting that UNCLOS said that in that case that climate change law does not constitute lex specialis. So it's not something that that can override the obligation of state under law of the sea convention. Thank you.
Dr. Takai, quickly if you would.
Sure. Thank you very much. Previous speakers have already alluded to very comprehensively the issues raised by the questions, so I will not add that much, but I just wanted to say on the issue of artificial features, or perhaps a distinction should be made between, well, first of all, those relating to artificial islands and those which were naturally formed. And with regard to the maritime features naturally formed, you would be able to strengthen the features through artificial works, but you cannot change the legal status of the feature by simply adding artificial works. Thanks.
Dr. Takai, thank you very much. For the next round of questions, because we have such a high degree of consensus here, I'm not going to ask people to ask a question and have every speaker answer it. I'm going to invite the questioners to ask a question and direct it to one speaker, if that's okay. And I'm going to start with a question online, and it's for you, Dr. Takai. How does Japan view the impacts of China's straight baseline claims in the Gulf of Tonkin on regional maritime stability and security?
Oh, thank you. Okay, so let me just digest the question very quickly. Okay, so, well, first of all, I'm not speaking on behalf of the government, which is obvious, but I thought perhaps it's very important for states to agree in a mutual, mutually agree on their maritime boundary issues, but I think it's important for all states, especially when it comes to the extent of maritime zones. So I think in that sense, it is not the issue limited to the coastal the neighboring states, but I think the implications could be broader, well, involving other states as well. I don't know if that answers the question that well,
Okay,
but
that's your answer. That's fine. Okay, questions. Very enthusiastic gentleman at the far side.
Right. So for Andrew, what do you think about the last-minute clause that was inserted into?
Sorry, to whom are you addressing the question?
For Andrew, for Mr. Murdoch. What do you think about the last-minute clause that were insisted on into the BBNJ by China that could potentially limit the creations of MPA in some of the areas where high sea is supposed to exist, including Antarctica or maybe the South China Sea? And for the other three, do you think by considering UNCLOS as the constitution of the oceans automatically limit the opportunity to explore other alternative that could be a little bit more radical? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think that second question has been well addressed already, but Andrew, you've got the first one. I'll take two more and then we'll get the answers. Okay, the lady in the fourth row with the glasses. Yes.
Thank you so much. So my question is for my Indonesian speaker there, actually my senior. So Dr. Muhammad Taufan, so what is the strategy of Indonesian foreign policy to facilitate and govern environmental-driven actions proposed in addressing a South China Sea dispute in the 21st century? Thank you.
Okay, and a third questioner, hands please. Yes, the lady in the third row, second from the edge. I'll pretend I don't know who you are.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Murdoch. But do you think an implementation agreement is required for submarine cables under UNCLOS? Are new rules required?
Are new rules required under UNCLOS for submarine cables? Okay, thank you. Those are the three questions. Andrew, you've got two questions. Are you happy to do those before I pass to Dr. Taufan?
Thanks. Good questions. So with BBNJ, I think you have to remember, I mean, the feeling in the room was that if this wasn't done in that session, it wasn't going to happen for some considerable time, and that it was only going to be done if you were going to get consensus. And so there are certainly some provisions in the BBNJ agreement which are not necessarily ideal, and in terms of the ambition that some states would have in terms of some of the scope of the provisions, but sometimes the consequence of that is to get consensus amongst states. And when states, in all international treaties, that's just how it goes. And I think with BBNJ, the benefits of what's in there far outweigh some of the limitations and some of the clauses that were negotiated from some states' perspectives. And there were it wasn't just China that you mentioned in your question, there were other states that had particular interests in certain areas of BBNJ that they fought very hard for. In terms of the Antarctic system, I would say the Antarctic treaty system is out with in terms of the competence of BBNJ. In terms of the new rules around submarine cables, and I think it did touch on the presentation, I think there's a really interesting case for that. One of the problems is there is some pretty old law on some of the cables, and these are now critical national infrastructure, and states are potentially going down a route of how do you protect these, because if it's kind of damaged or the like, there's a kind of remedy. Outside of that, if it's abused or intentionally damaged, what do you do? Can you use force? Can you use countermeasures? And all those arguments are being looked at. It would be far better, at least, to have a peaceable regime to deal with the responsibility of states, and that might be something I think the trend is going, because these things are so important. I think it's going to need new law, though, because it's not really an interpretive approach on some of this. I think states will be able to respond with existing laws, but if you want a better regulatory regime, I think it's going to need new provisions. Thanks.
Thank you. Pak Muhammad.
Thank you, Ambassador. So, as for the question with respect to this South China Sea and what would be the Indonesia's strategy, so let me approach with 3 points. First, Indonesia's position is very clear, as I mentioned, that Indonesia is not a claimant state toward the maritime feature in the South China Sea, the feature itself, but we bordering with the South China Sea, as well as we not bound by any claims made in contravention to international law, including UNCLOS. That's very clear what we stated through the diplomatic note to the UN Secretary General back in 2020 and 2010. The second point is about the COC negotiation process. Yesterday we discussed thoroughly about this. So we support and committed to the negotiation of this COC. We believe the COC negotiation process itself not only the aim or the target to achieve the substantive rules, for instance, but the process itself for us is valuable to build the trust among the parties, the MS as well as the China. But of course, we really expect the significant progress in the near future. The third one, Indonesia, since 1980, together with other ASEAN countries, have the workshop, avenue or mechanism where we discuss various issues pertaining to the South China Sea, for instance, on the marine environment and other related issue. We believe that these 3 points at least part of our strategy, and we keen to expand and deepen other strategy on this. And if I may, I believe, I think that's the question. One point on the implementing agreements on or new rules for the submarine cables. I just want to say 2 points about the mechanism. Perhaps it's indirectly addressed that issue, but don't forget that we have at least 2 mechanisms. First, if there is any idea or suggestion or proposal from the states or the ICPC, for instance, that's open for the states to discuss that. And the second one, in the UN itself, we believe we have mechanism of informal consultative state parties, where states can identify the emerging issues to be followed up through the UN mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is the third and last round of questions. Remember, short question, and please direct it to your preferred answerer. Okay, yes. The gentleman next to the lady from Indonesia, and then the woman at the very back with her waving her hand. Yep, that one. And the third one, who's the lucky third? The gentleman in the blue shirt. Okay, who has the microphone? Those 3 people who I nominated, please put your hands up so the staff can find you with the microphone.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Little bit. You have to speak more loudly. The microphone is on, but you have to speak loudly.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm from EC Study, Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, and I have two questions. The first question to Dr. Nguyen Đăng Thắng.
Just one question, please.
One question. How could ITLOS establish a comprehensive and consistent approach to determine which other treaty norms could be relevant to the interpretation of UNCLOS? Thank you.
And so to whom was that addressed? Okay, can you repeat the question, please, a little bit more loudly?
Okay. My question to Dr. Nguyen Đăng Thắng. How could ITLOS establish a comprehensive and consistent approach to determine which other treaty norms could be relevant to the interpretation of UNCLOS?
Okay, we got it. Next question, please. Could the two other questioners that I nominate, yes, there's the gentleman in the blue shirt just here, and the gentleman in the black jacket. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Hong Ai, I'm from the Young Leaders. I want to address Dr. Thắng. To what extent can autonomous unmanned vehicles be defined as warships? And how can we define intent if decisions are made by an automated algorithm? Thank you.
Sorry, to whom are you addressing the question?
Dr. Nguyen Đăng Thắng.
Dr. Tang again. And can you repeat the question a little bit more loudly?
Okay. My question is, to what extent can automated unmanned vehicles be defined as warships? And how can we define intent if it's decided by an algorithm? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the third questioner is the gentleman in the blue shirt, just... That's it, yep, okay, please. Tell me clearly who you're asking, and please ask your question clearly.
Yeah, I want to address my question to Mr. Andrew Murdoch. And my question is about the overlapping jurisdictional claims. And my question is that how has the UN clause influenced the resolution of overlapping jurisdictional claims in the South China Sea? And what are the prospects for a more definitive resolution to solve the overlapping jurisdictional claims in the future? Thank you.
Okay, so Tang, shall I get you to go first because you've got two?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. I think that the first one, again, it is very, case specific, but I think that what the judges at ITLOS can do and what they have always been doing is that to make use of Article 131 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties about that is a rule of interpretation. And when relying on that rule, when utilizing that rule, single rule of interpretation, they always can take into account the subsequent agreement or subsequent practice of states. And in doing so, they can, have a very, consistent approach to refer to the other rules and regulations under other treaties. About the question of, I think that the second question is about the autonomous vehicle and its relation to worship. That to answer that question, I may need to rewrite another dissertation. But the short answer is that it can be related, but it can also be not related. And again, it's very much depends on what you define as the autonomous vehicle, whether it is in the loop, on the loop, or out the loop. And because you know that when you define the worship under Law of the Sea Convention, there's 7 elements that autonomous vehicle can, satisfy, but also there are the elements that it may not satisfy if it is out the loop. We're talking about the crew, about the, whether it's a ship, whether it is under the command of a person, etc. So it is very much a context specific, and it is very much depend on what kind of autonomous vehicle that you are talking about.
Thank you. Mr. Murdoch, you have the last answer for this panel.
Great, thanks for the privilege. Yeah, so, I mean, overlapping claims, as we know, are incredibly common. I mean, not just the South China Seas in terms of claims between opposite or adjacent states. So there's nothing necessarily new about the South China Seas setting. And the convention, to an extent, provides some frameworks in terms of those states with those claims with a continental shelf or otherwise, in terms of reaching into some form of provisional arrangements without jeopardizing or hampering the kind of reaching of an agreement. But as we've seen mostly these things are settled by way of negotiation. And if it can't be settled by negotiation, then resort can be had, and often I think is the way to get through this, through to compulsory dispute settlement mechanisms to actually find the way through. Of course, that politically takes some bravery to settle that, because as we've seen in other areas, states will sometimes see this, if they don't get the maximum extent of their claims, will see this as some form of loss of sovereignty, as if they were losing sovereignty or sovereign rights or a jurisdiction. Whereas in reality, for externally, these are rights and claims that they weren't entitled to in the first place. So it's never a loss, it's more an adjudication. So I think there is a framework there. The reality on most areas, it's only going to be settled eventually through negotiations or availing themselves of some dispute settlement provisions. Thanks.
Thank you for those excellent questions. I apologize to those who I didn't get to, including online, but I hope you can all join me in thanking this terrific panel for a very interesting discussion. Thank you, everyone. I think we all deserve a coffee break.
Well, thank you, His Excellency, and thank you, our speakers. Before we go to the coffee break, can I have your attentions for about 1 minute? First of all, you could see the QR code here right on screen. Please use your mobile device to contribute your feedback on how we can improve our conference. And this is also an anonymous survey for your information. And your feedback, as always, is highly appreciated. So, ambassadors, Andrew, your feedback about gender diversity and gender balance is very well taken. And I would also like to share that as organizers of the South China Sea Conference, we do take diversity very seriously. And by diversity, we talked about many different criteria within the word diversity, including gender, including background, nationality, and other marginalized groups. And also, I would like to share that our female participations ratio in our conference throughout the years has been very consistent and gradually increased. And also, we are going to have the third and the final live commentary about session 4, about UNCLOS, about international law, right after session 4. And that entire live commentary will be moderated by a female doctor, as well as attended by all of the female panelists in that live commentary. So thank you so much for listening and for your attentions. Please be back in the conference room at 10:25 sharp for the next sessions on the use of force. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the 5th sessions of the South China Sea Conference hosted by the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. And for these sessions, I have the honor to invite His Excellencies Mr. Ito Naoki, the Japanese ambassador to Vietnam, as the moderator. And before we begin session 5, once again, we would highly appreciate your comments, your advice, your suggestions on how we can improve our program. So please scan the QR code that is on screen right now. If you don't, you might not be granted access for lunch. So do scan the QR code and provide your feedback and answer. Jane, have you done it yet? Okay. Okay, and don't forget, we are going to have a live commentary sessions commenting on the content in session 4 and session 5 coming right after this. And the live commentary sessions, once again, is moderated and participated by all female panels. His Excellencies, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I would like to start this session 5. So after such, lively and substantive discussions of the previous sessions, I'm sure that the panel will be able to provide further insight into the relevant matter of mutual concerns, interest. So this session is to focus on the legal principle of non-use of force, non-threat of use of force, and peaceful resolution to the dispute. So we have an excellent panel here, starting with Dr. Yuan Graham, Senior Analyst, Australian Strategy Policy Institute, Professor Lei Xiaoyu, Professor China Institute of Boundary and Ocean Studies, Wuhan University, China. And we have Professor Robert Beckman, Emeritus Professor, Center for International Law, National University of Singapore. And through online, we have Coast Guard Commodore J. Tristan Tariela, Philippine Coast Guard spokesperson on the West Philippine Sea concerns, Philippine Coast Guard. I understand, Professor Beckman, this is your 15th or 16th attendance to this conference. So Professor only missed once or twice out of 16 conferences organized by the DVA. So really wonderful to have such experienced panelists with us. So this panel is about this legal principle enshrined in Article 2, Paragraph 4 of United Nations Charter, and that was enshrined also UNCLOS Article 279, and I think UNCLOS has Not only this key obligation to settle disputes by peaceful means, UNCLOS also has relevant articles pursuant to delimitation of exclusive economic zone as well as continental shelf, which talks about basically the importance of exercising self-restraint so that the situation won't be exacerbated. And I think those principles are in a way enshrined in the joint effort by ASEAN and China in the manner of declaration, DOC, which also talks about the importance of peaceful resolution, non-use of force, as well as the self-restraint part. So I think the issue here is how you can, say, reinterpret those legal principles to the present day say, situation or instability situation. We often see those actions which are not really being helpful to stabilize the situation. So that is not necessarily the use of force, but the short of that, say, actions which could deteriorate the situation, including collision of ships or including radar irradiation or firing flares, or even dangerous and coercive use of Coast Guard vessels and so forth. So I think the theme given to us is rather specific, but let's discuss this even from wider perspectives so that we will have a deep discussion on how we can reinterpret this legal principle, how we can apply the legal principle for the peaceful resolution of the dispute. So let's invite the first speaker, Dr. Ewan Graham, Senior Analyst of Australian Strategy Policy Institute. So I understand that you are going to talk about a broader perspective, geographical, geostrategic perspective as well. So floor is yours for 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ambassador, and thank you to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for inviting me back to this fantastic conference. As you said, I'm going to take the liberty of talking around the topic. When you have Professor Bob Beckman as a fellow panelist, you don't try to out-lawyer the lawyer on the panel. So I'm going to stick in my own preferred swim lane of security and defense analysis. I think it's relevant that the key phrase in this panel comes from paragraph 4 of the 2002 Declaration on a Code of Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea, which includes a reference to without resorting to the threat or use of force through friendly consultations, negotiations, etc. So it's there in the rubric, and presumably that will be something that is carried across to the code of conduct in whatever form it eventually transpires. But I'm not going to dwell on the minutiae or the legal definitions. I will mainly relate the potential use of force in the South China Sea to the balance of power and to the regional security dynamics of the Indo-Pacific, especially those which are distinctive to Southeast Asia. And I'll leave international law to my better qualified fellow panelists. I'd like to flag up front, and with an apology to those in session 7, which specifically is on deterrence, but I think it's important to flag the importance of deterrence and compellence as strategic concepts, but also that they function as two-way streets. This may sound like a statement of the obvious, but Western strategists commonly talk about the need to deter other countries. That's also very much the tenor of the Australian defence debate at the moment. But they have a blind spot, I think, when it comes to being deterred or even compelled themselves. That's what I mean about this being a two-way street. And I think it's important to state that the period of long peace in the Indo-Pacific over the last 50 years or so owes much to the stability brought by the United States. But it's frequently ignored that the United States and its allies have also been successfully deterred to a significant degree. not only by China, but by North Korea as well. And I think that's important to recognize as part of the strategic dynamic. This helps to explain why the Indo-Pacific is an unusual region when it comes to international disputes and the use of armed force. On the one hand, global economic military power is concentrated here. There are a number of on-running territorial disputes and other sources of tension between states. But compared with other regions, certainly the Middle East, but including even Europe, there have been remarkably few armed conflicts between states in the past half-century. It's something of a paradox. In East Asia, there have been sporadic armed incidents and recurrent crises, mainly on the Korean Peninsula. However, recently, the Taiwan Strait has emerged as an increasing focus of military tension, and it is now, I think, the region's most significant flashpoint, though that does not mean that conflict there is likely to be imminent. And in contrast with that picture up north in Northeast Asia, here in Southeast Asia, by contrast, there's been relatively few armed clashes. There was some cross-border fighting between Thailand and Cambodia last decade, but tensions have generally stayed below the threshold of armed force. Instead, internal conflicts are more endemic in Southeast Asia, for example, in Indonesia, Myanmar, and the Philippines, but these have mostly remained confined within state borders. The South China Sea has also experienced periodic armed clashes. The last serious one, at least with a military flavor, was back in 1988. Over the past 15 years or so, the South China Sea has become more associated with China's use of coercive tactics, including physical confrontation, but below the threshold of military force. Commonly called gray zone activities, these utilize a combination of military, paramilitary, and maritime militia vessels and personnel, presenting, I think, a clear threat of force. Southeast Asian states and transiting armed forces from outside the region on the receiving end of such gray zone compellence tactics have kept their own responses below the use of armed force. And indeed, we should acknowledge that applies to Southeast Asian states that dispute each other's maritime claims. It's not just about China. Among the non-littoral states, the United States maintains a transient military presence in the South China Sea, including through a rolling program of freedom of navigation operations, which physically assert the right of warships and aircraft to operate within sea and airspace where it is subject to excessive legal claims under international law. And US FONOPs, as they're commonly called, have regularly included the Spratly and Paracel Islands, and they are not targeted at any one state in particular, although they have been most associated with rebutting China's excessive and ambiguous claims in the South China Sea. And there are other navies, including Australia, that don't have a formalized navigation program, but also send their navies and air forces here to make a similar point. And that's essentially a peacetime activity. While China's modus operandi in the South China Sea has become synonymous, I think, with gray zone operations, within the past couple of years, these activities have assumed what we might call a darker shade of gray, as the number and intensity of incidents involving physical force and the threat of armed violence has increased. These appear to be aimed at compelling other claimants into accepting China's control over the South China Sea and, I would contend, by extension, the domination of Southeast Asia itself. The Philippines, in particular, has had to contend with much greater physicality from China's Coast Guard, and we'll no doubt hear more from Jay Tariella about that. The use of shouldering, high-pressure hosing, and ramming, although not unique to recent incidents, have taken the South China Sea in a more kinetic and worrisome direction this year. The most serious among these incidents has even triggered debate among Philippine and US academics and policymakers about whether China's actions against public vessels and Philippines armed forces personnel have crossed the threshold that would trigger the United States treaty alliance commitments. Vietnam has also recently protested the violent intimidation of its fishermen off the Paracel Islands, has been referred to by several other speakers in this conference. On the other side of the spectrum, however, we should also recognize that Malaysia, in the form of the Chief of Navy, recently commented that Chinese Coast Guard vessels operating off East Malaysia within Malaysia's exclusive economic zone have not employed, in his view, aggressive tactics against Malaysia's government vessels. These variations suggest that the intensity of actual or threatened force is used selectively by China, but compelling rival claimants into a state of compliance is China's common aim, I believe, in the South China Sea, and again, I will repeat, by extension, the whole of Southeast Asia. International law, and this is what I will say on the subject, in particular the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, overwhelmingly supports the maritime jurisdiction of Southeast Asian littoral states in comparison with China's legally baseless ambit claim in the South China Sea. This fact explains the policy emphasis placed by Southeast Asian countries on international law in their diplomacy, and it accounts for the focus on maritime law enforcement towards asserting and defending their claims. It has put legitimacy on their side. The problem, of course, is that power and legitimacy do not always coincide. A law enforcement-centered and transparency-based approach has obvious limitations where the threat or use of force is concerned, especially where one claimant possesses significantly greater capability and capacity than the others. And I think we've seen this dynamic playing out recently in the Philippines. Transparency has become a signature feature of Manila's approach and largely associated with the Philippine Coast Guard. One advantage of this has been that it has visibly mobilized international support for Manila from countries outside of Southeast Asia, including Australia and Japan, and from Europe. After running the gauntlet through a period of very high tension this year, Manila was notably able to negotiate a modus vivendi with Beijing, allowing it to resume resupply operations to its military garrison occupying Second Thomas Shoal. However, the value of transparency as a deterrent against the threat or use of force in the South China Sea appears much less clear. The fact that China stepped back from the brink at Second Thomas Shoal shows an appreciation that the situation there had become highly unpredictable given the potential for US military involvement. I find unpredictability has a neglected value in deterrence terms. In plain language, it's about keeping your opponent guessing. This, I find, is a more convincing explanation for the moderation of China's recent pressure tactics at Second Thomas Shoal rather than reputational concerns. Indeed, and the final point, the lesson from the more recent standoff involving a Philippine Coast Guard vessel and a large array of bigger Chinese vessels at Sabina Shoal appears to be that maritime law enforcement has very limited utility as a deterrent without an accompanying hard power presence at the scene. So in sum, the threat of force ultimately requires a credible guarantee of enforcement. Thank you.
So thank you, Ewan, for giving us a very wonderful introductory presentation and recapping the recent incidents which are taking place in the South China Sea area. So our next speaker is Professor Lei Xiaolu. So obviously I have no complaint about balancing of gender, nor the geopolitical, geographical balancing of panelists with us. So floor is yours, Professor Xiaolu. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would express my gratitude to the organizers, DAV, for having me here. I really learned a lot for the 2 days meeting. Today, I believe I will concentrate on the peaceful resolution of international dispute and its implications in the South China Sea, especially for the dispute management in the South China Sea. And the obligation of a peaceful settlement of international dispute, as codified in Articles 2.3 and 33 of the UN Charter, requires states to settle their dispute by peaceful means. It also repeated in the Article 279 of the UNCLOS. And in the military and the paramilitary activities in and against the Nicaragua case, the ICJ identified the principle as the parties to any dispute, particularly any dispute the continuance of which is likely to endanger the maintenance of international peace and security, should seek a solution by peaceful means. And this principle is also outlined in the Friendly Relations Declarations and other instruments. The obligation of peaceful settlement of international dispute is often considered as the corollary of the obligation of non-use or threat of use of force. Development of the principle is parallel to the principle of the limitation and prohibition of use of force. So first of all, I'd like to say some of my understandings on the use of force. In international law, it is very controversial to identify the definition of use of force or the force itself, as indicated in the ILA report in 2018. The controversial relies on whether there is a minimum or de minimis threshold for the use of force. And just as Yuan just mentioned, there is a mixed use of the military and the paramilitary forces will lead to the identification of the use of force in law enforcement contests or in hostilities become more difficult. And there's a series of international cases before the ITLOS and the Arbitral Tribunal concerning on the distinction between the law enforcement activities and the military activities under the UNCLOS. For example, the three naval vessels cases between the Ukraine and the Russia Federation. In the provisional measures phases, the ethos indicates that the distinction between the two, primarily on the objective assessment on the alleged activity and taking into consideration of all relevant circumstances. And in the subsequent cases, the arbitral tribunals believes that the use of force alone, the vessels get involved, and the statement by the parties cannot solely decisive to reach a conclusion that whether the activity is military or law enforcement. And in the last arbitral award in 2022, the arbitral tribunal discovered that in the mixed nature of the dispute, the two characters may be interchangeable. The tribunal divided the whole process of detention of the Ukrainian naval vessels into three phases. In the first phase, the tribunal believes that it's a military activity contest. And in the last phase, the arbitral tribunal decided it's a law enforcement activity phase. But in the middle, the second, maybe there's a turning point on the second phase, but the final award has not come yet. So you see that in many of the cases, to answer whether it's a use of force in law enforcement activity or use of force in hostilities is very difficult and never be a simple answer in nowadays. So that's my first point. And secondly, regarding to the management of the dispute in the South China Sea, I think although we have many disputes, And sometimes the territorial and maritime dispute takes patience, time to resolve. It will take decades to reach a final solution. But pending the final solution, the disputants are required to be act self-restraint. And this self-restraint obligation is both under general international law as well as the DOC paragraph 5 asks the state not to inhabit the uninhabited features in the South China Sea. But when the accident happens, there must be some mechanism for the parties to get along with, to engage with those disputes. And in the South China Sea, for the regional level, the parties has DOC regimes and the COC consultations also on the conflict preventing issues. In bilateral levels, China and Vietnam, China and Malaysia, and China and the Philippines both have a bilateral consultations mechanism on the South China Sea issues. And after the tensions at sea, in second half of this year, we see that there's intensified diplomatic communications between China and the Philippines to de-escalate the tensions at sea. Especially in July, the two parties reaffirmed that have arrangements for the resupply commission on the second Thomas Shore. And in September, the Philippines just complete its supply for the humanitarian necessities to the second Thomas Shore once. So we'll see that the bilateral diplomatic communications and the bilateral mechanisms for preventing the conflicts, it still works in the South China Sea. But one thing I noted that I'm really worried about that is there might be some diplomatic decoupling in this era, because while the diplomatic channel intensified to discuss how to de-escalate the conflict at sea, they have many arrangements and provisional arrangements, although not binding, but still there are some intrusions or some accidents or some tensions at sea. So, and I think this was also noted by some of other scholars in their observations. And if from the international perspective, if the outcome of the negotiation cannot be implemented in good faith at sea, I think the outcome of the negotiation by the two parties will become meaningless. But to the end, I think that we still have the chance to maintain the peace and stability, and we have more patience. If we have more patience, we have more time. If we have to have a political will to maintain the peace and stability of this region, I think we will reach the final solution of the South China Sea dispute. Okay, I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lei, for really comprehensive and excellent presentation, talking about the nature of law enforcement activities and its difference from the use of force in hostilities. Also, you focused the importance of DOC paragraph 5 self-restraint aspect, as well as the progress of bilateral consultations of China with some of the ASEAN countries and the challenges ahead of the progress of consultations. So our next speaker is Coast Guard Commodore J. Tristan Taliera, who is kindly accessing us through internet. So Commodore Taliera, floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency. In the aftermath of World War II, nations worldwide recognized the urgent need for unity to combat tyrants who disregard human rights and to oppose authoritarian aggressors threatening the sovereignty of other countries. This understanding led to the establishment of the United Nations, created primarily to foster international peace and security. According to its charter, the United Nations aims to take effective collective action to prevent and resolve threats to peace, curb acts of aggression, and promote the peaceful settlement of international disputes based on justice and international law. The UN Charter also underscores that all nations, regardless of their size, should enjoy equal rights. Notably, on the Article 2 of the Charter, it specifically states that the UN members must refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity of other nations in the international relations. Next slide. However, the recent aggressive actions and provocations by China in the West Philippine Sea and the broader South China Sea raise serious concern about the lessons learned from the two world wars. As the world's second largest significant military power, China not only challenges the maritime jurisdiction of Southeast Asian nations affected by its contentious 10-line claim, but also undermines the fundamental principles upon which the United Nations was founded. Beijing's blatant disregard for the standards outlined in the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea and the 2016 arbitral award is deeply troubling. The unlawful and excessive deployment of the People's Republic of China's maritime forces within the exclusive economic zones of the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia is both illegal and unacceptable. This behavior jeopardizes the integrity of the rules-based international order and threatens the regional peace and stability. As a result, we must grapple as to how are we going to classify China's aggressive and harassing actions in the South China Sea, whether these are warranted to be classified as using force to advance their territorial claim and violate the sovereignty of other nations. Next slide. These actions are often cloaked in the guise of maritime law enforcement, as if they possess legitimacy in conducting such patrols. Following the Scarborough Shoal standoff in 2012, China recognized the advantages of deploying white-hulled vessels to avoid being labeled as a belligerent nation that threatens smaller countries while encroaching upon and exploiting these waters. This strategic shift led to the reorganization of the Chinese Maritime Enforcement Agency in 2013, consolidating various maritime administrative agencies into one. This consolidation has enabled Beijing to pursue a more coherent and aggressive strategy, pretending to be carrying out maritime law enforcement in somebody else's waters. Next slide. The ambiguous strategic deployment of the Chinese Coast Guard is further reinforced by its Chinese maritime militia. Numerous academic publications have highlighted that these vessels are not ordinary fishing boats, but are instead linked to the Chinese military establishment. The deceptive appearance of these vessels as mere fishing boats conceals their true purpose, that is to support China's objectives in occupying maritime features and ultimately gaining effective control over them. This has been documented by the Philippine government, which has noted how these vessels facilitate harassment and provocation not only against Filipino fishermen, but also against the Philippine Coast Guard vessels. Their presence also aid the illegal maritime scientific research conducted by the Chinese research vessels within the exclusive economic zones of other countries. Next slide. In the Philippines, we have first-hand experience with the illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive actions of the People's Republic of China, utilizing both their white hulls and Chinese maritime militia. They often assert that their operations represent reasonable, legitimate, and professional law enforcement, even as they engage in barbaric actions against our vessels. The Philippines has faced incidents involving military-grade lasers that even temporarily blinded our own crew, water cannon attacks from jet streams that damage our vessels, high-speed jamming incidents disregarding the safety of our crew, and most alarmingly, the boarding of our Philippine Navy rigid hull inflatable boat by Chinese Coast Guard personnel armed with knives, axes, and machetes, who subsequently ransacked the boat and even resulted to one of our personnel losing a finger. Next slide. While the Philippine government under President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. remains to be the only national leader in the region that courageously calls out China's violation and exposes them to the international community, our neighboring countries are also facing egregious and illegal actions from Beijing. For instance, Chinese Coast Guard vessels continue to harass Malaysia's oil and gas exploration efforts at Luconia Shoals, which lies within Malaysia's exclusive economic zone. In Vietnam, Foreign Ministry spokesperson Pham Thu Hang has stated that their country has lodged a strong protest with the Chinese embassy in Hanoi, demanding respect for Vietnam's sovereignty. She condemned the actions of the Chinese forces, expressing that Vietnam is extremely concerned, indignant, and firmly protests the harsh treatment of the Vietnamese fishermen and their boats operating in the Paracel Island. Meanwhile, in Indonesia, Bakamla just recently reported this Monday that they have expelled a Chinese Coast Guard vessel that had entered the waters of the Indonesian continental shelf near Natuna Island, presumably with the intent of disrupting ongoing survey activities in the areas. These incidents are no longer new. The harassment and illegal deployment of Chinese Coast Guard have been ongoing ever since Beijing became economically stable to construct white-hulled vessels to further the territorial claims outlined by their 10-line. It's almost comical to hear Chinese Coast Guard on the radio, as documented by MMEA, Bakamla, Vietnam Coast Guard, and the Philippine Coast Guard, wherein the Chinese Coast Guard operators assert that they have indisputable sovereignty over waters that clearly fall within the exclusive economic zone of this country. This is just another aspect of their cunning strategy to disguise their actions as legitimate incursions, consistently framing them as lawful, professional, and resolute. Returning to the question of how are we going to classify Chinese aggressive and harassing actions in the South China Sea, we must consider whether these actions warrant classification as the use of force to advance their illegal territorial claims and obviously violate the sovereignty of other nations. Is the deliberate ramming or the water cannoning and even physical attack to the fishermen is, if not considered a use of force, is the means for China to peacefully settle the dispute in the South China Sea? It is important for us to engage in this discussion and assess how we can address China's cunning tactics to circumvent established principles regarding the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity. Therefore, I am only proposing 3 policy recommendations aimed at maintaining peace in the region and preventing conflict. First, we must establish a common understanding and mutual respect regarding what is considered right, acceptable, lawful, and fair among all state actors in the region. Second, it is crucial for us to ensure transparency by highlighting the unlawful actions of other nations. We should not hesitate to call out violations of international law. And lastly, we should engage in collective action that urges states to adhere to established norms and international regulation. Concerning the first proposed action of establishing a common understanding and mutual respect, it is essential for us to reach a clear and reciprocal consensus on our position. This shared understanding should be based on international law and treaty obligations that promote fairness and equality, rather than being swayed by competing national interests. Additionally, respect should not be imposed by larger, more powerful states upon smaller and weaker ones. It must arise from the mutual recognition of each nation's status as co-equals in the international relations, rooted in the principle of sovereign equality. For the second point, transparency in exposing the illegal activities and unlawful actions of other nations is crucial, regardless of your diplomatic ties. Remaining silent about such bullying tactics is tantamount to condoning such action. It is imperative to publicly disclose the unlawful action of the state actors to ensure that they do not undermine the established rules-based order. Regarding the third point, I firmly believe that the collective action among the majority of countries worldwide is vital in our struggle against nations that seek to dismantle the current rules-based order and weaken the international law. We must remember the lessons from the two world wars. Neutrality often equates to condoning the aggressive actions of powerful nations. We should not wait until such aggression impacts our own territories before we take a stand. In conclusion, I want to emphasize that the Philippine struggle in the West Philippine Sea extends beyond our sovereignty. It is a fight for everyone who are present here in this conference. Allowing China to flout the established rules-based order threatens the very foundation upon which we all depend. If we permit this, countries worldwide may forget why this order was created in the first place. Nations could begin to doubt the importance of adhering to the international law if powerful bullies can easily violate it. Therefore, I am appealing to everyone. We should not allow any state actors to circumvent the international law and to evade the provisions of the UN Charter, particularly in the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity. If we fail to act, the future of the younger generation will remain at risk. We must remember that the global peace we enjoy today is a legacy inherited from those who endured the horrors of war. Our obligations right now is to preserve and maintain it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commodore Tariela, to share with us the perspectives of Filipino Coast Guard, including explanation of activities by Chinese Coast Guard, which shows some difficult situation and caused some concerning incidents to us. So now I would like to invite Professor Robert Beckman. I understand that the professor prepared some slides to explain the legal viewpoints on this subject of this session. So floor is yours, Professor Beckman. Thank you.
Sound? Okay. I'm going to quickly go through some slides. I look at this issue from the perspective of an international lawyer. International conventions and gray zone activities, conventions in Southeast Asia are often described as aggression, armed attack, use of force, threat of force. The issue is, are the actions that are taking place actually meet the standard for those terms? How does international law define these terms? The Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative in Washington talks about the 3 supply missions to Second Thomas Shoal. Then they give their own definition of use of force, and they list, it includes various activities that China has undertaken. But this is not a legal definition accepted by most international lawyers. So what we're looking at is it an international armed conflict? You got the Geneva Conventions define an international armed conflict. It's a declared war or other armed conflict between 2 states. And I don't think we can describe what's happening on Second Thomas Shoal as an armed conflict between 2 states. UN Charter, as mentioned, is you must settle disputes peacefully, but it's a threat of use of force. Now again, what is well, how do we define a use of force? Against the territorial integrity or political independence of a state, or in any other manner inconsistent. Article 51 talks about when you can act in self-defense. Self-defense is only if an armed attack occurs. against a member of the UN. People describe these acts as aggression, but again, there's a legal definition of aggression. Use of armed force by a state against territorial integrity or political independence of another state. So when we describe the activities as aggressive, I would say, well, it's not an act of aggression as defined in the international law. And it's the U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty talks about consultations between the two parties by an external armed attack. So again, the question is, what is an armed attack under international law? Recognizes that an armed attack declares that if act to meet the common dangers, they will consult with one another. But again, the question that self-defense treaty is triggered only when it's a level of an armed attack. So the gray zone activities, how does the lawyer classify them? The use of non-military means below the threshold of an armed attack or an armed use of force. Could include the maritime militia, the fishing vessels of China, of course, which are out there anchoring in islands that are offshore features that China may claim. Maritime militia, there's the Coast Guard vessels, aggressive action by the Coast Guard vessels, claims to sovereignty over sovereign rights and jurisdiction. Again, if you look at the Chinese Coast Guard law, the Chinese Coast Guard can act in areas under China's jurisdiction. But there's no definition of areas subject to Chinese jurisdiction. And I think that is probably intentional. Because if you go back and look at the Chinese position on the South China Sea, they claim sovereign rights and jurisdiction over everything within the 9-dash line. Gray zone activities are sometimes used to support claims to sovereignty over offshore features or claims to rights and jurisdiction in the disputed maritime area. So that's the issue. The Coast Guard vessels are going out, exercising jurisdiction, showing China's presence in areas which are of questionable in terms of whether that actually is an area where China enjoys sovereign rights and jurisdiction. Gray zone activities, again, threat or use of force by a state against another state, questionable. Active aggression, more questionable. Armed attack, again, was there an armed attack? That's a highly questionable that whether these thresholds are reached. So what are the acts in the gray zone? To what extent can you attribute them to China and under the rules of state responsibility? There we look to another, the ILC International Law Commission Articles on State Responsibility, adopted in 2001, form the basic rules on international responsibility of states. You're responsible for wrongful acts or omissions, generally considered to state the rules of customary international law. Now, elements must be an international wrongful act of a state when conduct consisting of an act or omission, think Coast Guard, is attributable to the state. That means even it's a fishing vessel, maybe it's attributable to the state when it's a breach of an international obligation. Attribution of conduct has to be an organ of the state. Clearly, the conduct of persons or entities exercising elements of government authority. That's when you get into fishing vessels and maritime militia. Coast Guard would be an organ of the state. Fishing vessels might be entities exercising elements of government authority, or they might be conduct directed or controlled by the state. We'll look at those articles very quickly. Conduct of a state organ is a state. That's very clear. If it exercises power of a state, these slides can be available. Conduct of persons and entities exercising not an organ of the state, but it's empowered by the law of that state to exercise elements of government authority. Some of the vessels out there might have the power under the Chinese government rules to exercise government authority. provided the person or entity is acting in that capacity at the time. But here is where the fishing vessels may come in. The conduct of a person or a group of persons shall be an act of the state if it's acting on the instructions or under the direction and control of the state. So if it could be shown that the fishing vessels are actually under the direction and control of Coast Guard or Navy vessels, then they would be an act of the state of China. That would be the argument behind that. So the allegations of gray zone activities, China is using the gray zone activities to support their maritime claims in the South China Sea. The claims to sovereignty over the geographic features into the maritime zones that surround them, and claims to sovereign rights and jurisdiction everywhere within the 9- or 10- line, however you want to look at it. The claims that provide to prohibit or regulate passage of foreign ships in waters surrounding the disputed areas. Some of the tensions are, if it's a disputed feature, China Coast Guard wants to regulate the passage of foreign ships in those waters. Again, the question comes down to when is the state internationally responsible for the gray zone activities? For maritime militia under its jurisdiction, is there evidence that the fishing vessels are under direction and control? That's what we should be looking for. When do the activities constitute a threat or use of force or armed attack? And how do we develop rules and principles that incorporate these gray zone activities into some rules, or at least some practice that we are best practice for the region? To me, I look at these issues not under the rules of use of force. They're actually rules that are governed by the law of the sea. They're disputed maritime areas. UNCLOS, state parties to the Law of the Sea Convention, can be held responsible for acts of their agencies or its government actions of private entities that are under the jurisdiction and control of the state entities. And what we're really talking about is this map, right? We're talking about the map on the left is the 9- and 10- line, and we're talking about the map on the right shows the economic zones of the coastal states of 200 nautical miles measured from their baselines along their territorial sea. And you see there's a huge overlap between the 9- line and 10- line. China, in effect, is claiming sovereign rights and jurisdiction over almost the entire South China Sea, which overlaps completely with the exclusive economic zones of Philippines, Malaysia, even Indonesia and Vietnam. So this is the fundamental issue. Who can exercise rights and jurisdiction in that area? The area that we're talking about, this is the decision of the tribunal in the South China Sea case. The pink, red shaded in pink is the claim of China. The lines in the middle, of course, are showing the economic zones of the coastal states. The circle, the white areas with the circles around them with the red are the so-called islands or high tide features. The tribunal said all of those are the disputed islands. Whoever occupies them is not their issue, but whoever as sovereignty has a 12-mile territorial sea around those features, none of the features are entitled to an economic zone. That's what the law of the sea has determined. The area is circled in red is where Second Thomas Shoal is and where Mischief Reef is. The tribunal said that Mischief Reef, occupied by China, is a low tide elevation, more than 12 miles from any island, and therefore it's entitled to no maritime zones, and China has no jurisdiction. In theory, it's under the jurisdiction, it's in the economic zone of the Philippines, so it's under the jurisdiction of the Philippines. Similarly, but there's a military base on it belonging to China. Second Thomas Shoal is the other one within that. Second Thomas Shoal is a low tide elevation, more than 12 miles from any island, and therefore it is simply an island, it's a feature in the economic zone of the Philippines, which is under the jurisdiction of the Philippines under international law. China, of course, does not recognize this award and this decision, and that's the source of the conflict. So my own view on this, let's not try to reinterpret the rules on use of force. There is a compulsory binding dispute settlement system in the law, the Sea Convention, which could be invoked over the issues that are arising with respect to the activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Beckham. So giving us clarity on international law and gray zone activities. So it was very, very, I think, useful and significant explanation as we come to this Q&A session. So we have over 20 minutes for Q&A session. So if you have any question or comment, please raise your hand. I think, gentleman, the second row, you raise your hand first, so
yes,
please.
I am Renato from the Philippines. I would like to address my comment to Professor Lee. In your last part of your presentation, you mentioned the need for the states to exercise restraint, patience, and of course, also observing the rules and norms. But of course, and the reality is, China is the biggest country in the region. China has the second largest economy in the region. Of course, China is also proud of the fact that it's a cradle of civilization. So when you talk about the importance of restraint and patience, do you think China should exercise more restraint and patience, given the fact that, of course, China is a great power. China is a member of the Security Council. China, of course, could basically call the shots when it comes to the South China Sea issue. What's your response and comment to this?
I'd like to invite one or two more questions before asking panelists to answer the question. The lady on the 1 to 3rd row, yes?
Yes, thank you. Daniela Braun. I'm from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation based in the Philippines. My question goes to Commodore J. Terriella, but I would be also interested to hear from Dr. Graham, because it's on the transparency initiative of the current government of the Philippines. And Dr. Graham also mentioned the value of transparency for deterrence, so I would be curious to hear your thoughts as well. So there are, of course, also critical voices to this approach because it carries also some risks, but I would be interested to hear from Jay Terriella what would be your answer to these critical voices. What has this approach achieved so far, and in what regards do you think it should be developed further? Thank you so much.
So one more question. So gentleman on the 2nd row, yes.
This is a request for clarification from Bob Beckman to do with gray zone tactics and activities in the South China Sea, because I understood you to say that to come under the definition of armed aggression for the purposes of international law, an activity, gray zone activity, has to be attributable to a state. That's what I understood you to say, and correct me if I'm wrong. Now, I think there's enough evidence out there detailing the role of China's enforcement agencies in gray zone activities throughout the South China Sea, the control, the communications, the recruitment of fishermen and retired military personnel who actually work and operate these vessels, the militia and so forth, and communication between them, how all this is coordinated by the Coast Guard and comes under the maritime enforcement agencies. Doesn't this suffice? Doesn't this evidence out there suffice for attribution to a particular state for the purposes of armed aggression?
So, yeah, I think questions are addressed to all the 4 panelists. So first, Lee, you answer the first question, please.
Well, I'm not quite sure whether my understanding is correct or not. does you ask about when China argues that we need patience to resolve all dispute, but remains the strong power, it's not appropriate for the China as a great power to ask patience for resolution of the dispute, or is that correct?
China should show more patience and restraint because it's a bigger power. As the saying goes, greater power, more responsibility. Will this apply to China?
Okay, I think while China already shows much patience for the resolution of the dispute, taking the Tonkin Bay delimitation between China and Vietnam, for example, it takes decades for both parties to make that conclusion. So China is always very patient for the final solution and the durable solution of all the dispute. You will notice that China erased 2 segments of the Dacian line in Tonkin Gulf while they began to negotiate with Vietnam. So I think that is the line is negotiable. But the thing is that everyone should be sit down in good faith to talk about that issue and to make a final solution, a durable solution for each of the parties. So that's my answer.
Thank you very much. So about the second question, can I ask Yuan to answer first?
Thanks. Well, I'm not I'm not the Philippines Coast Guard official, so I'll let Jay answer from that perspective. But I think my point is a simple one, that transparency has advantages. As you said, it also has risks. I don't think it's a standalone strategy. It has to take part in a wider context in which if you're going to aim for the moral high ground, then you better be prepared to defend it. And I think that without the means to defend it, the Philippines doesn't just risk being thrown under the bus by others, it could potentially throw itself under the bus. And I think we've seen some of the pitfalls of that with the recent standoff at Sabina Shoal, where the crew of the vessel were left in a poor physical condition. And I think that highlighted also the lack of coordination across government. If you're going to do something like this, it needs to be a properly joined up, centrally coordinated strategy. I think the Philippines has made obvious progress on that with the moves to implement a maritime coordination mechanism under the president. So I think the problem is understood, but it's still a work in progress, as I understand. I'm taking nothing away from the bravery of those who are at the front line involved. I think the bigger picture is that the Philippines is in a David and Goliath struggle and doing its best under very difficult circumstances. But I think the power element also needs to be pragmatically part of any strategy that's involved.
Thank you, Yuan. So may I invite Commodore Taliela to respond?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Yes, I would like to build on the response of Yuan. When the Transparency Initiative of the Philippine government was launched as early as the first quarter of 2023, the National Task Force West Philippine Sea never really promised that the Transparency Initiative is a silver bullet to change the behavior of China, to compel China to adhere to the international law. When we first launched the Transparency Initiative, we told the public and the international community it has 2 main objectives. The first one is to make the Filipino people aware of what's really happening in the West Philippine Sea. It is important for us to note that President Bongbong Marcos has inherited the nation from President Duterte, wherein there is a very limited information that were provided to the Filipino people. This is the reason why there are a lot of misinformation and fake news that dominated the media because of lack of information. So for President Bongbong Marcos, for him to deliver his commitment of not surrendering a square inch of our territory to any foreign power, he must be able to make the Filipino united and understand what are we fighting for. So that was the first objective. And the second objective is for the international community also to be fully aware of the level of aggression of the People's Republic of China is doing in the West Philippine Sea. And for more than a year now, we already saw a tremendous support from the international community. Before, there were only like, the usual allies of the Philippines who support our capability in our position, the West Philippine Sea. But it's not just the United States, Australia, or Japan. We are now also receiving commitment from the members of the European Union condemning the aggressive action of China. So if you're going to ask me whether the transparency effort of the Philippine government in the West Philippine Sea is something that is beneficial and has impact in our position, the West Philippine Sea, I would say we are successful in attaining our objectives. But again, there are maritime security scholars that are saying it is not effective because it's not changing the behavior of China. Again, with or without some calibration on the part of the People's Republic of China, what is important for us is to make the Filipino people united and understand what are we fighting for, and for the international community to understand that the West Philippine Sea fight is not just for our sovereignty, but this is actually an attack on the rules-based order that we all need to defend.
Thank you very much, Komodo, for your reply. So, Bob, please.
Yeah, to kind of respond to Les's question, the Coast Guard vessels of China, the actions are directly attributable to China because it's a state organ. The fishing vessels, if you have evidence that they're under the control of the Coast Guard or other government agencies, you'd have to have somehow eavesdropping on their communications or whatever, then China would also, they would actually be attributable to China for purposes. But trying to say it's armed aggression is a very high threshold. I would simply say it's an illegal exercise of jurisdiction in an area in the South China Sea that lawfully is under the jurisdiction of the Philippines. Take the easy route, right?
Thank you. There are questions through the screen addressed to Lei. So, sorry. Can you read? Given the different bases of UOF, law enforcement shouldn't operate in contested areas because the purpose is to assert its claims, not fight crimes. Another question addressed Lei's. Do you think the SCS calls for solving disputes urgently to establish each's legitimate maritime zones so that law enforcement can exercise their authority?
Okay, I think I will combine the two together to make a whole response. And I think the question or the core issue of the South China Sea is that there is still territorial sovereignty dispute in this area. China never give up to argue or claim all the four groups of islands, the sovereignty over four groups of islands. So I don't think in the short time there will be a very successful, legitimate maritime zones in the South China Sea. But pending the final solution of the dispute, I think the urgent in this area is calling for more communications between the parties. For example, yesterday, China has confirmed that it has made an arrangement between China and India on the border issues. And this mechanism not only involves diplomats, but also involves the military level and military officials there. So I think maybe owning the diplomatic channel is not enough. If we really want to manage the dispute at sea, I think it's urgent for both of China and the Philippines diplomats and the Coast Guard and military personnel will sit together to make a arrangement for the management of the conflict at sea. So it's my answer to these questions.
Yeah, thank you.
And for the contest issues, if you look into the international jurisprudence or the cases, I don't think it's a short answer to whether there is law enforcement activities in the contested waters. We we look into the Suriname-Guyana case, yes, it says that in the contested waters, more akin to use of force. But in the Ukraine and Russia Federation case, also in seawater, concerning about relating to the sovereignty over Crimea problems or issues, and to assessment of the activities there is still pending. It's still case-by-case assessment of the natures of the law enforcement activities or the military activities. That's my answer.
Thank you. Commodore Tariela, you have any comment? You are muted.
Regarding the question about the call for the purpose of the law enforcement agencies, I'd like to weigh in on this question. One of the main reasons why Southeast Asian countries, to include Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines, are building Coast Guard is because of the 2002 DOC. We have all agreed upon that nobody is going to militarize the issue in the entire South China Sea. Among Southeast Asian countries, we understood that limitation for us to build on our Coast Guard organizations so that nobody is going to escalate or provoke anybody. And the presence of White House in maintaining our patrols in our occupied territories is not something to be interpreted as provocative with other claimant states. The only problem we have right now is the Chinese Coast Guard. These white hulled vessels are the ones that are carrying out gray zone activities that harass fishermen, not just for the Philippines, but even the entire Southeast Asia. So the issue of the law enforcement vessels in the South China Sea is not something that is worrisome among Southeast Asian countries. This only becomes an issue because the Chinese Coast Guard is using it differently.
Thank you, Commodore. So we have 5 more minutes, so maybe last round of questions. So yes, the very end of the room. So gentlemen, yes, please. Yeah, those two gentlemen. Yeah, first you and then you. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. My name is Himrat Smay, Executive Director of the Cambodian Center for Regional
Could
Studies.
you speak more loudly? Yeah.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Himrat Smay, Executive Director of the Cambodian Center for Regional Studies. I have 2 questions, short one. The first one to Professor Beckman. The Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, TAC, the principle of use, non-use, and threat to use of force is central to TAC. So, but the implementation of TAC seems not to be effective. In the case of Cambodia, Thailand Previous issue in 2011, the oil rig issue between China and Vietnam in 2014, and the recent incident involving China and Philippines and Vietnam in the South China Sea. The implementation in response to those issues are not there. So to Professor Beckman, should we seriously revisit the TAC, especially the implementation, the compliance, and the enforcement aspects? That's my first question. The second question is to Dr. Graham. In your view...
Just one question, please, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, next gentleman.
I'm Dr. Bao Yinan from Huayang Maritime Center for Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, based in Haikou, China. I would like to ask Commodore Terrelia, with due respect, I want to speak out about the truth at Second Tom's Shore. Back in May 1999, the Philippines intentionally beached its...
Please ask question.
Beach its BRP Sierra Madre at Second Thomas Shore, and it remains there for more than 25 years according to the South China Sea Arbitration Award and the Filipino official position, the second Thomas Shore is a low tide elevation and cannot be occupied. But the Philippines Navy, that warship has de facto occupation at second Thomas Shore for more than 25 years. Don't you think it's contradictory to your official position? And what's the legal rationale behind that? Thank you.
Okay, so the final question. So anybody? Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. The question I've got is on the application of the rules on the threat or use of force. And I think some of the panelists have talked about whether it's kind of jurisdictional activity. I want to ask them what they thought about the Guyana-Suriname arbitration. In that case, the Surinese Navy was in a disputed water in the EEZ of what was then found to be Guyana. It was an armed vessel, but they didn't use force, but they essentially ordered this drill ship to leave. And the arbitral tribunal said that this amounted essentially to the threat of use of force in contravention of the Convention, the UN Charter, and general international law. And this essentially was in the EEZ and on a drill ship that actually wasn't then drilling, and it was actually US owned and operated. So I just wondered if you think the arbitral tribunal got that right. Are these the right framework to look at these types of incidents in the UN Charter, or should it be, as you're suggesting, perhaps another framework within the law of the sea? Thanks.
Professor, I think two questions are addressed to you, so if you could.
Thank you, Andrew. I would argue you probably should do it under the law of the sea, but I would look at Guyana-Suriname, but also the jurisprudence that's coming out of the case between Ukraine and Russia is very messy. We'll have to look at that as well. But I think that would be clearly an authority you would look at. But what you want to argue is an illegal exercise of jurisdiction. Whether you want to jump to the level of legal use of force, to me, it doesn't make any difference. What the key is, you want the tribunal to rule the action was illegal. In terms of re-examining the TAC, I'm not sure. What I would recommend that Cambodia do would be to ratify the Law of the Sea Convention. They're the only ASEAN country that is not a party to the Law of the Sea Convention. That gives you the entire framework with the compulsory binding dispute settlement system.
So, Professor Lei, if you have any supplementary reply to the questions? No? Okay. So the last answer should come from Commodore Taliela, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'd like to respond to the question of my Chinese friend. You know, I think there is something missing with your historical memory about the reason why the Philippines has decided to run aground BRP Sierra Madre in 1999. The main reason why the Philippine government under President Ella Estrada decided to run aground BRP Sierra Madre in 1999, it's because the Chinese government has occupied Mischief Reef in 1995. And when you were questioned by then President Ramos why the Chinese government occupied Mischief Reef in 1995, your reason then is that it is intended to be a Chinese fisherman shelter to be used by everybody who are in fishing in that area. But moving, fast forward in the future time, you have reclaimed Mischief Reef as a military base. And just to remind you, that falls within our own exclusive economic zone. In 1999, when we decided to run aground BRP Sierra Madre in Ayungin Shoal, we have all the right because that falls within our own exclusive economic zone. Not People's Republic of China has the right to question the decision of the Philippine government then, because the DOC was only signed in 2002. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commodore Taleira. So I think we could continue further, but unfortunately, time is up 5 minutes ago. So let's conclude this session and give a big applause to each one of the panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's not a question of territorial sovereignty, it's a question of sovereign rights and jurisdiction. Really have territory sovereignty in 12 miles of right? So you're taking me back to the...
Technical team, can I have the QR code on screen, please? Okay. Well, thank you, Excellency Ambassador. Thank you, our distinguished speakers. Now it is time for lunch, but before the lunch, I just want to remind you once again, this is the QR code. Feel free to scan it. Okay. It's anonymous. Your honest feedback is always appreciated so that we can improve our organizational and content in the upcoming years. And now, before we head to lunch, I would also like to remind you that we are going to have a live commentary section right here. And the live commentary is going to be hosted by our very own Dr. Nguyễn Thị Lan Hương, and also a panel featuring 3 prominent female panelists on legal experts. Feel free to stick around. The lunch is going to take place in the same venue yesterday, so follow the assistant team to the left side my left side, to this exist. But yes, I don't think you want to miss the live commentary that is going to happen right now. So feel free to stick around, and we'll be back at 1:15 sharp for sessions number 6. And once again, thank you everyone watching online. Thank you for all the questions. Please keep them coming. We highly appreciate them. And we try our best to accommodate to all of the incoming questions. Thank you and see you all.
The South China Sea stands as a pivotal maritime crossroads, rich in resources and strategic importance to many countries. However, it's also a hotspot where competing interests clash, creating tensions that extend far beyond its waters. Now is the time to come together and find common ground. For 16 years, the South China Sea Conference has brought top experts from around the world to one table. Here, they share ideas on how to keep peace and stability in the South China Sea. By joining forces, we can build a safer and more stable future for the region. The 15th edition of the South China Sea International Conference took place in 2023, successfully convening under the theme, Illuminate the Gray, Light Up the Green. The conference witnessed the presence of more than 200 delegates attending in person and nearly 250 delegates via online platform, as well as nearly 50 speakers who are reputable experts from nearly 20 countries, alongside close to 70 delegates from foreign representative agencies in the nation. The in-depth discussions and practical policy recommendations marked the success of the 15th conference in 2023. Session 1, South China Sea, 15 years on. Session 2, Great Power and Great Responsibility.
Alo.
Giới thiệu theo thứ tự ngồi này luôn ạ. Câu hỏi thì có thể là cháu sẽ mời mọi người xong lại lộ lại các đảo chiều. Vâng, đấy, cháu vừa bảo không bị nhầm ấy, sở sâu sắc. Lúc giới thiệu là Hoàng giới thiệu một phiên đặc biệt là có female, nhưng mà chắc là do nhầm chi tiết. Mostly thôi ạ. Bắt đầu chưa ạ? Xin kính chào quý vị và các bạn khán giả đang theo dõi chương trình bình luận sau các phiên thảo luận chính của ngày thứ hai trong khuôn khổ Hội thảo khoa học quốc tế về Biển Đông lần thứ 16 về chủ đề định hướng tư duy, phát huy chuẩn mực. Tôi xin trân trọng giới thiệu 3 chuyên gia tham gia chương trình bình luận ngày hôm nay. Thứ nhất là Đại sứ Nguyễn Đức Hùng, nguyên Đại sứ Việt Nam tại Singapore, Cố vấn cao cấp của Học viện Ngoại giao. Thứ hai là Đại sứ Nguyễn Thị Thanh Hà, nguyên Vụ trưởng Vụ Luật pháp Quốc tế và Điều ước Quốc tế Bộ Ngoại giao, và bà Nguyễn Đình Thúy Hường, giảng viên Bộ môn Luật Hàng hải, Khoa Hàng hải, Trường Đại học Hàng hải Việt Nam. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn các quý vị khách mời đã nhận lời tham dự chương trình bình luận ngày hôm nay. Kính thưa các quý vị, trong ngày thứ hai của Hội thảo Biển Đông lần thứ 16 thì tập trung vào chủ đề chính là phát huy chuẩn mực. Trong sáng hôm nay thì hội thảo đã có một phiên dẫn đề quan trọng với 2 bài dẫn đề của thẩm phán Tòa án Quốc tế ITLOS và của trợ lý Bộ trưởng Quốc phòng Canada, và tiếp sau đó là 2 phiên thảo luận về giá trị của Công ước Luật Biển Liên Hợp Quốc năm 1982 sau 30 năm chính thức có hiệu lực, và phiên xem xét về nguyên tắc không sử dụng vũ lực hay đe dọa sử dụng vũ lực trong giải quyết và ngăn ngừa xung đột. Vậy thì để bắt đầu chương trình thì tôi xin phép được hỏi câu hỏi đầu tiên tới 3 vị khách mời, đó là trong cả các cái phiên trong sáng nay ạ, thì qua các cái phần nội dung và bài phát biểu của 3 phiên thì phần nội dung nào là được các quý vị khách mời quan tâm nhất? Trước hết thì tôi xin trân trọng kính mời Đại sứ Nguyễn Đức Hùng ạ.
Để trả lời câu hỏi đầu tiên đó, của chị MC đó, thì tôi thấy là qua 2 cái phiên thảo luận sáng nay đó, thì ấn tượng của tôi nhất là về 2 vấn đề. Vấn đề thứ nhất đó là rất là hay, rất là thú vị khi mà cái hội thảo của chúng ta lần này đó trùng hợp với cái năm kỷ niệm 30 năm luật biển của Liên Hợp Quốc có hiệu lực. Thì điều đó nó có ý nghĩa rất thực tiễn, bởi vì chúng ta thấy là luật biển của Liên Hợp Quốc sau 30 năm đó thì có những cái kết quả rất đáng khích lệ. Đồng thời nó là một cái văn kiện pháp lý cơ bản về hoạt động trên biển đó. Và nó đầy sức sống cho đến tận bây giờ, bởi vì là sau 30 năm á, thì nó cũng tiếp tục được bổ sung, được hoàn chỉnh bằng những cái thỏa thuận mới, nhất là thỏa thuận về nghề cá của Liên Hợp Quốc năm 95 và thỏa thuận BBNG là năm 2023. Và cái điểm thứ hai đó là trước những thách thức mới của các vấn đề mới xuất hiện đó, thì rõ ràng là đặt ra vấn đề là luật biển của Liên Hợp Quốc càng cần phải tiếp tục bổ sung, hoàn chỉnh để đáp ứng với yêu cầu mới.
Xin trân trọng cảm ơn phần chia sẻ của Đại sứ Nguyễn Đức Hùng, và tiếp theo thì tôi xin mời Đại sứ Nguyễn Thanh Hà.
Tôi thì tôi rất là quan tâm đến các cái diễn giả trình bày về cái Công ước Luật Biển 1982 của Liên Hợp Quốc, và tất cả mọi người đều thống nhất cho rằng đấy là cái hiến pháp về biển và đại dương của giai đoạn hiện nay. Thế thì chúng ta hiểu cái Công ước Luật Biển là hiến pháp về biển và đại dương ở cái nghĩa tức là nó tạo ra một cái khuôn khổ pháp lý toàn diện để điều chỉnh mọi cái hoạt động liên quan đến biển và tài nguyên biển giữa các quốc gia ở trên thế giới. Thế thì trong khu vực Biển Đông chúng ta thì chúng ta thấy các nước quanh Biển Đông đều là thành viên của Công ước Luật Biển này. Thế thì đều phải có nghĩa vụ tôn trọng và thi hành cái công ước này một cách thiện chí. Thì về mặt lý thuyết, chúng ta thấy cái công ước này nó là một cái căn cứ pháp lý rất là tốt để điều chỉnh quan hệ giữa các quốc gia ở Biển Đông. Thế nhưng vì sao mà tranh chấp vẫn tồn tại dai dẳng và tình trạng đối đầu căng thẳng vẫn xuất hiện, dẫn đến cái tình trạng là những cái thảo luận về hợp tác thì được thảo luận rất là nhiều, rất là lâu, thế nhưng mà vẫn khó triển khai trên thực địa. Thì đấy là một cái vấn đề mà tôi rất là quan tâm.
Xin cảm ơn phần chia sẻ của Đại sứ Nguyễn Thanh Hà, và tiếp theo thì xin mời bà Nguyễn Đình Thúy Hường.
Lời đầu tiên thì cho phép tôi xin được gửi lời cảm ơn đến ban tổ chức vì đã mời đến đây những diễn giả hết sức là có tên tuổi và uy tín trong giới học thuật. Thật sự thì chúng tôi chỉ được tiếp xúc với những học giả này trên báo chí và Internet. Và khi mà nghe được các diễn giả chia sẻ thì chúng tôi nhận thấy rằng là những gì mình được học và truyền đạt lại cho sinh viên thì hết sức là đúng đắn và được cộng đồng thế giới công nhận. Đặc biệt là phần nội dung liên quan đến Công ước về luật biển quốc tế năm 1982. Chúng tôi là những người trực tiếp đào tạo sinh viên đi biển và những con tàu ra khơi một mình, lênh đênh giữa biển khơi. Và thật sự thì Công ước luật biển năm 1982 như là một cái hiến chương, là một cái ngọn đuốc soi đường để mà ngành hàng hải vận hành một cách trơn tru nhất. Xét về phần trình bày của các diễn giả thì tôi rất là tâm đắc với cái phần trình bày của giáo sư Takei Yoshinobu, vì đã trực tiếp nói đến cái vấn đề là thực thi Công ước Luật Biển 1982. Phần trình bày thì đã nêu ra có 2 phần, đó chính là về biến đổi khí hậu và đặt cát ngầm ở dưới biển. Điều này sau 30 năm mà chúng ta mới chỉ phát triển được hai cái phần này thì chứng tỏ rằng là một cách tích cực. Hy vọng rằng là trong tương lai sẽ còn rất nhiều những cái công việc khác, những cái tiềm năng có thể phát triển khi mà xây dựng hệ thống pháp luật liên quan đến thực thi UNCLOS.
Xin trân trọng cảm ơn phần chia sẻ của bà. Tôi muốn quay trở lại cái tinh thần xuyên suốt của cái buổi ngày hôm nay. Ngày hôm qua thì chúng ta đã được nghe các cái phần trình bày về phần định hướng tư duy. Thì hôm nay ban tổ chức muốn hướng tới các diễn giả cũng như là các chuyên gia chia sẻ về phát huy chuẩn mực. Thế thì từ cái góc độ nghiên cứu cũng như là theo dõi của các vị khách mời thì tôi cũng được hiểu rằng là sáng nay thì mọi người cũng chia sẻ UNCLOS là một trong những cái điều trong những cái hiến pháp cho biển cả và cho biển và đại dương, là một cái khuôn khổ pháp lý cho tất cả các cái vấn đề điều chỉnh trên biển. Thế thì ngoài cái UNCLOS này ra thì trong tình hình hiện nay thì ông bà có thể đánh giá xem là những cái chuẩn mực mà cộng đồng quốc tế đang hướng tới đã thực sự được phát huy hay chưa? Bởi vì là cái mục tiêu là phát huy chuẩn mực thì là cái chuẩn mực hiện có đã được phát huy thực sự hay chưa ạ? Với câu hỏi này thì tôi rất là mong mời bà Nguyễn Thanh Hà chia sẻ về câu hỏi này. Là về câu hỏi là các chuẩn mực đã được phát huy chưa? Và đâu là những cái thách thức và cản trở các cái mục tiêu phát huy chuẩn mực trong tình hình hiện nay ạ?
Nếu nhìn vào Công ước Luật Biển ấy, thì chúng ta có thể khẳng định được là toàn bộ các cái quy định của Công ước Luật Biển nó tạo ra một cái khuôn khổ chuẩn mực và các cái quy định chuẩn mực rất là cụ thể cho rất là nhiều cái lĩnh vực về nghiên cứu, thăm dò, khai thác và sử dụng tài nguyên biển, kể cả ở trong các cái vùng biển thuộc quyền tài phán quốc gia lẫn trong các cái vùng biển ở ngoài phạm vi quyền tài phán quốc gia. Tuy vậy ấy, thì như là các đại biểu ở trong hội thảo cũng trình bày, Công ước Luật Biển nó không phải là một cái văn kiện đóng khung, mà nó là một cái văn kiện nó đang phát triển, và nó phát triển để nhằm đáp ứng với cái đòi hỏi của tình hình mới. Thế nhưng mà trên thực tế thì để mà làm cho đảm bảo cho các cái điều khoản của Công ước Luật Biển nó sẽ được chẳng hạn cho rằng là nó vẫn còn đang có có những cái chuẩn mực nó chưa đầy đủ hoặc là nó chưa được quy định một cách rõ ràng, do cái điều kiện là trong cái quá trình đàm phán nó là một cái đàm phán đa phương và nó mà có rất là nhiều lợi ích khác nhau, vì thế người ta phải nhân nhượng lẫn nhau, cho nên nó có những quy định chưa rõ ràng. Thì cái con đường mà để đi đến củng cố và phát triển các cái chuẩn mực đã có ở trong Công ước Luật Biển để đáp ứng với cái tình hình mới, nó phải là cái con đường hoặc là đi theo cái con đường, tức là phải thương lượng đa phương, phải khởi động cái quá trình thương lượng đa phương và phải thông qua cái sự thương lượng cũng như là thỏa thuận giữa các quốc gia thành viên của Công ước Luật Biển để đạt được những cái có thể là những cái điều khoản điều chỉnh hoặc bổ sung công ước. Chẳng hạn như gần đây các đại biểu cũng đã nói đến cái quá trình đàm phán BBNJ ở trong khuôn khổ của Liên Hợp Quốc để đặt ra một cái khuôn khổ pháp lý cho việc nghiên cứu, thăm dò, khai thác cái tài nguyên đa dạng sinh học ở cái vùng biển ngoài quyền tài phán quốc gia. Thì đấy chính là cái con đường đi đúng đắn mà nhân loại văn minh hiện nay có thể chấp nhận được, nó phù hợp với quy định của luật pháp quốc tế. Ngoài ra thì còn có những cái cách nữa mà hiện nay cộng đồng quốc tế vẫn đang sử dụng, hoặc là tìm kiếm những cái ý kiến pháp lý để mà chỉ dẫn của các cơ quan tài phán quốc tế đã được thành lập và hoạt động theo quy định của luật pháp quốc tế. Thì chúng ta cũng thấy là hiện nay là Đại hội đồng Liên Hợp Quốc đang hỏi ý kiến tư vấn của ICJ về vấn đề biến đổi khí hậu. Đấy là một cái cách để mà có thể tìm những cái ý kiến pháp lý định hướng. Rồi chúng ta cũng thấy cái vụ kiện về Biển Đông giữa Philippines và Trung Quốc trong khuôn khổ của Tòa trọng tài phụ lục 7 của Công ước Luật Biển. Đấy là một cách sử dụng cái cơ chế giải quyết tranh chấp trong khuôn khổ của Công ước Luật Biển để có thể không phải là có thể giải quyết dứt điểm được tranh chấp, nhưng mà ít nhất chúng ta sẽ có những cái ý kiến pháp lý chỉ dẫn cho mọi người có thể xác định được là những cái yêu sách nó ở chỗ nào nó đúng, chỗ nào nó sai, vì sao nó đúng, vì sao nó sai, mà dựa trên căn cứ pháp lý. Thì tôi thì với tư cách là một luật gia thì tôi nghĩ là đấy là những cái con đường đi mà hiện nay cần phải được phát huy để mà có thể củng cố và phát huy những cái chuẩn mực trong luật biển hiện nay, mà đặc biệt là trong Công ước Luật Biển 1982.
Xin cảm ơn Đại sứ Nguyễn Thanh Hà. Tiếp theo thì tôi xin trân trọng kính mời Đại sứ Nguyễn Đức Hùng chia sẻ cái suy nghĩ của mình về các cái chuẩn mực hiện nay đã được phát huy hay chưa, và những cái thách thức nào đang cản trở cái mục tiêu là phát huy chuẩn mực. Phát huy chuẩn mực ạ.
Tôi nghĩ rằng những cái tôi chia sẻ những ý kiến của Đại sứ Thanh Hà vừa nói thì thực sự cái luật biển là một cái thực thể sống và đang tiếp tục hoàn thiện cùng với thời gian và cùng với đòi hỏi của yêu cầu của tình hình. Thế nhưng mà để nói một cách ngắn gọn là liệu những cái chuẩn mực mà đã được xác định và đang được xác định trong luật biển và những cái văn kiện bổ sung khác hiệu quả đến đâu thì nó tùy thuộc vào hai vấn đề. Một là tình hình địa chính trị ở các khu vực có ổn định không, có thực sự ổn định hay không, hay là còn đầy dẫy những tranh chấp và mâu thuẫn. Cái thứ hai là cái mức độ cam kết thực hiện của các nước liên quan. Thì tất cả những cái đó nó sẽ quyết định cái hiệu quả thực hiện của các chuẩn mực, hay chúng ta nói là phát huy những chuẩn mực như thế nào, phát huy được đến đâu là tùy thuộc vào hai nhân tố đó. Thì hai thí dụ rất lớn mà chúng ta biết cả là một ở Biển Đông. Những cái mâu thuẫn hiện nay ở Biển Đông, những cái phức tạp ở Biển Đông đó, nó cũng cản trở rất nhiều cái việc thực hiện cái chuẩn mực ở chúng ta ở đây, hay là eo biển Hormuz chẳng hạn, hoặc là Biển Đỏ, hoặc là Hồng Hải hiện nay thì các anh đều thấy cả là do những cái mâu thuẫn về lợi ích về đối với vấn đề chủ quyền lãnh thổ, đối với lợi ích kinh tế, lợi ích chính trị, lợi ích an ninh, thì điều đó nếu không giải quyết được thì chắc chắn nó sẽ hạn chế cái tính hiệu quả của việc thực hiện các chuẩn mực hiện nay.
Xin cảm ơn Đại sứ Nguyễn Đức Hùng. Tiếp theo thì tôi cũng rất là mong muốn nghe từ góc độ của bà Nguyễn Đình Thúy Hường. Tôi cũng được biết là bà công tác tại một cái lĩnh vực đặc thù. Vì như chúng tôi chia sẻ thì ví dụ Biển Đông hiện nay từ trước đến giờ người ta sẽ nghĩ là đấy những vấn đề chính trị an ninh. Tuy nhiên gần đây thì những cái câu chuyện liên quan đến nào để đảm bảo cái tính chống chịu và khả năng chống chịu hay là tăng cường cái tính kết nối, thì bà được công tác trong lĩnh vực hàng hải, thì bà có thể chia sẻ từ cái góc độ đặc thù của mình là những cái chuẩn mực liên quan đến các cái lĩnh vực hàng hải đã thực sự được phát huy hay chưa, hay là còn tồn tại những cái thách thức mà đang cản trở những cái chuẩn mực trong cái lĩnh vực mà bà đang nghiên cứu ạ. Xin kính mời bà.
Để đưa ra một cái nhận xét về là các chuẩn mực có được thực thi một cách đầy đủ và được tôn trọng hay không, thì tôi nghĩ rằng là cần phải có những dữ liệu chính xác để có thể đưa ra được những nhận định khoa học. Thì theo những cái thống kê của một văn phòng luật chuyên về hàng hải nổi tiếng trên thế giới là HFW, thì người ta đã đưa ra số liệu là 2/3 các tranh chấp hàng hải trên thế giới hiện nay được giải quyết bởi trọng tài hàng hải London. Nhưng đứng ngay thứ 2 và thứ 3 đó chính là Singapore và Hồng Kông, Trung Quốc. Có những năm gần đây thì người ta đã lo ngại rằng là liệu có phải có một cái làn sóng dịch chuyển từ Anh về phương Đông hay không trong câu chuyện là giải quyết tranh chấp hàng hải thương mại. Đấy là một vấn đề. Vấn đề tiếp theo nữa đó chính là vùng biển châu Á Thái Bình Dương và đặc biệt là biển Đông của chúng ta nằm trong cái khu vực được coi và đã được đánh giá là có mật độ giao thông đông đúc nhất, tương đương với việc là có nhiều tai nạn hàng năm thường xuyên xảy ra nhất, bao gồm những tai nạn như là đâm va, cháy nổ, mất tích và chìm đắm, mắc cạn. Vậy thì xét về ngành hàng hải thì chúng ta có rất nhiều các cái công ước quốc tế và các cái bộ luật về sinh mạng con người trên biển cả, về phòng ngừa đâm va, rồi thì bộ luật an ninh quốc tế áp dụng cho tàu biển và cảng biển. Đặc biệt là Việt Nam là thành viên của Tokyo MOU và Paris MOU liên quan đến kiểm tra nhà nước về cảng biển. Những năm gần đây thì các tàu biển của Việt Nam luôn luôn cố gắng tránh nằm trong danh sách đen và luôn nằm trong danh sách trắng về tuân thủ các quy tắc cảng biển của các quốc gia có biển. Vậy thì những cái dữ liệu đưa ra như vậy thì chỉ cho chúng ta được một cái kết luận, đó chính là cái việc thực hiện và tôn trọng các cái chuẩn mực có, nhưng ở các mức độ phức tạp khác nhau. Và khi mà có một cái tai nạn hay một cái sự cố xảy ra thì các bên liên quan trong ngành luôn luôn cố gắng giải quyết nó bằng các phương pháp khác nhau, chẳng hạn như là các cái hợp đồng trao đổi giữa các bên hoặc là bảo hiểm hòa giải.
Xin trân trọng cảm ơn phần chia sẻ từ góc độ lĩnh vực hàng hải của bà Hường. Do cái thời lượng còn có hạn thì tôi cũng xin trân trọng là hỏi cái câu hỏi cuối cùng, là trong cái phần chia sẻ của các quý vị thì cũng cho thấy là ngoài chúng ta cũng đã thừa nhận là UNCLOS là một cái chuẩn mực quốc tế để cần phải đảm bảo cái tính phổ quát cũng như là cái tính toàn vẹn của UNCLOS thì cần phải được tiếp tục phát huy. Và cũng các quý vị cũng đã chia sẻ là hiện nay thì đây là một cái văn kiện sống và cần tiếp tục được bổ sung và điều chỉnh phù hợp với tình hình mới. Thế thì trong phần chia sẻ của Đại sứ Nguyễn Đức Hùng thì ông đã chia sẻ có hai cái thách thức đặt ra, đó là cái tình hình an ninh khu vực và cái mức độ cam kết của từng quốc gia. Thế thì theo ông bà có thể chia sẻ là cái cách thức nào trong tương lai có thể để thúc đẩy cái mục tiêu cộng đồng quốc tế có thể đạt được cái mục tiêu chuẩn mực, phát huy chuẩn mực trong tương lai, và trong cái bối cảnh hiện nay, những cái cơ chế hay những cái biện pháp nào, một cái đề xuất từ các góc độ cá nhân của ông bà về việc phát huy cái chuẩn mực trong tình hình hiện nay và trong bối cảnh Biển Đông ạ. Trước hết là xin mời bà Nguyễn Đình Hường từ góc độ lĩnh vực hàng hải thì có cái giải pháp nào để đảm bảo các cái chuẩn mực và phát huy các chuẩn mực?
Dạ vâng ạ. Trong ngành của chúng tôi thì theo nghiên cứu thì thường mọi người sẽ sử dụng 3 phương pháp. Trước tiên là cần có sự cam kết của các quốc gia. Một ví dụ thành công, hết sức là thành công, đó chính là theo tiêu chuẩn của IMO 2020 thì cái mức độ sulfur dioxide trong cái dầu dầu biển ấy, dầu dùng cho tàu biển thì phải giảm từ 3,5% xuống còn 0,5%, tức là một con số rất là khủng khiếp, cắt giảm. Đội tàu Việt Nam lúc đấy là chủ yếu là các tàu cỡ nhỏ và trung bình tầm 5.000 GT, nhưng mà cũng phải áp dụng cái tiêu chuẩn là cắt giảm xuống còn 0,5%. Có rất nhiều khó khăn khi mà vận hành, nhưng mà vì đã cam kết nên là chúng ta đã thực hiện đến cùng. Đấy là một cái cách số 2 nữa là trong ngành hàng hải của chúng tôi thì chủ yếu là liên quan đến tàu biển, nhưng mà một điều rất kỳ lạ là thực sự trong các văn kiện của thế giới và các cái công ước không hề có một sự thống nhất liên quan đến định nghĩa về khái niệm tàu biển là gì hết. Tuy nhiên vì không tìm được tiếng nói chung trong cái khái niệm tàu biển nên mọi người đã dùng cái phương pháp là đặt ra cái nguyên tắc và một cái kết quả phải đạt được, tức là tàu biển không quan tâm nó là bằng gỗ hay là bằng sắt hay là tàu không người lái, nhưng mà nó phải có khả năng đi biển của tàu biển. Đấy chính là cái nguyên tắc mà mọi người sử dụng. Còn cái số 3, cái cuối cùng mà trong ngành hay áp dụng đó là sử dụng người ta gọi là sub law, tức là không sử dụng các luật của các quốc gia nữa mà có các cái khuyến nghị, có các cái văn bản mẫu, chẳng hạn như các mẫu hợp đồng hoặc là các mẫu vận đơn mà các tổ chức quốc tế hay ban hành.
Xin chào, cảm ơn chia sẻ của bà. Xin mời đại sứ Nguyễn Thanh Hà có thể chia sẻ là cái cơ chế nào sẽ là hiệu quả nhất và những cái giải pháp nào có thể phát huy chuẩn mực trong tương lai.
Theo tôi nghĩ ấy, thì thứ nhất tôi rất là chia sẻ ý kiến của chị Hường liên quan nói đến cái cam kết của các quốc gia. Cái điều này là cái điều mà tối quan trọng trong cái quan hệ quốc tế. Các quốc gia trong quan hệ với nhau và thì cái điều mà quan trọng là phải cam kết. Cam kết cái gì? Cam kết thiện chí xây dựng các cái chuẩn mực, và khi chuẩn mực đã được xây dựng rồi thì phải cam kết là thực thi tôn trọng các cái chuẩn mực đó một cách có thiện chí. Thế thì nói đến khu vực chúng ta ấy thì rõ ràng hiện nay chúng ta đang trông đợi và chúng ta cũng đang đầu tư rất nhiều vào cái cơ chế ASEAN. Ở đây thông qua ASEAN và các cái đối tác của mình ấy, thì chúng ta đang cố gắng xây dựng một ngoài cái khuôn khổ chung là công ước luật biển rồi, chúng ta đang cố gắng xây dựng một cái văn kiện mà được hội thảo nhắc đến rất nhiều, đấy chính là cái Code of Conduct ở trong khu vực Biển Đông. Nhưng mà rõ ràng là chúng ta thấy cái con đường xây dựng một cái văn kiện như vậy nó cũng không dễ dàng. Đấy cũng là một văn kiện soft law như chị Hường đề cập đến, nhưng mà nó cũng không dễ dàng. Và điều này nó cũng đòi hỏi cái thiện chí của các cái quốc gia hiện nay đang tham gia xây dựng thương lượng để xây dựng ra các cái chuẩn mực, các cái quy định mà nằm trong cái COC đó, và sau đó là sẽ đến bước cam kết để mà thực hiện các cái quy định đó. Ngoài ra thì trong khuôn khổ ASEAN chúng ta còn có cái hiệp ước hòa bình thân thiện và hữu nghị giữa các thành viên của ASEAN, và kể cả chúng ta còn mở ra cho các quốc gia bên ngoài có thể bày tỏ cái sự tự nguyện chấp nhận và tôn trọng cái hiệp ước đó, và cái hiệp ước đó trong đó nó có cái cơ chế giải quyết tranh chấp. Thế nhưng mà vấn đề là cho đến hiện nay thì chúng ta cũng rất khó có câu trả lời là trong trường hợp mà nếu khủng hoảng hoặc là xung đột vũ trang xảy ra ở khu vực Biển Đông, liệu cái cơ chế này có đủ mạnh, có đủ hiệu quả để có thể xử lý khủng hoảng một cách nhanh chóng hay không. Thì cái đó là đặt ra một vấn đề đặt ra để cho các nước ASEAN suy nghĩ, để trong cái quá trình mà chúng ta xây dựng cái COC, chúng ta giải quyết cái mà điều mọi người vẫn băn khoăn về cái cơ chế giải quyết tranh chấp trong hiệp ước hòa bình hữu nghị và thân thiện của ASEAN như thế nào, để chúng ta có được một cái cơ chế giải quyết tranh chấp nó hữu hiệu hơn và nó có thể giúp giải quyết khủng hoảng nhanh chóng.
Xin mời phần chia sẻ của đại sứ Nguyễn Đức Hùng ạ.
Một câu hỏi kết thúc rất là hay, và tôi xin nói hai ý thôi. Thứ nhất, phải nói rằng những cái gì sẽ cản trở các anh trong việc phát huy chuẩn mực hoặc là xác định chuẩn mực mới. thì có 3 vấn đề. Một đó là cái tranh chấp chủ quyền toàn vẹn lãnh thổ. Hai á, là xung đột lợi ích về kinh tế, về an ninh. Và cái thứ ba đó là cách diễn giải khác nhau của các bên đối với một cái chuẩn mực nào hoặc với học một thỏa thuận nào hoặc thỏa thuận kia. Thì tất cả những 3 cái vấn đề đó đó được giải quyết đến đâu, nó sẽ quyết định việc phát huy và tuân thủ chuẩn mực đến đó. Vậy thì cách giải quyết là như thế nào? Thì tôi nghĩ là các nước người ta không trông chờ một cái chuẩn mực gì chung cho cuộc thế giới đâu, mà người ta những cái gì liên quan lấy trực tiếp của người ta sẽ chủ động người ta làm với nhau. Cho nên đã có những cái unilateral mechanism. Cho nên là tôi nghĩ rằng trong thời gian tới đó sẽ có những vấn đề mà thế giới sẽ phải họp để xử lý. Ví dụ như là AI. Tôi nghĩ đến lúc nào đó đó sẽ có luật chung của AI, của thế giới cho AI. Sẽ có. Bây giờ quan tâm thì nhiều rồi. Người ta thấy là cái quản lý của Anh sẽ đi rất chậm so với sự phát triển của AI. Và người ta thấy rõ ràng phải có một cái luật chung để quản lý cái này. Và lúc nào đó sẽ có một cái hội nghị thế giới, một cái luật chung về AI ở Liên Hợp Quốc chẳng hạn. Cái thứ hai đó là đối với những khu vực họ sẽ không trông chờ một cái luật chung nào để có thể giải quyết cho họ những cái vướng mắc, những lợi ích kinh tế, lợi ích chính trị an ninh của họ, và họ sẽ từng khu vực họ sẽ chủ động với nhau, họ giải quyết và đang diễn ra điều đó. Tôi nghĩ rằng xu hướng sắp tới sẽ là như vậy.
Xin kính thưa các quý vị và đại biểu, qua cái phần trình bày của các khách mời thì có thể thấy là cái tinh thần chung là làm thế nào để đảm bảo các cái cam kết tuân thủ luật pháp quốc tế, các cái chuẩn mực chung của luật pháp quốc tế thì đều được coi là cái cơ sở để đảm bảo hòa bình cũng như là an ninh ổn định quốc tế và khu vực. Và cái tinh thần qua cái phần chia sẻ của các quý vị thì có thể thấy là một trong những cái nhân tố quan trọng nhất đó là cái tinh thần cam kết của các quốc gia là vô cùng quan trọng, và để thực hiện làm thế nào để tuân thủ cũng như là tôn trọng các cái chuẩn mực đó. Và đối với những cái chuẩn mực mới chẳng hạn như câu chuyện về AI hay là những cái phương tiện tự hành thì cũng sẽ mất nhiều thời gian và đòi hỏi cái sự quyết tâm, và cũng đôi khi là cần có cái sự lạc quan trong quá trình thương thảo. Và một lần nữa thì tôi xin thay mặt ban tổ chức thì tôi xin trân trọng sự chia sẻ rất là thẳng thắn, cũng như là tôi cũng đã học được rất nhiều từ các chia sẻ của các chuyên gia về luật pháp, về chính trị và trong những cái lĩnh vực luật biển cũng như là luật hàng hải. Và tôi xin trân trọng cảm ơn sự theo dõi của các quý vị trong chương trình bình luận, và xin kính mời quý vị có thể quay trở lại theo dõi các cái phiên thảo luận chính trong buổi chiều ngày hôm nay về một chủ đề mà về các cái chủ đề công nghệ mới cũng như là về những cái vấn đề giải pháp cho hòa bình trong khu vực trong thời gian tới. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
And as we approach the last half of the day after lunch, I know there's a temptation to close your eyes and have a nap. I encourage you to stay with us. If you do need to go out and grab a cup of coffee, by all means do, but don't miss the initial presentations, because I think this is going to be fascinating. The discussion around AI, drones, and advanced technology can become a little bit technical. But our panel today is going to guide you through the broader issues. The broader issues about the impacts on commercial activities, shipping in the South China Sea and in maritime environments. But not just commercial activities, which are so vital to the South China Sea, but warfare. How will drones and AI impact defense, deterrence, and the conduct of war? And finally, through our presentation, we'll come back to what this all means for safety, security in the maritime environment and in the South China Sea. So I hope you'll all enjoy the journey that we put you on. I want to note that this panel is probably the most anticipated panel of the conference. AI, autonomous vehicles, drones has been mentioned at least once in each of the panels, and now we have a chance to do a deep dive. For example, panelists have discussed the disruption of AI in many fields, including in information, maritime domain awareness, as well as disinformation. They've talked about the legality or illegality of drone strikes in the past. And they've talked about the impacts of autonomous vehicles, at least, on gray zone tactics. We have even had in this very hall accusations of drone flies. So if you thought this was science fiction, it's real. All of this with a view to looking at what will the impacts be on the safety, reliability, and very importantly, the accountability of states in the maritime environment. I'm also very delighted to have a gender-balanced panel, and I want to thank the organizers for granting me with the privilege of having a gender-balanced panel. I want to just say a word about why this is important. Minister West from the UK, in responding to a question, mentioned the fact that technology and gender responsiveness need to go hand in hand. And when we talk about AI, we have to recognize that artificial intelligence is not neutral. There are biases built in. We have to go the extra mile to combat our stereotypes, our biases, and our misunderstandings. And so I'm really delighted that we have a variety of perspectives on this panel. Let me introduce them briefly. We have Dr. Oceane Zelbedia, Director of the Armament and Defense Economics Domain at the Institute for Strategic Research at the Military School in France. Professor Dimitrios Dalaklis, Professor at the World Maritime University. Mr. Nico Lange, Senior Fellow of the Munich Security Conference. And Ms. Jane Chan, Senior Fellow and Coordinator, Maritime Security Program at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. And without further delay, I'm going to pass the floor to Oceane. Oceane, you've said that, I think in your abstract, that AI can be a lever of power to collective action. I'm fascinated to learn what that is.
Thank you very much, Shaun. I'm deeply honored to take part on this fantastic session, and I want to express my sincere thanks to Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam and ASIWA invitation. So I'm very pleased today to speak about this session dedicated to artificial intelligence, and I would like to focus on the power lever and the collective action regarding drones in the maritime domain. And it's why I ask about this question about will artificial intelligence change the way of using naval drones and from this level power to collective action. So, first of all, it's important to remember that drones are not new. As you see, it started in 1998, so the end of the 19th century. So it's not new, and it's important to say it. Nikola Tesla, you see on the picture, was a Serbian engineer who makes presentation at Madison Square Garden in New York, present remote control and patent radio control robot boats. And for the little history, he used radio waves to move this robot boat in a small pool. So he focused on electricity, which was the core of his invention. And I want to underline this just to show you about the evolution technology, because there is more than a century later. We are today on this session, and we are speaking about unmanned system, about powerful system with hybrid energy and challenging, IA. And to understand this grow up, it's why I propose this session of reflection and to speak about this evolution. So their widespread use could be explained by the fact that the technology has become increasingly accessible, costless, and easy to use. And due to miniaturization of their components and payloads, so they become more and more smaller, and finally open the door to numerous actors. Some speakers spoke about these things yesterday, but it's important to say about this opening door about a lot of actors. The maritime environment is hostile and demanding one, and generally, drones seem to meet these requirements, in particular their rusticity and cutting-edge technologies of which they are composed. So, maritime drones have a wide range of civilian and military application, and I want to underline this particularity, and because to understand what is evolving about the context on the sea, and I think it will grow up, and about a lot of mission with drones, and why this question mark, it's to think about what is the new issues we can expect it, and we can open the reflection like from the new space to the deep sea, like the seabed space, and it's like the same challenges as this new space, and to take the power and fierce competition. And there is a growing dispute over the right to explore the seabed, and autonomous and AI will play a big role. And in this case of underwater drones, the development IA not only offers obvious operational benefits, but also an interesting answer to the limitation of underwater communication. So there is a real dynamic on this integration, and accuracy, performance, and security and accuracy. So through the artificial intelligence capacity for autonomy, the protection, the data stream will no longer be crucial. So it's why it changed maybe. It's why we can question about rupture and breaking rules about that, and breaking technology. So we are not protect against a malicious actor diverting drones from their routes or worlds causing collide and cannot be ruled out. So zero risk does not exist fully. And there is a special attention about, I said, about the dual characteristic about drones. And we spoke a bit yesterday about smart ship, and it opens a lot of using new technology, not only artificial intelligence, but about virtualization, Internet of Things, IoT, and connectivity. So it changed the scope of the maritime domain and full of actors, civilian actors, states, non-actors. So it makes like the fog of war of Clausewitz, can we speak about? So it takes more precision, as I said, accuracy, security, but at the other side, it makes more complex to challenges. And regarding this increased development, there is a lot of incident nowadays. You can read on the international press, and like repeated capture of small underwater system or aerial drones stranded at sea in the area of South China Sea. So it's growing up more and more. And we spoke about gray zone a lot of, and I think it's the main point to challenge this gray zone and technology, and to be adapted, and how to apply this technology to maritime domain challenges. And I propose about some reflection. Are we jumping towards a new model, and how we can challenge it? 5 blocks to reflect about that, and how to highlight these needs, the risk, and how to be resilient about that. There is a lot of points we can develop on this. And what it's important to say and to remind that is a great rise of strategic interest in South China Sea, and both growing up technology. So there is a lot of challenges, and thinking about new model is really important, and it's really essential to think in the direction of a common consciousness. We spoke a bit large this morning about this common consciousness. I can give, for example, about on March 2024, European Parliament adopted IAA Act, which aims to ensure safety, ethical and dynamic IAA system promoting common value. And ultimately, through commonality of IA, there could be greater understanding between states, and dialogue could be fostered. So this process of common reflection is already underway. At the last, even in South Korea, on the 9 and 10 September of this year. And next event about IA to be held in Paris on February. 10 and 11 February 2025, France will host a summit for action on artificial intelligence, and bringing together heads of states and a lot of international organizations, researchers, a lot of actors, civilian society. And maybe we can go ahead, the famous black box, and it biases could be overcome. That is important. Who cares on the black box, and put the tools inside. And in conclusion, I can say there is a lot of challenges regarding autonomous machine, and the balance of power and international relation could be severely tested if certain norms are not put in place. So the common work of international and European engineers and lawyers are essential, I think so. And in the future, we need to where we want to place the cursor on these different gaps, and to appropriate combine technology and to guarantee future requirements. Thank you for your attention.
Merci, Ocean. You've given us in that last slide in particular, a great overview of the issues that come together. As you've said, drones and artificial intelligence coming together can be a powerful tool, but it can also be a powerful tool as a dual-use tool for nefarious actors, and the world has to catch up in regulating that technology. The competition's fierce. Technology, AI can be helpful for efficiencies, commercial efficiencies in shipping. What Dimitrios, should we be watching for in the shipping industry?
Your Excellencies, distinguished guest participants, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the Vietnam Diplomat Academy, for their kind invitation to participate in this event. It is always a very pleasant experience in the academic world to be able to provide input in events such as this one. And I look forward to the interaction with such a wide and diverse audience. Now, I'll have the audacity of expose our moderator. In our last coordinator meeting, he said, we need to ensure, no matter what, that you don't fall asleep. He even suggested to use scare tactics about this one, and I said, yes, of course, I can be quite innovative, especially when you are in an island and you need to use a boat to go to the mainland. So let me ask for your attention, and do follow the slides, because my presentation is quite heavy, and in a limited period of time, it is impossible to supplement the necessary verbiage. Very quickly, I will introduce you to my mother institution, the World Maritime University, which is based in Malmö, Sweden. I want to highlight that the IMO Secretary General is also serving as the Chancellor of the university. And although my presentation is not political sensitive, I will still throw you my classical disclaimer that the argumentation and responses provided in this event are personal and should not be affiliated with the World Maritime University or any other entity in the United Nations framework. Now, diving into the content of the presentation. For those that believe that the Industrial Revolution is over, I regret to inform you that this idea is wrong. It's not only the steam engine, it's not only electricity and the assembly line, it's not only what was wrongly attributed as the IT revolution, which is simply the introduction of computers and IT in our everyday life. Today we are experiencing the fourth stage of the Industrial Revolution. So not only we have digitized our information, but we have also digitalized our business models. I guess everybody's carrying one of those. If you want to buy a train, you go to the app. Very quickly, I'm continuing forward. CPIC is already operating in the era of digitalization. So we are talking about digital business model, and there are disruptive trends that are influencing the way we work. And in the university, we have tried to identify those trends. And why is that? Because a very significant difference is that today the world around us, it is changing fast, and we tried to see the impact of job profiles and especially identify future job profiles. And in order to do that, we have deployed two different research phases. The first one was termed the future of work. So we were looking in 2040 in the various modalities of transport. What will be the future? We call it educated guesses. And more importantly and more recently is the impact of technology on seafarers. That was the idea to identify what will be the future of shipping. And this is how the discussion about autonomous vessels or mass-type vessels came into the forward of attention. If you want to identify the possible future, yes, conventional ships will still continue to operate in the near future, but they will become more and more digital and full of IT applications. For those that have a seafarer background, let me just remind you, from radar to ECDIS. And there is also the mass-type vessel. I will provide the definition later on. Definitely, we have remote-controlled vessels, and because I was asked last night Is autonomous vessel a reality? Yes, it is. It's not a future issue. They are already here with us. So if we want to have a look on those technologies, I'm not certain if you can read, but definitely I have put a right circle that the most influential technology that we have identified in our study is numerous artificial intelligence applications. Trying to get in time, I am inviting you to visit our website. You can download both these reports and you can utilize at your own convenience. Now, favorite topic of academics, definitions. I regret to inform you that unfortunately we are using the terms unmanned and autonomous ships interchangeably. That is totally wrong. An unmanned ship is one which has no crew or human operator on board. So the question how we will intervene if or when things go wrong. A remote operator can do this, or even in the near future, we will simply launch what we call service robots. Moving forward with the discussion, an autonomous vessel, by contrast, is one which is equipped with suitable system that can steer the ship and make decisions about any change in control settings without human intervention. So the easiest way to distinguish between the two types of ships is no human in the loop. And of course, autonomous ships may be manned or unmanned. It is still an application that can do the necessary navigation or decisions about the safety of the ship. So MASS, the acronym MASS is an acronym used by the International Maritime Organization to describe commercial vessels that operate with little or no human intervention using various sources to gather the necessary data to support the safety of navigation and the necessary decision making. And of course, artificial intelligence application or tools are needed in order to operate this type of ships. And here we have the Yara Birkeland, which is a very identifiable example of a ship that it is reaching the greatest autonomous level. And with that, we can see the ship has completed sea acceptance trial and is now ready to dive into normal commercial operation. So put everything into perspective, here is an abstract of the official category for those describing mass type vessels. And you can see definitely we're having 1, 2, 3. We are researching number 4, and there is a significant number of ships that are about to become fully operational at the 4th level of this category. I am moving forward about artificial intelligence. I have thrown a couple of definitions. My own personal definition is computer programs that can make decisions on their own, because simply we are trying to mimic the function of the human brain. In reality, we are gathering information with our senses, then we are processing that information to facilitate reasoning and make decisions. And here you can see a portfolio of technologies that are already available in order to facilitate those tasks. Continuing forward, I want you to simply note that there are today artificial intelligence applications all around us. And for shipping, an example that is easy for everybody to understand is weather routing. By collecting the necessary or the correct type of data, the system will simply choose the best and safest passage on our behalf. So we have already started outsourcing the necessary decision-making to artificial intelligence applications. I will guide you through this one. I can also see Sean's eyes that are flashing because of the pressure of time. So basically, the IMO ran an evaluation of what needs to be done in the future through the regulatory scoping exercise. The idea for the IMO is to adopt a goal-based means based on performance mass code The mass code will hopefully cover many legal gaps that today exist in the operation. And here I am providing some clarifications in terms of operation. In my young days as a naval officer, I used to be involved in air control traffic activities. So for me, a lot of legal attributes and definitions that I see towards the creation of the mass code is following the aviation industry in the past. More work and especially. So for the time being, the idea is that a human will always be responsible for the mass type vessel. In reality, we are simply trying to utilize the concept of the captain in a different format. Basically, the IMO is pushing hard, but it is not an easy task to do. So what happened? We recently revised the plan, and the idea is that by the 1st of July 2030, so it is just 6 years from now, the new code will come into force and will be effective just 2 years later, so 2032, even with the revision. And since we are counting just seconds, mass type vessels are already here. It's not a futuristic idea. I'm listing there a couple of benefits. Yes, a reduced number of crews is already the norm today, where automation on board ships is helping the conduct of navigation. However, in the near future, those number of crew members will reduce even further. And the idea is that in order to have level 4 of mass, we need applications that will be able to make decisions by themselves. And here I'm using an organic form of definition with no human input. And closing, to answer the main question of the panel, no, AI cannot autocorrect. In reality, as the moderator already highlighted, it is expected that someone will train this application. And let me remind you, good trainer, good performance of the student. Bad trainer, bad performance of the student. And with that, I would like to thank you, and I'm open for any questions during the question and answer session.
Thank you, Dimitrios, for clarifying the definitions and the levels of automation. Level 4 is a significant development, but as you've said, there are benefits to AI use and efficiency of shipping. I'm going to ask Nico to talk about how that applies in the military sphere.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the possibility of being here. I'm for the first time in Vietnam, so I'm learning a lot during the last days. Thank you to the Diplomatic Academy and to the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for having me here. One thing that I learned yesterday and today is that there's a discussion in this room and in the whole region whether there is a cold war or a hot war or maybe a lukewarm war or a gray zone war. What I am reporting here today is my focus of work, which unfortunately is a real war that is going on in Europe right now. Russia's war against Ukraine and Ukrainians' defense against the Russian aggression. And reporting from this war, I can just confirm what we heard before. Talking about autonomous vehicles and AI in war, it's not a theoretical question or an abstract question of something that might be happening in the future. It is happening right now in Ukraine. It is leading to dramatic shifts in how warfare is conducted. And I think everybody who understands this transformation faster and implements this into procurement, into military planning, into structure, doctrine and training of their own armed forces will be able to be successful in defense and deterrence. And I'm saying it in that way because from my point of view, this is not something we can theorize about for a long time. It's about practical implications and decisions that have to be made right now. I see in my country, in Germany, we are largely investing in military capabilities we needed 15 years ago. And I'm concerned if we are really investing into the military capabilities we need now and in the future. I'm afraid we don't, but that is true not only for my country, it's true for other countries as well. But it's, I think, just polite to criticize my own country and not criticize other countries. The main lesson I see on the battlefield in Ukraine is best explained by examples. Ukraine was attacked by Russia with a full-scale attack in February 2022, and you are all aware that Russia was always very proud of the Black Sea Fleet stationed in Sevastopol on Crimea. It is part of the conversation about Russian predominance in the Black Sea and in the Crimea. Very, very important element for Russia to have the Black Sea Fleet. Now let's look 2.5 years into this war, let's look, where's the Black Sea Fleet? And you would be amazed if you would learn, if you don't know it yet, the Black Sea Fleet is not in Sevastopol anymore. It's not even in the western part of the Black Sea anymore, because the Black Sea Fleet has been beaten by Ukraine. 30% of the ships of the Black Sea Fleet, they are on the ground of the Black Sea. By the way, south of Crimea, subtropical climate. So in a couple of years, this will be a wonderful diving area where you can watch the Russian warships being down there. 30% being sunk, and the rest of the Black Sea Fleet being retracted to Novorossiysk, a Russian port. And the question is, how did Ukraine do that? With the additional information that since 2014 and the illegal annexation of Crimea, Ukraine doesn't even have a navy. So how does a country without a navy sink 30% of the Black Sea Fleet and deter the rest of the Black Sea Fleet to move away? Ukraine did this with surveillance capabilities, with sensor and data fusion, with the use of advanced missiles and autonomous vehicles, with cruise missiles and overwater drones. And if you take the economic fundamentals, that's for everybody who knows that resources are limited, that's a very interesting point to look at. So the Neptune coastal defense missile that sunk the Russian flagship Moskva, of course, the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet had to be called Moskva. Moskva is one of the ships that is down on the ground of the Black Sea now. It was sunk by missiles. The value of the Moskva cruiser was around $750 million. The value of the Neptune missile was around $75 million. That's quite good economy. The Russian landing ship Cesar Kunikov, with a value of around $350 million, was sunk by an overwater drone that is called Magura, self-built, self-invented by the Ukrainian intelligence services during the war. And the production cost of a Magura drone are a little bit under $300,000. That's good economy again. My point here being autonomous vehicles and the use of AI models to support your warfare effort, they change the economy of war. There is a new economy of warfare. And the new economy of warfare is also described by the element that in former times you had long-term military research and development, and then maybe later, after the military products, there would be commercialization of your military research and development. Now it's the other way around. We see the militarization of cheap, commercially available technology, because everything that is in a Magura drone is something you can buy for other purposes. It was just repurposed for military purposes. The consequences for procurement, for military planning, for military doctrine, for structures of armed forces and naval forces and training are enormous. We have to, I think, learn those lessons. And it also means you do not have to be afraid of countries with a lot of ships and a big navy, because if you can sink them or deter them with relatively cheap instruments, they might be much less of a threat than they believe. The second example I want to talk about briefly is the example of sensor and data fusion. The Ukrainians are doing something that has never been done before. They are using data that is coming from commercial satellite images that they, for example, get also from the European Union, from commercial satellite images you can buy from certain companies who provide a service, military intelligence data, data from forward observers, but also data from mobile phones of Ukrainian citizens who are just taking photos or videos and sending them to the Ukrainian intelligence services. They are fusing all the data not only to have better situational awareness, but to use them for operational targeting. This is not something that has been done before by our armed forces, by other armed forces. It was theoretically thought of being possible. The Ukrainians are doing this in the war, by the way, by attracting talent. I mean, it's homeland defense. So everybody, for example, who produced and programmed video games in Ukraine, very strong video game industry, everybody of video game industry of Ukraine is now working in the armed forces and in homeland defense. That's an enormous brain trust, but totally new creative ideas about warfare and about military solutions. They bring new solutions to known military problems. The solutions are also cheaper. The data fusion in Ukrainian battlefield management systems very often uses all the data to identify targets and then to prioritize targets very pragmatically by their value in money and by their reproduction time. So you shoot the targets first that are most expensive and that take the longest time to reproduce for the enemy. That's a very smart approach. It's an approach that I think also alludes to the economy of warfare question that I mentioned, but it points to something that we need to think about by planning our forces, planning our command and control, how we will be able to fuse all the data, also to incorporate public data and open source intelligence into our military intelligence data, use the population for gathering information, and then use the information for situational awareness and targeting. To summarize the 2 points about economy of war and data fusion and sensor fusion, I think who wants to have a military advantage in the naval area in the future does not have to look too much to aircraft carriers, carrier strike groups, fleets, tonnage. I think the focus has to shift to permanent surveillance, connectivity, data fusion, data analysis, and mobility, speed, and precision. Because with mobility, speed, and precision, you can beat mass. I think that is what we are seeing in the Ukrainian defense against Ukraine. And one last point, since I still have 40 seconds, on artificial intelligence. Ukraine is very successful in adapting AI models that were developed for something completely else to warfare. They are not developing the language models or the image models by themselves. They are taking them from somewhere. And there have been policies in the European Union for a long time where we thought making things open source is something that can help. But making things open source can mean for AI models that somebody can take them, repurpose them, and use them for very dangerous purposes. So homeland defense of Ukraine is something that I can agree with. But somebody else, a terrorist organization, a malign actor, a rogue state, using AI models that we developed for certain purposes, repurposes them, and uses them for targeting or for other dangerous purposes. So I agree with what Dimitrios said. There is no auto-correction or auto-regulation. And I think for the most advanced AI models that will be used for warfare, we need to have a very serious conversation that is similar to non-proliferation discussions we had when it came to certain types of weapons. I'm not sure if the United Nations can play a role in that. After seeing Secretary General Guterres in Kazan yesterday, I have my doubts about the United Nations, to be honest. But maybe there should be a start of a conversation between the most advanced actors in AI, which is the United States and China, about proliferation and non-proliferation of potentially dangerous, in a war sense, AI models. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Jane, we've heard a lot today about the risks, the opportunities, the efficiencies of technology coming into play. But we've also heard a lot over the last day and a half about gray zone tactics, risks to stability, safety in shipping and in conflict in the South China Sea. Can you bring to bear your knowledge as a maritime security expert, what this technology advancements and this technological competition will mean for the South China Sea?
Ambassador, if my answer is no, can I get off the stage now? A very good day, one and all. A quick word of thanks to DAV for the very generous invitation and warm hospitality. A quick shout out to my good friend Hong San and Lanan for the opportunity to participate in this conference. So I come on this panel with a view of the inevitability of AI in all segments of our life, including maritime domain. But that's the extent of my competency on AI. So apologize if I have to dumb down the discussion a little bit here. So not being an expert on disruptive technology or arms control in that sense, right? What I plan to do is really just, as the ambassador said, share with you how a maritime security analyst, maybe this maritime security analyst, think about our collective quest for technology, and also, how do we fuse this into the topic of South China Sea? So I plan to do that in three broad areas. First, we have already heard about some of the exciting potential for the changes that we will need, relying on new technology in the advancements of maritime safety and security. So I'll pitch in my 2 cents on that. Number 2, I will talk a little bit about the challenges that I see in the MARSEC domain, which to me are plenty. And number 3, I'll try to sketch in my view where this topic sits in the maritime security discourse in Southeast Asia. So if you are impatient like me and you plan to zone out in the next few minutes, just know that, my only point here is that to me, the discussion on disruptive technology and the discussion on maritime security in South China Sea is currently running on 2 parallel tracks, right? So of course, there are some overlaps, but usually in the maritime security track, new and emerging technology is only discussed in part, or sometimes, or most of the time, in the last part of an agenda, mainly because of what are some of the preoccupations. And we have heard, discussions since the beginning of this conference yesterday. What are some of the broader preoccupations when we're talking about the South China dispute? Great power rivalry, balance of maritime power, the roles of regional institutions, and the rule of law. So on to the task at hand. The first segment on, what are some of the exciting futures. We have already heard about, all the exciting futures and the advantages in investing in this technology, and, just looking at the current generation of smart ships, right? Where some of the systems are already fully automated and the various unmanned platforms, big and small, already deployed both commercially and by law enforcement agencies. Some of the key attributes, in my view, of course, apart from reducing the need of manpower, as the professor have highlighted, the reduce of costs and, more importantly, risk. So one functional area that I was thinking of that we need in Southeast Asia, at least, to invest more in AI is what Nicole already talked about in terms of MDA and information fusion. I think in that sense, especially when we are talking about, maritime threats and challenges, especially the non-traditional maritime challenges. So this is a very low bar when we are thinking of safety and security, is where, we do need to invest a little bit more in terms of MDA, in terms of the AI capacity in MDA. So of course, there are various info-sharing platforms and info-fusion platforms in this region that are already in operation, collecting and collating data. But in my mind, there's still room to improve when it comes to the sense-making component. Again, echoing what Nicole has already mentioned. So while the descriptive AI are already, can already identify, understand, classify some of this data, when it comes to the sense-making sector, at least in Southeast Asia, I realized that within the platforms that we have, the predictive and the prescriptive AI component is one that is not fully developed. It's something that we can learn, from other regions, right? More importantly, in my mind, many of these platforms that we are currently using in this part of the world requires the human administrator to set the perimeters, right? And to me, there is always going to be inadequacy and bias because we are really limited to what we know already. Which brings me to the second part, to highlight some of the challenges, right? Especially if we are thinking about military AI. So the first group of challenge or the questions that I have for this particular panel is slightly more technical, and I think some of the presentation already answered the questions that I have. First, I spoke about human biases, right? And I want to link this to the quality of the data. So some of the data that we are already receiving when it comes to maritime and safety and security. So since, in my mind at least, the AI algorithm learns from data. Again, I learned from the professor. Am I right to say then the bias or inaccurate data input will inevitably lead to bias and inaccurate assessment and decision, right? And when that happens, if the autonomous system makes a mistake, who is accountable, right? Question about whether these systems are vulnerable to cyber attacks, right? And therefore, human manipulation again. So I'm also under the impression that there's currently no global standards to AI development. Again, I stand corrected. So integration and interoperability might be a problem, even between partners, right? So apologies for the layman term. I'm really thinking about the Mac and Windows comparison here to the very basic level, right? I was going to ask whether there's already an arms race in the AI realm, but yesterday we have a very bright young leader who already raised this. So kudos to DAV for investing in the next generation. We already spotted a rising star there. So the second set of questions that I have, and really raising challenges, is to me more problematic, right? And again, some of these already raised. What is the right balance between human oversight and autonomy, especially in military users of AI? So I mentioned accountability earlier, and I worry about mistakes, right? Especially where there can be biases or human manipulation. Especially, again, keep emphasizing military users. So I have in mind, lethal autonomous weapons. So again, the example that I have, which Nico already mentioned, is really a AI system-enabled navigation and targeting of, for example, hypersonic weapons, for that matter, right? But again, since those are beyond my competency, I'll go to, what are some of the current discussion in this part of the world, which is really focused on unmanned systems, which earlier on I was quite excited about, being a new technology, but I'm kind of stuck. Why? Because we have heard there is increased interest and also concern about the proliferation of some of these unmanned systems. We already saw, reports of unidentified unmanned submersibles and gliders in regional waters deployed for unknown purposes, found by navies and fishermen alike. Right? The concern of the lack of rules and regulations that can regulate some of these systems. And some very basic questions that we are asking in this part of the world is, what is the legal status ascribed to these platforms and systems, right? Since there's no universal classification yet, even the IMO is working on the mass classification right now. So whether this can be applied to military ones, what rights and duties do these vessels and platforms have with regards to navigation? So whether or not, UNCLOS can regulate the grays as well. And whether such autonomous platforms should be recognized as part of the aircraft or vessels that is deployed from. So the mothership, right? Should this be part of the mothership? The reason I ask this is because can this be accorded sovereign immunity? Can they fly a flag independently? So reading the updated US Commander's Handbook, right, on the laws of naval operation that was updated 2 years ago, I think I learned the US perspective on some of these questions that I have. Because one of the major components that was updated 2 years ago was indeed on operations of unmanned and autonomous systems. Unfortunately, when trying to raise this particular topic, I realized that, it's not many in Southeast Asia is aware of this amendment and updates to the US Commander's Handbook, yeah? So to be clear, I'm referencing to the US Commander's Handbook really just as an example. As an example of how one country, one major maritime power, has already stated its position. And it may be worthwhile for the rest of us in this part of the world to study these policy more closely, since the US do operate very extensively in Southeast Asian waters, right? And this brings me to my third and final point, Mr. Moderator, to weave this topic of AI into the discussion in the South China Sea and maritime security more broadly in Southeast Asia. So I mentioned earlier on that my sense is that the discussion on disruptive technology and maritime security is currently still running on two separate tracks with limited overlap. So kudos to DAV for bringing this panel here to help us think through implications of these emerging technology in some of the long-standing maritime disputes that we have in this part of the world. My friends in the room will know that I'm currently obsessed with the question about, lessons learned from conflict in the Red and Black Sea, and what are the implications, the future of naval warfare and conflict in this part of the world. But like it or not, this line of inquiry actually in this part of the world has attracted a lot of criticisms on me, saying that I'm too realist in the IR sense. So if I can just shelf war out of the mind. Shelf war out of my mind, ditch the earlier scenario that I have about AI-enabled hypersonic weapons, right? So given the current tension in the South China Sea, it's not unimaginable, of course, for one of the claimant states to send an unmanned patrol vessels to assert its claim. Full specs with cameras, video, water cannons, guns. Should we view these as escalatory or de-escalatory? And what if both sides deployed unmanned and autonomous vessels? If we take the human out of the picture, can we be less concerned about water cannons attacks and ramming? But the fact that, I'm asking this particular question reveals that, I'm really no expert on laws of armed conflict, because a lawyer would point out that, the human factor is only one variable in the assessment of the threshold of the use of force, as we heard in the earlier panel. So I'm looking at, the panels of lawyers earlier on, so if you have any difficult questions, ask them, please. Another relevant question very quickly here, which is, again, beyond my competency, is how the emergence of disruptive military technologies, especially AI, will change the discourse on arms control and disarmament discussion, especially in Southeast Asia, where the Southeast Asian country will change our minds about arms control and mainly because, there are some prevailing, positions taken, especially when it comes to the nuclear and non-proliferation discussion. But when it comes to, emerging technology, whether these countries may change their mind in terms of the need for control and disarmament. So again, I will echo, the panel to say that the rules and norms building is something that we really need to think about more seriously in this part of the world. And when it comes to governance in the broader maritime domain is one conversation that we need to start infusing more in Southeast Asia. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Jane. I think you've articulated many of the thoughts that are on the minds of all of us when we're thinking about AI, the use of drones, and what that might mean when you've already got so much ambiguity and gray zone in the South China Sea. Just another layer of complexity to this already complex situation. So we'll open it up for questions. And I've got one over here and one in the far back corner. Let's start over here.
Thank you. I have a general question to the panel, and I have a specific comment directed to Mr. Liko Lange. The general comment or question to the panel is that for the first time in modern history, we see the rapid development of technology that can be applied very quickly at low cost. It's affordable, cheap, low cost, and can be disseminated rapidly and can end up into the wrong hands. Now, what happens when this technology is disseminated, for example, to terrorists and states with a grievance against the international order? Yesterday, we heard about the Houthi rebels using Iranian-supplied drones against shipping in the Red Sea. Now, what happens, for example, if the Somali pirates get hold of these drones? And I can imagine a situation where North Korea can threaten its neighbors with hordes of drones. Forget about nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons are dirty, and nuclear weapons come under international sanction, but drones do not. It can slip out of international sanctions, Security Council sanctions by reliance on this kind of technology, threaten its neighbors, South Korea and Japan. And what will the rest of the world be able to do about it? That's the general comment. The specific one to Nico Langer. Now, I echo your thoughts. I think you're right that what you say in terms of the development of this technology will have a dramatic effect upon naval strategy in particular, not land warfare, not so much land warfare, but certainly in the maritime domain. Naval strategy will be affected, recruitment, training patterns, all this will be dramatically affected. And I could add to this, for example, the notion of ocean transparency. We had a study done in my university on ocean transparency, which predicted that by the year 2050, ocean transparency will become a reality, which will make the submarine obsolete, not ocean-wide, but in areas of deployment. Submarines will become detectable. Now, my direct comment to all of this, which I agree, I'm not contesting what you say in any way, but in the conference we had quite recently in my center, the issue of application came up because navies are notoriously conservative, and they will defend their training, defend their tactics and strategy. It's going to take years for navies to adapt to this kind of technology. I can envision it, and when adapted by certain navies, it'll be done haphazardly. Some will be quick off the mark. I'm told my colleague in the American Navy tells me that they're moving very quickly with the adoption of this technology, but the other navies will be very slow and they'll be left behind. So it'll take years for this to filter through the system to very conservative naval services.
Thank you. I'm going to remind folks as we take the questions, one question. And because the acoustics up here are a little bit difficult, if you could speak really clearly and slowly into your microphone so that all of the panelists can hear. So I had a question way in the back. Yeah.
Thank you very much to the panelists and the DAV for organizing this very interesting panel. My name is Pat. I'm the Deputy Head of Region for the ICRC based in Bangkok. And I think the discussions here touch upon some of the work that we've been doing regionally and globally on autonomous weapon systems. Namely, we've been working with like-minded states and the UN to reiterate that human users must be able to supervise, intervene, and deactivate these autonomous weapon systems if needed. And our position is mainly to restrict the type of autonomous weapon systems that are anti-personnel in nature. So my question is, given the increasing development and deployment of AWS in conflicts across the globe today, how can states ensure that these technologies comply with IHL, otherwise known as the laws of armed conflict, particularly on the principles of distinction, proportionality, accountability, and precaution? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I had, yes, Dr. Kirkberg.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Sarah Kirchberger. I'm actually a naval analyst by profession, so I would like to add in on this discussion we just had about consequences for procurement from AI. And I would like to add a note of caution to the idea that AI and drones are such a fundamental technological shift that everything else becomes somehow obsolete. I don't believe that is true. If you look at the history of naval weapons and weapons development in general, you will note that the development of weapons and countermeasures always moves in tandem. So there's usually at some point a new development, and then countermeasures maybe catch up, and then new weapons development becomes necessary, and so on. And in this phase that we are right now in, we have this, a new type of weapon to deal with. The Russian Black Fleet was probably caught wrong-footed and was not particularly well equipped to deal with this unexpected, probably, threat from their point of view. This does not necessarily mean that 10 years from now the situation would be exactly the same, because I anticipate that countermeasure development will now be the focus for many, many countries, and including weapons, using cyber weapons to disrupt communication between drone swarms, laser weapons to fight off, aerial drones, and so on. So we can expect there something catch-up movement. And also, we should remember not every war looks exactly like this war, where Ukraine is basically defending its coastline, defending its own territory against an invasion. There are different scenarios, and big naval platforms can be deployed globally. They can do a lot of things that are not necessarily all, the same. And I believe the direction of development might be more like towards drone carriers, for instance, to integrate drones with naval platforms and so on. I would just like to add this note of caution to the discussion, not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, because I think 15 years ago we believed everyone would only be fighting pirates, and all our Cold War era naval weapon systems were obsolete, and look, where would we be with them today without naval vessels able to fight off ballistic missiles in the Red Sea, for instance?
Thank you for that. So we've had a couple of comments that I'll summarize, but maybe we can take one more question for this round. Debbie?
Thank you. This is a very layman question, but following listening to all of this, I'd like to follow up on what Nico and Jane was saying about norm buildings and regulations. Clearly, when Nico mentioned about if we need to control it, clearly this is very different from biological or chemical weapons, because this is dual use. There are benefits, but there are also dangers. So where should we start? Nico, you were a bit skeptical about taking it to the wider multilateral system that is not functioning very well right now. Now, Jane, you are talking about regional ones. So is it possible to do it at the regional level first? Or should we just start talking at it at the global level and looking at it at the dual use, when it applies to civilian use and when it applies to military use, Because this is completely new, where would we start? Thank you.
So we've got a couple of competing comments there. I mean, one aspect says navies are very slow to adapt, and this is going to cause problems and maybe some asymmetry in threats. Another view that countermeasures are inevitable, that situations will change. And then a question about how do we apply international humanitarian law in the development and use of these new technologies, and where do we start in controlling their use. So, Nico, I'm going to start with you, but I might call on others as well.
I will try to pick a few aspects that I'm ready to answer and not answer on others where I do not feel qualified doing it. I have a general remark to the regulation discussion and the norms discussion. I feel at unease with this, because the point I was trying to make is this is already happening. So there is a contradiction between the theoretical discussion of regulating certain developments while they are already used on the battlefield. I come from a country, Germany, where the German government was under the illusion that Germany could have a global regime discussing the use of armed drones while Germany was not able to procure armed drones themselves. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. Why should somebody who has armed drones already start a conversation with us about a regulation or an international regime? And we live, I think, just at the beginning of a development where not only, but also because of new technological possibilities, political decision makers have the feeling that wars can be won. We have seen this between Azerbaijan and Armenia. We see the attempt by Russia against Ukraine. I'm afraid there will be more attempts. So as a military person, I would focus on the question how to win the war first before I discuss theoretical, sorry for saying that way, theoretical discussions of norms and regimes and all that, because we might be in a very defensive or very bad position until we arrive there. On what we heard about navies adopting, I mean, the Black Sea Fleet, 30% of the Black Sea Fleet, regardless of what we are discussing, they are underwater now. So there is a real impact of what is going on. But I agree with you that the challenge for naval strategies, naval warfare concepts, doctrine, structure, and training of naval forces is that you have to be able to combine the conventional means that you would be using for naval power projection globally or for military naval capabilities with those new capabilities. And since resources are limited, you cannot do everything you did conventionally and do the new stuff on top. You have to integrate it. And the integration is done quickly in a country such as Ukraine because you are under the pressure of homeland defense. And I agree with you, if you are not having that pressure, then there is a huge reluctance to adapt the new stuff into your doctrine, structure, and training, and you might be not capable against actors who are using the technology to their advantage. In procurement, there is one important change. I think in addition to maritime platforms, there will be a significant element of consumables that yet you have to be able to use, to consume, to throw away, and to reproduce. So it's not about a runtime procurement, it is about keeping procurement and productions running for permanent supplies to the battlefields to have consumables you use in war. And that is a concept that is for military planners and for procurement agencies very difficult to grapple. So maybe new institutions are needed for that. Ukraine found a solution that I find at least interesting because Ukraine decided, after trying to adapt those things, decided we need a separate branch of our armed forces that is a branch only for unmanned vehicles. And we introduce unmanned vehicles training for all forces. We have an academy for unmanned vehicles training, and everybody has to undergo training there. But to have the separate branch to adapt more quickly and not to try it within the established branches. And the last aspect I want to mention is, which is something that sometimes for those in question is very unpleasant to hear, the Ukrainian Commander-in-Chief, General Syrskyi, made a very brave decision when he was appointed Commander-in-Chief, by not taking the generals who were in line for promotion as his deputies, but pulling up 2 colonels who were 20 years younger with a different mindset, with a different approach to technology, and pulling them up and elevating them to his deputies. So bringing in new people with a different mindset, with a different technology approach into established military and political structures, that is, I think, something that helps. But that needs a lot of bravery, because I think all the generals between the commander-in-chief and the 2 colonels, they were not very much in favor of that decision. So it's a leadership question as well.
In the same way, I can speak about the cost of war in the same idea as you develop before. And the same idea you developed, the cost of war, about crisis, it's accelerated the rhythm of technology and created new technology more and more and more. As the example for Ukraine, we can speak about Red Sea and asymmetric and generalization of drones. As I said, it's costless and really simple to use. And about the cost of war, example for United States to shoot down the drones of Houthi, it was about nearly $1 million to use some missiles to shoot down the small drones. And it makes a reflection about the balance of cost of war, and it's the economic part and the hurt of drones is to put far away the human from the loop. So we have discussion about law and proportionality. So first of all, of this technology, it put off far. With the players, with drones, it depends if you are a democracy or not. So it's challenging for democracy not to close emerging technologies and innovation. And other part, respecting rules. And it's important to develop these rules facing this speeding, accelerating cycle of technology. So the crisis really have an impact to develop this technology, as we saw for Ukraine. and to be resilient over that. And there is the question about how to counter, because there is new technology, and how to face this technology. For Ukraine, they lose about 6,000 drones per month. So they're always resilient with that, and it shows how it's emerging. For the maritime domain, it's going more and more because there are more and more interest and crises in this cycle with unmanned system, because there is really adapted to this special environment, because you have a lot of size of drones with different propelled hybrid drones with a lot of shape and autonomous or not, so they can answer to a lot of situations. So there is a really challenging context about using this technology, and to find this right balance, and the challenge is really high, I think.
Thank you, Ibu, for that question. Two parts to your question. First is that in my mind, at least, for someone who don't understand AI, I do wonder whether, the discussion of control and disarmament is a bit premature, because, whilst we have heard of some of the real challenges and risks, but do we really understand the full extent of the possibility? I think that's one that I'm a bit resistant. But on your point about, whether there can be a regional rules and norms, I'm one who ascribe to laws, rules, and regulation must have universal interpretation and consistent application worldwide. So it has to be international in that sense, which is also why, when I raised the question on the regional concerns, is because in my mind, when we discuss about the nuclear context and non-proliferation, that technology is not available or not within grasp of Southeast Asia. So the positions can be very clear. But when it comes to these emerging and AI, these technologies are within grasp for some of the Southeast Asian countries. And therefore, whether the discussion of control and disarmament is whether these countries would take the same stand on this issue is one that I question. So where would they sit in this broader discussion, which I don't have answer to. But if I can jump into the point that Dr. Kirchberger has mentioned, in my mind, I'm fully with you. Because if we are looking at the naval modernization programs in this part of the world, it has not changed. I think the aspiration for conventional platforms are still there. Right? So, of course, now that some of these technologies are, again, accessible and a bit more affordable, it's at best be seen as supplementary. So, an example is the Singapore plans for the multi-role combat vessel, right? It's going to have the drone and the unmanned, vessels, etc., but it's a combat vessel. It will have the conventional weapon systems with the AI function in it. So that, I think, is still going to be the preoccupation for Southeast Asian navies when it comes to procurement in the near and medium term. Thank you.
I want to go to a final round, but Nico, if you wanted to comment briefly.
Just because I forgot to answer to one, I think, very important point that was raised. I think one of the consequences of the developments I described is that there has to be rapid development when it comes to defense against unmanned vehicles, and there is the economy of war aspect as well. So bringing down the costs of air defense, bringing down the costs of defense of unmanned vehicles is tremendously important, because otherwise the economy is working in favor of the aggressor if the aggressor is using cheap consumables for attack. That has consequences for all maritime platforms that are already there, that has consequences for all maritime platforms that have been procured and take eternity to build, and that has consequences for all that will be built in the future. But the technological solutions for cheap defense against consumable cheap attacks are not there yet. Yes, there are lasers and there are experiments with them, there are rapid fire guns, but one, I think, fundamental question is of importance here. If you talk about infrastructures, if you talk about valuable assets, if you talk about buildings, if you talk about maritime platforms, I think you have to think surveillance, drone detection, and drone defense while you are constructing those things. It is not only a war element, it has to protect civil infrastructures as well.
Thank you. Demetrios, I know you want to get in. I'm going to take another couple of questions and then let you lead. Okay, go ahead.
Well, hello again. I will try to cover the whole spectrum. I am Greek. It's a mistake to give the microphone to a Greek. We have the tendency not to stop talking. But in any case, let's combine question 1 and 3 together. Many years ago, Thukydides and Herodotus said a statement in the form, war is the father of all inventions. It is necessity that is forcing us to think in an innovative way. So, Nico, the Ukrainian necessity forced them to think differently than the rich Germans. For our Australian friend with the Polish name, forget me, I cannot pronounce it, but I will say, the side that has the technology advantage is always winning. World War I gave us tank and the creation of the Air Force branch. World War II gave us Blitzkrieg. The new war, whatever you want to call it, is giving us something different. I have even suggested in a publication of mine that was peer-reviewed in the American Yearbook of International Law that it is time to start talking about drone warfare as a specific branch of the electronic warfare. As for the culture of the branch, the older the branch and the greater the tradition, it is more difficult to change. So I do acknowledge the comment. Army officers change more difficult than naval officers that consider themselves flexible, clever, and beautiful. Remember James Bond and his arrogance. And the Air Force officers that are more prone to change because the branch is newer, so it's more adaptable to change. Last but not least, to borrow an argument from Nico and our Australian friend, every action creates a reaction. So yes, indeed, we have drones, but now we are investigating the use of direct energy weapons or lasers that will bring the cost of shooting down a drone to $3. Therefore, your figures will be reversed. And of course, we are also experimenting with shielding, a Star Wars concept that, in very simple terms, no matter the Neptune missile or the Harpoon missile, no matter the drone, if you approach a specific distance from the vessel, it will automatically explode. And that will bring back the masters from the 70s, like Moskva, to the forefront, because a Moskva shielded is a totally different animal. I hope that is enough. No, it's not enough. I am in favor of the global. If we go regional, we will lose the opportunity, and those that are not included in the regional will use it against in the global scale. That is from me.
Thank you, Demetrios. Look, this is my 3rd year moderating at this forum, and I have not gone over time in the past previous years, so I'm not going to do it again. With apologies to those who had their arms up, with apologies to those who posted online, we'll wrap it up. But I just wanted to say a final word of hope, and I think picking up on what Demetrios said, there are efforts, however futile they may be, globally to negotiate terms and conditions for the use of artificial intelligence in weapon systems, and we need a global effort to make it happen. A commentator said yesterday, maybe China and the US can come together on negotiating non-proliferation issues. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the area that we need to come together on to have an agreed solution. Thank you to all our panelists for very enthusiastic presentations, and thanks to all of you.
Speaking of digitalization, can I have the QR? Okay. Please scan the QR code because this is secure. Your access to the boat, which we will be embark on later. You will be asked for the receipt of the survey completions. Joke aside, for the interest of time, we'll come back here at 2:45 sharp for the final sessions of the 16th South China Sea Conference. Thank you, Ambassador, and thank you, your panelists, once again. See you in 10 minutes.
The session 7 is titled Diplomacy, Defense or Deterrence? Which path to peace? Now, to answer this question, I'd like to bring you back to the context of this conference, which was set out in the first session. The movements towards multipolarity and the inherent turbulence therein. We've learned from the first session that as we move towards a multipolar world order, there are a lot of shifts. The shift in the power balance, the shift in countries' strategies, the shift in the security perception, and therefore the shift in a lot of the things that matters to our regions, to our global security. And in that shift, it's natural for countries to feel a bit insecure and to retract to defense or deterrence in order to protect their own national security. And therefore, there's the questions again about how we best use these tools in our national toolkits to achieve the national security that we all desire for. So in this session, we are going to delve into these tools. We are going to discuss defense, diplomacy, deterrence, and maybe other tools as well, and analyze how we should perceive this tool in the new context, in a world that is transitioning towards multipolarity, in a world that is seeing the rise of non-state actors, the rise of new technologies that are at most eroding the rules of governing rules are eroding, or at best non-existent at all. And we have to navigate different narratives on how these different tools might achieve the effect that it is designed for. So there are a lot of questions on how best to use this tool, what this tool means, how you can deploy without producing counter effects that you do not want for. And to help us understand these and other tools in the new context, we have assembled a stellar panel with distinguished scholars. I'm not going to delve into introducing their very long and impressive CVs, because I really would like to save time for their presentation and the Q&A forwards. But I'd like to delve and invite right away the respected speakers. So let me first of all invite Associate Professor Đỗ Thị Thủy, which is a lecturer at the Diplomatic Academy Vietnam. So Thủy, you have the floor.
Yes, it's good. Thank you, the moderator Dr. Nguyễn Hồng Sơn. So I would like to begin this very important and final session by providing a theoretical framework on the pathway to peace. And I set the title as Navigating Difficult Waters, because I think that the world that Dr. Nguyễn Hồng Sơn have just described to us a moment later, it caught small and medium-sized countries into a very difficult position between a rock and a hard place of different competing power competition, competing bloc, geopolitical tension, and conflict happening across the world. So facing such difficult waters, how should I look mainly at from the angle of small and medium-sized country, but also talk the pathway to peace in general. Next, please. So, in understanding the pathway to peace, in my opinion, we need to understand the causes, what caused war and conflict to happen. And mainstream IR theory offer a different kind of explanation on why war happened. And they also envision the pathway to peace and the foreign policy strategy tools that are associated with it. So for realism, the realist foreign policy thinking, for those who applied realist framework and you think that the cause of war is intangible and is inherent, we cannot fix it because it starts from our human nature, it starts from the structure of the international system, the anarchy, and it causes security dilemma that force countries and actors to go to war and conflict. But they also envision the pathway to peace. That is, you have to rely on your self-defense or self-help, or you rely on the balance of power, forming alliances, or you rely on sharing power through the concepts of power, or you apply deterrence thinking in the foreign policy. And the foreign policy tool that may come with it, you can see that power sharing, force alignment to form what we call, balance of power block, and you can use nuclear deterrence and arm control. But I think that the realist, tool and strategy is effective, but it is costly, and it fits more for great power, particularly when you say that arm control and nuclear deterrence, very costly and also risky as well. So liberalism is applying a different pathway to peace because it's think that conflict happen because we have different values, particularly democratic value, lack of institution and economic independence. So the pathway to peace here, you rely on collective security with several others, or you mobilize trade and economic exchange, democratization, and you use international institution and rules. So you can see that the various foreign policy strategy tools applied with it is preventive diplomacy or multilateral diplomacy, mediation, negotiation, or soft power. I would say that it can be applied to every country, including the small and medium countries. But the drawback of this approach is that the rules and norms and all these kinds, it only applies to the party concerned and the signatory, particularly when the rules and norms, it only applies to those who sign it. And it's not, binding to the other in the international community. And for constructivism, the cause is more tension and conflict is more with cultural, religion, lack of interaction, and so individualism. So they decide the pathway to peace is socialization. You realize more on community building and also collective identity. You use the media or rely on world opinion and global conscience. So we see here the tool associated with it is to build contact, exchange, and also the leadership skill. So next, please. So I think that which pathway to peace should we choose? It depends on what kind of the objective that the country or actor aim for. If you want to eliminate the incentive to make war, we can apply preventive diplomacy to make it not happen. But if we want to reduce the means available for watching a war or conflict, and then usually a great power will apply arms control and disarmament. But as I said in the previous section, it's costly and risky as well. Yes, next slide, please. And if you want to reduce or eliminate the fundamental causes of war, and then it requires a lot of effort, and I think it may not be thinkable. But all the liberal or constructivist approach may think that it's a good, it is still achievable. So next slide, moving to peace and conflict study. Scholar has suggested the 9 pathways to peace, and the 5 pathways are the traditional one, including removing the source to the threat to peace or preventive diplomacy, deterrent, diplomacy for peace or disarmament, arm control, and eliminating the fundamental cause of war. And the 4 remaining ones are they call alternative pathway, apply to the world that Dr. Nguyễn Jong Sơn had mentioned. When it's multipolar, we have the non-state actor, new technology. So we need to adopt new tools to fit to such a world. So here, moving to how it can be applied to the case of ASEAN and the South China Sea issues, I think that a number of pathways that should be when we think about these issues, including, and some have actually been employed in practice, including preventive diplomacy. It can be in the form of unilateral, bilateral, or multilateral. And within the ASEAN region, we have a CSBM, or what we call here a conference, confidence and security building measure. We have the guidelines for air, military, and counter games that somewhat promote the negotiation between Vietnam and Indonesia for joint, some kind of joint exploration in the sea. And also we have the Code of Conduct, the COC, and we have the Code on Unplanned and Counter at Sea, Q, but Q is only bilateral, and it applies only to US and China. And now the negotiation and the role of leadership are also important. So that's why I think that ASEAN and ASEAN ways is matter in the building what we call confidence building among state and also individual leaders. We also have the mediation and reconciliation. Here, it can also be unilateral, bilateral, and recently it can be also multilateral as well. And one just recent development is that China, including and together with the Laos, Indonesia, Cambodia, and some other countries have planned to establish what we call the International Organization for Mediation, with some with the preparatory committee established in Hong Kong at the moment. And the other pathway is institution, rules, and norms. And here, UNCLOS and ASEAN norms and ASEAN ways matter in this sense. Some scholars start to figure out about building a maritime community in Southeast Asia, including CBM, DOC, and also economic exchange and transparency in joint maritime activities, not only among ASEAN countries, but also between China and ASEAN countries as well. So the last thing, I think that South China Sea is now moving from negative to stable peace. Negative, we have no large-scale war, but we have still the tension is still very high. But the stable peace is desirable and it's not unachievable, at least in theory. We say because some of the theory of stable peace employed by Jacques Chen argue that in order to have stable peace, we need to have stable regime among states involved, mutual trust, mutual satisfaction with the peace treaty, predictable conflict resolution system, and also multiple channels for communication. But he also suggests that for stable peace to happen, we somewhat need to have some unilateral concession from a powerful state that are often necessary to establish peace. And in the case of China and ASEAN, that is the concession from China in his mind. And lastly, I think that this workshop is about nurturing norms, but the point is which norms and whose norm. I think that it's the ASEAN norm, it's the shared norm, and the norms that we have all agree about. And those are just the 5 things that I think that we need to keep in mind when we're nurturing norms or when we pursuing pathway to peace. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Do Thi Thuy, for providing us with a framework of analysis. And through your analysis of the 3 major branches of IR being realism, liberalism, or constructivism, there seems to be quite a sizable emphasis on diplomacy, whether or not to build trust, or whether or not to mediate, or whether or not to build norms and rules, or even to build collective security. You need some form of diplomacy in order to achieve all those goals. So let's see how it looks like from an Australian expert, and I'm delighted to invite Associate Professor Leszek Buzinski, Honorary Professor of the Australian National University, to give us his views. You have the floor.
I must admit that I feel very uneasy about abstract concepts such as peace, deterrence. We discuss CBMs and things like this because I've been attending these DAV conferences for some years now, and the same issues come up every time. The context may change, but the issues and the questions remain undecided. Now, with regard to the South China Sea, because I'm going to bring this discussion down to a particular context, and I think context is lacking. And this context is the South China Sea, which is why our hosts invited us here. And in that situation, in that context, I want to try and understand why we haven't had these desirable things: peace, CBM, security, resolution of legal claims, the application of UNCLOS. We've been discussing this for many years. Why has there been very little progress? Okay, now, I think we have assembled here many dignitaries from foreign ministries, think tankers, diplomats, and so forth. And I think, referring to the concept of diplomacy, I think you will agree that in any negotiation it's extremely important to try and understand what your negotiating partner, your adversary, or the other side, what they are seeking, what hand they are playing. And that's critical. Otherwise, any attempt at negotiation, at dealing with peace and all these other desirable things just becomes futile. Now, in that context, I want to talk about China. Because why doesn't China respond to all these things that we discuss? That's the main issue. They're very desirable. Now, in my time, I have seen how, going back to the Hu Jintao era, we discussed legality, legal claims, we discussed fisheries, we discussed maritime issues and so forth, and those were eminently resolvable at the time, but still no resolution was possible. Now we've entered the Xi Jinping era, we see a very different situation. I want to introduce a particular concept to you which is relevant to strategy, and that is strategic overlay. When one particular factor, the strategic factor, overlays all the other issues, legality and peace and all these other issues that are being discussed are subject, from the Chinese point of view, to this one overriding factor. Now, and this factor happens to be China's global rivalry with the US, and this has become overriding. Now, China's naval expansion. The instrument of China's global rivalry with the US is, of course, the Navy. We heard from my friend Renato yesterday that China has the world's largest navy. China is engaged in building aircraft carriers. It has 3 carriers at the moment. It's looking to produce a 4th, which is likely to be a nuclear carrier, and they may even talk about subsequent carriers. And they have a plan for this global navy. Now, in the preceding session, we discussed how AI and autonomous drones may make large carrier navies obsolete in the future. There is a literature on this saying that the development of the new technology makes carriers obsolete. But in China, we see 2 things. We see the development of the big ship navy, the development of the carriers and so forth, which serves a particular geopolitical purpose. Yet at the same time, the Chinese are developing artificial intelligence systems which can easily counter the kind of big carriers that they are developing. It's a big contradiction, but it's not the first time we've seen contradiction in government strategy and government policies. Now, so we see now, I know what some people in, here from ASEAN are thinking. Global competition with the United States, the big carrier navy and so forth, that doesn't affect ASEAN. We are detached from global rivalry. This is what I hear very often in ASEAN. And this concerns the US, and ASEAN doesn't choose. We're not going to be enticed or inveigled by this global rivalry and so forth. But the point is, ASEAN is being drawn in. We have here this, I have just a sketch of the major sea lines, because China is developing a global navy which requires access to the open sea. There's no access in the north through the Miyako Strait, that's where Japan is. No access through Taiwan because that's disputed. There are the particular sea straits here from which the navy can go to other areas such as the Pacific. The Indian Ocean has to go through the Malacca Straits. Our Indian colleague may comment on that, and China has the ambition of extending a naval presence in the Indian Ocean and around the Indonesia Strait and the Luzon and the Bashi Strait up north where the Philippines is. Now, this leads me to the next point. This happens to be this slide was prepared by my friend and colleague Kodayoji, who was Reserve Admiral and Chief of the Japanese Navy. It really sketches quite clearly why China is targeting the Philippines and why not others. I know that in ASEAN there is this particular view that the Philippines is a US ally, that's why China is targeting it. It won't target us, we are safe and secure, as long as we sit still. Sit still, that's the way to handle China. But we know from the cause and effect of events here that China began targeting the Philippines well before the Philippines became or drew the United States into the defense of the area. Now, this illustrates a connection between Fiery Cross Reef, Scarborough Shoal, and there are 3 islands there that have runways of around 3,000 meters, so this is a defense zone. And the problem is that the Philippines claim to those areas, to those shoals, Second Thomas Shoal, Sabina Shoal, gets in the way of this defense zone that China is building. Why does China need a defense zone? Because Xi Jinping, we see this, we connect the dots, and we see that this is preparation for the blockade scenario around Taiwan. This is the way China works, stealthily, surreptitiously, put in place a fait accompli from which China cannot be ejected by escalation to war. It has occupied the space involved. So we can see that this area is necessary for Xi Jinping's claim and his declaration and all his aspiration for the unification of Taiwan sometime in the future, which will be his crowning glory. The Philippines gets in the way, unfortunately, for the Philippines. Now, this has repercussions for ASEAN. People in ASEAN say, it doesn't concern us. In Malaysia, I hear that point of view and so forth. Cambodians are rather indifferent to this, so are the Thai. But it has great repercussions for ASEAN because China needs a compliant ASEAN. China needs ASEAN endorsement or ASEAN acceptance of its claims in the South China Sea and access through sea routes which are actually controlled or run through ASEAN territory, maritime territory. It can't have a hostile ASEAN. It needs a compliant ASEAN. It wants to prevent the United States attack submarines from moving into this area which can interdict China's efforts to impose a blockade. Now, what concerns me, now this brings me down to ASEAN, right? What concerns me about ASEAN is, I know ASEAN continually says that we're not going to choose, global rivalry doesn't affect us and so forth. What concerns me is a tendency to backslide in ASEAN into an acceptance, de facto acceptance of China's claims, de facto acceptance of China's position in the South China Sea in order to be in China's good books. Now, I see this. For example, I don't have that much time left, but I can see this. Cambodia, for example. Cambodians are totally indifferent to this issue. Thailand is not concerned. Vietnam is concerned. Our Vietnamese hosts mention this continually. Malaysia, for example. Now, Malaysia is another one. Malaysia is a country that the Malaysian leaders claim that by sitting still, we won't antagonize China. I listened to Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim spoke. He spoke twice about this issue quite recently. He talks about the Gaza war. He doesn't talk about the South China Sea or any problems with China at all. And I listened, and there was a Malaysian Foreign Minister, Mohammed Hassan, quite recently gave a speech on the South China Sea. And what I noticed was there was absolutely no mention of the 2016 Arbitral Tribunal decision. And I see the same in Brunei as well. When I go to Brunei, they avoid the Arbitral Tribunal decision. There's little discussion about what Brunei does, but these are countries that want to sweep the Arbitral Tribunal decision under the carpet in order to have a good relationship with China. If that tendency continues, ASEAN could easily slide into that situation where it compromises its strategic autonomy. Indonesia, of course, won't do that without a fight. So the end result of this could be fissures in ASEAN, the undermining of a very fragile organization, and ASEAN could be supplanted by other institutions such as the Quad. Now, that is something I fear. I would like to see ASEAN maintain its autonomy and not backslide into this relationship. I will end there.
Thank you very much, Professor Budzinski. Essentially, we are giving ASEAN a high recognition of the strategic relevance that they have, given the geostrategic locations that they occupy. And per your argument, despite the strategic overlay that China has over the region, ASEAN should leverage its geostrategic location more for its strategic autonomy and interest. So thank you very much. Let us now move to the third speaker, and I'm honored to invite Ambassador Shinoy, who is Director General of the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis of India. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, DAV, for inviting me to come to this conference. Let me walk you through very quickly the symbiotic relationship between diplomacy, defense, and deterrence, and also to relate what's happening in the South China Sea with our experience in the Indian Ocean and across the Himalayas. And perhaps there are some lessons there as well. We all recall what Adlai Stevenson, the US diplomat, had once said, that diplomacy is 1/3 alcohol, 1/3 protocol, and 1/3 geritol. Because that was an era in the 1950s when diplomacy was largely conducted by geriatric gentlemen in pinstriped suits. But that does not mean that we reject diplomacy. It still remains fundamentally important to the aims and objectives of realizing peace and security across the world. Diplomacy works even better when it is exercised in tandem with defense and deterrence. And look at some of the gems that we have here. You are aware that Theodore Roosevelt had once said, speak softly but carry a big stick. And I think that's wisdom there. We've also seen how the two American scholars, Giles Marlowe and George Myers, had once said, you have no idea how much it contributes to general politeness and pleasantries in diplomacy when you have a quiet little armed force in the background. And it changes the atmosphere when you speak from a position of strength. India's indigenous strategic thought encapsulated in the Arthashastra, written by Kautilya more than 2,000 years ago, also speaks of the importance of strong armed forces. When a state has strong armed forces, allies remain friendly and the enemy becomes friendlier. So there is a great deal of logic here in exploring the interconnectedness between diplomacy, defense, and deterrence. Of course, defense and deterrence are very expensive, but it's better to keep your powder dry, as they say. Now, let me very quickly say that the reason why diplomacy is not working very well in dispute resolution today is because of the failure of the multilateral order. And the multilateral order is failing because it refuses to change. It refuses to expand the United Nations Security Council. Privileged powers refuse to give up their privileges. And so you have a problem there. And geography is shrinking very rapidly because of the advent and march of technology. And in fact, the vast expanse of the oceans are no longer an impediment to military maneuvers, etc. And in our case, in the Indian subcontinent, the Himalayas are no longer a barrier to militarization, coercion, etc. of the type that India has experienced from time to time. So I can relate very much to the dispute in the South China Sea as a former negotiator of the India-China boundary dispute. I was the head of the negotiating team for 4 years between 96 and 2000. So I know a thing or two about dealing with salami slicing, about military coercion. But the importance of diplomacy cannot be understated. It's very important because I spent most of my life building confidence-building measures with our northern neighbor, entering into various agreements. But the problem is that these agreements are no good if the other side violates these agreements from time to time, and you have to start all over again. I'm so pleased to see that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Xi Jinping met yesterday in Kazan during the BRICS conference, and there is hope that there could be some kind of a reset, some disengagement, leading perhaps to a normalization of the situation in the India-China border areas. Now, I must also say here that the Indian Ocean is far from being very stable because we are seeing a number of new players coming in. There are a number of major powers that are traditional stakeholders. I would count the United States and the UK, despite their mixed historical past there, as traditional stakeholders, just as they are all traditional stakeholders in the South China Sea. The United States, France, Japan, they're all traditional stakeholders. And I'd say that some say that the entry of the People's Republic of China Navy, into the Indian Ocean is not a very traditional feature because there's a gap of 600 years between Cheng He's voyages to the Indian Ocean and the plan coming into the Indian Ocean. Now, I want to also bring up very quickly in the limited time the relevance of UNCLOS. You'll all agree that that's the only agreement we have between the time that the Dutch jurist Hugo Grotius wrote his brief trying to explain why the Dutch had to capture the Santa Catarina from the Portuguese, because the Portuguese were trying to speak of a mare clausum as against the Dutch advocacy of a mare liberum. Between then and 1982, you have no other agreement except in 1982, the UNCLOS. So let's all work to respect UNCLOS. But UNCLOS will work better if, for example, I would imagine the United States of America having actually got what it wanted in 1994 through the additional agreement, were to finally ratify UNCLOS, I think it would work better. I would also like to say that, it's not just about the US not having ratified UNCLOS. There are implications there because I see, for example, this huge scrimmage for, seabed resources as another challenge, as another conflict, arena, and the International Seabed Authority is an extension of UNCLOS. And because the United States of America is not part of UNCLOS except in terms of its respect for customary international law, it is also not part of the International Seabed Authority. And the International Seabed Authority has to deal with the emerging, major power contestation for polymetallic nodules and, rare earths and minerals at the bottom of the sea, what you call thermal vents and things like that. So I would personally believe that UNCLOS would be greatly strengthened. The International Seabed Authority would be greatly strengthened if the United States were to come in. The other feature is that, things like freedom of navigation operations do not really restore status quo ante. So I would say they're very good, but they are conducted against friend and foe alike. So FONOPs are also conducted against the Philippines, against Indonesia, against India. But that probably comes from what a privileged power would tend to do. And I'm not criticizing that, but all I'm trying to say is that it does nothing to restore status quo ante. So you have a situation in the South China Sea that has come about as a result of a steady militarization in sharp contrast with earlier commitments by certain parties not to militarize the South China Sea, etc. Now, the problem gets more difficult today when there is a fusion of state and non-state. We are looking at state and non-state in Ukraine, in Gaza, but also in the South China Sea and the East China Sea, or the East Sea and the East China Sea. You are looking at fishing militia working in tandem with the Coast Guard working in tandem with structured naval forces, and that is a problem. And I would say that, India, a country that has stood for peace and non-violence, has always advocated peaceful settlement of disputes. The Prime Minister of India has spoken on a number of occasions why there should be, a preferred human-centric approach rather than going in for, defense and deterrence, and all these things are very expensive. So diplomacy, selecting what you call a peaceful settlement of disputes kind of approach is something that India has always advocated. But even the great apostle of peace, that is Mahatma Gandhi, had said that, if he had to choose between violence and cowardly flight, he would choose violence. And so therefore, it's very important to ensure that diplomacy, defense, and deterrence succeed, to stand your ground. If you wish to protect your sovereignty and territorial integrity, you have to be ready to shed blood if necessary. Peace is preferred, but you cannot, under the overhang of a desire for peace, get into an avoidance strategy where there is a creeping militarization, a creeping change in the status quo, and that is most dangerous. Let me also very briefly in the next 50 seconds touch upon some of the dispute settlement aspects that we need to look at. In the Indian Ocean, for example, you have seen how the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea awarded a very large chunk of territory in the dispute between the Maldives and Mauritius. The award went largely in favor of the Maldives, and the two sides have agreed to respect that, But you have the PCA ruling in the South China Sea that was not respected at all. And on the other hand, in the Indian Ocean, there was a dispute, for example, between India and Bangladesh, where the ruling went, the PCA award went in favor of Bangladesh, and we have completely respected that. So there are those that respect these tribunal rulings and those that completely ignore them, remain indifferent to these rulings. What strikes me is, again, the United States of America, strategic partner for India, for many of us here, a stakeholder in the Indo-Pacific. Why did it take the US full 4 years to align its own policy with the PCA ruling that went in favor of the Philippines. Between 2016 and July 2020, the US took the line that the PCA ruling was extremely legal in nature. The US was still studying it, and so on and so forth, and it took no sides on the territorial dispute. It's only in the dying days of the Trump administration that Secretary of State Pompeo comes up with this huge change in July of 2020 and says that the US policy is now 100% aligned with the PCA ruling. So these things should come earlier, sooner rather than later. But let me end by simply saying that there are reasons why we must prefer diplomacy, minilateralism, plurilateralism, and that is where the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue or the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative or the information sharing that we do in the context of the Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness, all this comes in there. So let us have, resolute hope and faith in the power of diplomacy. It is dynamic today. It is no longer about alcohol protocol and geritol. There are many young people who work round the clock to diffuse tensions, and we must all work for peace and tranquility everywhere. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Shinoy, for reiterating again the profound importance of diplomacy. But then you also argued that diplomacy is going to be less effective and less powerful without a credible defense. And therefore, defense is still very, very important in any country's arsenal towards peace. Also, you mentioned the notions of freedom of navigation as a new defense diplomacy. Some countries see it as a diplomatic tool. Some countries see it more like a defense tool. But nevertheless, defense diplomacy is also a very new and important tool in countries, various toolkits for peace. And lastly, you also reiterated the importance of established rules and norms such as UNCLOS and the call for countries big and small to abide by UNCLOS as a very important benchmark for the existing order. So thank you very much. Lastly, let's go to Dr. Sarah Kirchberger, Director of the Institute for Security Policy of Kiel University of Germany. You have the floor, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Hong San. Thank you to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam and to the Konrad Adenauer Foundation for kindly hosting me here. It's a great honor to speak here at such a distinguished conference. Thank you. As the only European speaker on the panel, I would like to bring up the current flurry of extra-regional naval deployments to the South China Sea that is currently happening still, you could say. That maybe have been missed a little bit in its entirety. What is the meaning and symbolism and potential contribution to maintaining peace and stability in the South China Sea? Or is this, if you could take the opposite, position, is this gunboat diplomacy something that's maybe not desirable, not helpful? So let me focus a little bit on that in my 10 minutes. And just to establish the timeline and the facts, in this very year, starting from March, between March and June, 4 different smaller European nations, you could say, with the exception of Germany, that are not typically found in this region of the world with the naval ships, that have no permanent presence, like France, for instance. Britain is also another country that is often here. But 4 nations that are not typically found in the South China Sea so often, or not at all, have started extensive deployments to the Indo-Pacific and passed through the South China Sea. And 2 of these deployments are still ongoing. So it's basically 4 different nations. It's the Netherlands, it's upper left, in the slide, which sent a frigate, the Tromp. It is the Turkish corvette Kinalyada. It is the German 2-ship flotilla deployment that is still not quite concluded, and it is actually a deployment of a carrier strike group from Italy. These 4 different deployments even though they are all from European nations that, with the exception of Turkey, are EU members, and all of the 4 are NATO members, from my perspective as a naval analyst that's based in Europe and meets a lot of people from different navies, my impression is these deployments happened quite individually from each other, not coordinated. In my view, actually, in some cases, maybe without knowledge of each other's plans. So they very much reflect, in my view, the individual nations' priorities and interests more than a coherent whole. However, they do have the combined effect of creating something of a European whole, inadvertently, you could say. Let me go a little bit into the details of how these deployments were conducted or are conducted. So very different, actually. So the Netherlands, they sent their most capable anti-air destroyer, you could say, air warfare destroyer, the Trump, commanded by a female officer, by the way. Commanding officer was a woman. And this was the most, I would say, difficult and daring deployment, because they went first to the Red Sea for a whole month, fighting off drones, ballistic missiles, and all kinds of attacks. So in a hostile environment, high threat environment, without being, of course, prepared for that sort of mission, because it's new. So the Trump really broke new ground, and it must have been hugely stressful for them to operate there. And that was before they went to the South China Sea. They landed in Vietnam, in Haiphong. They made a port stop there. Then they went through the Taiwan Strait. And then it was part of a circumnavigation of the world. So 2 of the deployments actually were parts of a circumnavigation of the world. The Germans too. And the other 2 deployments went to the Indo-Pacific and then back through the Indian Ocean. So this is also a difference between the deployments. So this was, I think, the most, you could say, high-end warfare deployment from the 4. Then the Turkish corvette Kinalyada is a very small ship by comparison with, for instance, an aircraft carrier. It is actually a corvette in our country is considered a boat, not a ship, because it does not have a first officer. And one would normally not pick such a ship for such a long deployment. But the Turks had a different idea in mind. They went on a diplomatic mission. They went to 25 different port calls, so basically hopping from port to port, a very inclusive mission, because they went, for instance, also to China. They conducted a port call in Hong Kong, but then they also conducted a freedom of navigation operation through the Taiwan Strait. So that was, in my view, the most inclusive and most diplomatic, deployment. The German mission, again, is quite different. It's 2-ship flotilla. So it is led by a rear admiral, so it is a different naval symbolism, but it's not as martial as the Dutch one and not as diplomatic as the Turkish one. It was part, actually, of a naval and air Indo-Pacific deployment called Pacific Waves and Pacific Skies. So the Air Force was also involved in exercising with allies and so on. And the German deployment also went through the Taiwan Strait. So they came from the other side. They went counterclockwise around the world. So that's another symbolism. And then finally, the Italians, they picked a carrier strike group, which is an offensive power projection platform, quite different naval symbolism than a corvette. But they stayed clear of the Taiwan Strait, for instance. They entered the South China Sea, a different route, and their chief focus was actually exercising with the United States and with allies and getting their F-35B fighter jets certified and exercising with the Australians and so on. So that was, again, a different focus for these ships. I have here on my chart some of the statistics, you could say, just so you can see how these deployments were structured. All except Turkey steered clear of conducting a port visit in China, but 3 of the ships, except Italy, tried to do a port stop in either Vietnam or the Philippines, the 2 countries that have the greatest level of stress right now with China. So I believe that is also a kind of a symbolism. 3 of the ships went through the Taiwan Strait, as I said,
And only one that I know of conducted an exercise in the South China Sea with one of the littoral countries. Other ships exercised with the United States. This is again the statistics on the Taiwan Strait transits. You can see now it's 4 new countries that have conducted a Taiwan Strait freedom of navigation operation, in addition to those that have done it before. And actually several more countries in Europe are considering such deployments in the future. So this list might still grow. This is also, collectively speaking, of course, some sort of a gesture. It is walking the talk of committing verbally to the freedom of navigation and taking a little bit of a step out of the comfort zone. So for these countries, that is quite a big step. So why are Europeans going there and doing that? I would like to stress it's not at all a given that Europeans could even try and devote such huge naval resources individually to these missions. Looking at maritime Europe, we do have about 30 different naval forces, but most of them are small constabulary forces, only tasked with defending their own region. So we only have very few like blue water capable navies with platforms that are suitable for these types of long deployments. And we do have a lot of problems to deal with at home right now. We have the Red Sea crisis with the shipping, we have the Ukraine war in the Black Sea, we have in the North Sea and in the Baltic Sea, Russian hybrid warfare and maritime gray zone aggression to deal with, including the destruction of critical undersea infrastructures. We do have a Middle East crisis with Iran. So there's a lot to do for Europeans with not a lot of ships. And you could say, again, a statistic, how many ships do individual nations have? Between the end of the Cold War and about 2016, my colleague Jeremy Stöß found that on average, 40 to 50% reduction of fleet size was actually the normal in Europe, with very few exceptions. So there are not a lot of platforms. And in the case of the Netherlands, they only have a handful of these ships that they committed. In Germany too, it's difficult to commit the type of resources that we did. So is this gunboat diplomacy? I would say no, it's not, unless you want to call Chinese visits to the Baltic Sea, where China has several times actually conducted military exercises with Russia, also gunboat diplomacy. But actually China did this, and nobody in Europe protested. It was just accepted as any nation's right to use the high seas as they see fit. And this despite Russia being our single most threatening adversary right now in Europe. That is of course not nice to see a country visiting St. Petersburg or exercising with Russia in front of our doorstep. So in that sense, I would say gunboat diplomacy is not what I would talk about here. Let me conclude with one image. About 15 years ago, the American warship maker Northrop Grumman, the shipyard, published an advertisement. It was a picture of the newest class of aircraft carrier, and the slogan was, "Meet the world's most persuasive diplomat." So the aircraft carrier was the world's most persuasive diplomat. That sounds like a very American way to see an aircraft carrier, but I would like to leave you with this impression that naval vessels have quite a lot of different utilities and different functions apart from actually fighting. They can defend, they can conduct naval diplomacy, they can show maritime presence, they can constabulary-wise help regulate the flow of traffic and so on. So it's a very interesting tool for foreign policy, and I do believe these European deployments ultimately in some can contribute a little bit to a stability in the South China Sea.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kirchberger, for a very detailed account of Europeans' naval diplomacy in the Indo-Pacific, particularly the South China Sea. And despite the fact that sometimes it is labeled gunboat diplomacy, well, your assertion is that this is not, this is diplomacy, and this is promoting a multi-world order in the Indo-Pacific that is desirable to all. So let's now delve into the Q&A, and because we only have 20 minutes left, let us be very efficient on that. So we'll go towards the back first, and then we'll move forward. So, okay, I can see two young leaders there. So can you please bring the mic over here? Microphone, please. Over here, please. Over to my right-hand side.
Good afternoon. I'm Hoàng Minh. I'm from the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, and I'm part of the Young Leaders Program. And I have a question for Associate Professor Đỗ Thị Thủy. That is, so in your presentation, you said that the path to peace requires major powers to have at least a level of concession. And so I want to ask, do you see the situation in South China Sea right now is peace? Are the major powers concessing enough in this situation right now? And if not enough, how can smaller powers, smaller countries such as Vietnam or ASEAN convince major powers to concess? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since the mic is there, can you pass to your neighbor? Yes, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter from Cambodia, and I'm also one of the young leaders. My question would be directed towards Professor Brzezinski regarding the backsliding of ASEAN's stance against the claim by China regards to the South China Sea. How would ASEAN address this backsliding when some of the members are prioritizing national interests over the region's interests? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the mic over here to Professor De Castro? Over here to the second row. Okay.
Okay, yes. I don't have a question, but more of clarification addressed to Ambassador Chinoy when he mentioned why it took the United States 4 years to acknowledge the ruling. You have no one to blame but the Philippine government under the Duterte administration. The ruling came out a week after the President Duterte took over, and he set it aside. You know, it took a tongue lashing from Xi Jinping when Duterte went to Beijing in August 29 to basically made him realize he had to acknowledge the ruling. So the following year, he acknowledged the ruling, and the US simply followed 24 hours. So it's not the fault of the United States that delayed the acknowledgement. It was the Duterte administration. It was the government itself that filed the claim against China, who basically set aside the ruling and basically acknowledged it only after 4 years.
Thank you very much. Can we move to my left wing, and I have him Raxmi first, and then Đỗ Hoàng. Can we move the mics towards my left wing? Just speak onto the mic.
Okay, thank you. Him Desmay from Cambodia. I have my question to Dr. Brzezinski. Suppose ASEAN is more united and more effective. What the most fundamental ingredients that ASEAN must do in order to ensure a more effective deterrent in the South China Seas? And other part is, what do you see the end game of US-China rivalry in South Asia? And do ASEAN have any chance to shape the outcome of this end game? Thank you.
Thank you, him. And then Đỗ Hoàng, and then we'll go to the speakers.
Hi, thank you, Chair. So my question is for Sarah. I think from your table earlier, you show how different European navies doing different things in the region. So some of them, I think if I'm not mistaken, some of them transit through Taiwan Strait, and some of them transit through the South China Sea. But some of them do both, but some of them only do one out of
No, all went through the South China Sea. All of them
But
went
not
through the
all
South China
of
Sea.
them went through the Taiwan Strait.
No, only 3 went through the Taiwan
Right.
Strait, but
Yes.
all went through the South China Sea.
Yes, so my question is, if it's all about the same causes, if it's all about freedom of navigation, if it's all about the rules-based order, why not doing the same thing? Because they are pretty much in proximity of each other anyway.
Unfortunately, I could not hear the last part of your question. Can you repeat louder?
My question is, if it is all for the same causes, same drivers, and they are so close geographically, why not doing both? Why doing different things?
Okay, thank you. So we have a fair share of questions to all the speakers. So can we go to Dotui first?
Yes, that is according to Chuck Kupchan theory of peace. When we try to promote stable peace, normally in asymmetrical conflict. So it means it involving major powers and lesser state. It means small and medium countries. So that's why he proposed that to establish peace and moving towards stable peace, usually the major power need to make some concession, and it is one of the very first condition for the two sides to move up into negotiation and then establish peace later on. As well, whether it applies to China or not, I think that it's we can distinguish in it two ways. Some peace and conflict scholars have actually argued that China did make some concession in resolving their conflict with others, particularly in settling land border treaty. Sometimes China received the lesser in terms of territory rather than division into equal part or something like that. But when it applies to South China Sea, I think that whether or not China make concession, from my opinion, at the moment, this is still tactics rather than real intention to make concession to establish the very first condition to make peace and stable peace. Some of the concessions that China is making at the moment is involving the South China Sea, usually tactics. So that's why some of the CBM and also conflict resolution mechanism, including the COC, have not made much progress over the past years. For the futures, it really depends on how, and you ask on how ASEAN country could make, or say, repel to make concession. It's tough, but I think that with the two things, the two following things, China can somewhat, increase their leverage in the regional issues. The first one is forging internal and also interbloc, resilience and unity. And the second thing, the tactics that ASEAN country is applying to great power at the moment is omni-enmeshment. You involve as many and as much, as many great power to involve in the South China Sea and regional security issue as possible to make them balance against each other, and also with somewhat reserving ASEAN interests in that regard. So I think that that may be one of the good pathway to peace, at least in the existing situation.
Thank you. Professor Budzinski, please.
I'm going to be like Elon Musk in answering this question. I think the questions from our Cambodian participants were similar, relating to ASEAN, basically what ASEAN can do. And I think this is very important, because if ASEAN caves in over this issue, backslides, it means that ASEAN endorsement of China's claims, giving China's access to the sea lanes I mentioned, and it means the repercussions would be quite considerable. What happens to the arbitral tribunal decision? That is simply swept under the carpet. What happens to UNCLOS in other areas? What happens to China's respective UNCLOS, for example, in relation to other maritime disputes in this part of the world? It'll result in the undermining of UNCLOS and a step towards the undermining of international order as we know it. This is why ASEAN is the key, because if ASEAN gives way, the diplomacy of other countries will simply follow, because the other countries are not claimants in the area. ASEAN is critical. Now, Since the questions were raised by Cambodian participants, let me stress that ASEAN came near to fragmentation in 2012 with what they call in Phnom Penh today the 2012 fiasco, which is a fair assessment. This is when Hao Nam Hong, foreign minister, refused to allow mention of Scarborough Shoal in the ASEAN foreign ministers' communique, which resulted in the non-issuance of a communique for the first time in ASEAN history. It happened again later because of Cambodia in 2016, different foreign minister, Prak Sokhonn, when the ASEAN was asked to mention the arbitral tribunal decision in its communique. Both Cambodia and Laos held it up. And so they only had an anodyne statement in there. Now, things are changing in Cambodia. Because you have this revulsion, you have this criticism of some of the earlier decisions. Because what keeps ASEAN together, and what is important here, is that each individual country secures certain diplomatic benefits from ASEAN unity, including Cambodia. ASEAN is important to Cambodia, as it is to most others, so that these countries don't want to see the fragmentation of ASEAN. Otherwise, they'll have to deal with China and other demanding great powers on their own. ASEAN is an agency which can help them collectively negotiate with the great powers. And so, in that sense, autonomy, ASEAN autonomy is critical. To withhold endorsement of China's claims, to stress the arbitral tribunal. I would like to see Malaysia do this. I would like to see Brunei do this because that becomes critical. Before these countries come under even greater pressure from China. I know they think in Malaysia that they can get away with it and it won't affect us, but they are under pressure around Luconia Shoals, where the Chinese Coast Guard has a permanent presence. And quite recently it was revealed in the Malaysian press, there was a leak from the foreign ministry which revealed that in February this year, the Chinese foreign ministry sent a note to the Malaysian embassy in Beijing saying not to conduct exploration activities in the Chinese claim area. Now, the Malaysian foreign ministry swept this under the carpet as it normally does, and it was leaked. And this kind of thing, I think Malaysia should stand up for its own claims. And this is critical. Malaysia, countries like Malaysia, Cambodia, Thailand should realize that ASEAN is important for the diplomacy. ASEAN is important to maintain the integrity of UNCLOS and international law and other institutions. Otherwise, the result would be fragmentation.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Chinoy.
I think the greatest thing that ASEAN would have to guard against is this business of divide and rule on the periphery. That's a classic ancient stratagem, which in Chinese they would say, "fan er zhi zhi." So, "fan er zhi zhi" is a very, very important stratagem, and ASEAN would have to guard against this kind of divide and rule thing. The second point I want to very quickly make is in response to what the gentleman from the Philippines said. What I meant was that the United States of America generally is loath to take positions on territorial disputes in terms of who territory belongs to. But in this case, it was still the Trump administration that 4 years later actually aligned its position with the PCA ruling, which had actually debunked the so-called historical claims that a particular party was lining up against the Philippines. Now, we all know the story about Pai Mei-chu, who was the head of the China Geography Society in 1933, who was spooked by the French expeditions to several islands, particularly in the Spratlys, and who had then decided on drawing a certain map called the humiliation map. And suddenly you have something called a 9-dash line, which was produced all of a sudden in 1936 for the first time. And before that, you had decades in which, for example, China was using terminology that was actually English terminology to describe, islands and things like that. So So we have seen that kind of evolution of what is called history. And I'm experienced in this because we've seen some of that spill over across the Himalayas as well. A third point I want to make is about transiting through the Taiwan Straits. Now here, you know, the naval specialists might tell me, it's of course a very good thing, international waters, right of passage, right of innocent passage also. But the point is that the United States of America has not sent a carrier battle task force steaming through the Taiwan Straits since 2007. The last such visit was by the USS Kitty Hawk. I stand corrected if somebody knows better. After that, you have dozens of the other vessels like the Arleigh Burke class destroyers and all going in, including with, you know, planes and helicopters, but not a carrier battle task force. And Clinton had sent them twice, if you remember, during the Taiwan Straits crisis in the mid-90s. So it's good that Germany, France, you know, Netherlands, everybody is doing it. But has something changed? Why not a carrier battle task force? It going through the Pashi Strait is not the same as going through the Taiwan Strait. That's the other side. I think the last point I want to make is that, you know, India stands ready to work with like-minded partners at both, you know, bookends in the Indian Ocean and in the Pacific Ocean to ensure that there is freedom of navigation and overflight and that sea lines of communication are greatly protected. The Indian Navy is, as you know, one of the biggest navies in the world, and we operate aircraft carriers. We build our own nuclear aircraft carriers. We build our SSBNs. We will be building our SSNs. So there is a fair bit that we can do, particularly in the, according to the Mandala theory, in the you know, immediate environs of the Western Indian Ocean and the Eastern Indian Ocean. And we are doing a lot with regard to, for example, the Red Sea, although not part of you know, the US-led operation in the Red Sea. We independently have deployed about 20 vessels. We are now, for the first time, an active member and participant in the Combined Maritime Forces. And that next year we will take on the you know, rotating chairmanship, leadership of Combined Task Force 150. So there's a lot that India does, in fact, as part of the Malabar exercises just concluded with the United States, with Japan and Australia. You know, these four countries are, it's not a naval alliance or a military treaty-based exercise, but more and more sophisticated platforms, including submarines and P-8I and anti-submarine warfare, and a lot of that is happening already between like-minded partners. The whole idea is to ensure that we are able to reject you know, arbitrariness and military coercion and flouting of international rules and regulations by whosoever you know, tries to transgress these institutional norms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Sarah, please.
Yes, great question. Thank you very much. The question was, what are the drivers of these deployments and why are not all European countries coordinating more and doing basically similar things or the same things? I would say the overarching common drivers of these deployments are one, really a realization of all Europeans that we are in a different era now. We have geopolitical tension at a level that we haven't seen for a long time. We have hot conflict. We have interconnectedness between Indo-Pacific and European theaters, not least because North Korea is supplying ammunition to Russia for attacking Ukraine. So that is the weirdest thing, that Korea has sort of become entangled in this war, North Korea. And that is just a reality. The globe is not neatly partitioned into regions that have nothing to do with each other. So that is one driver. The other is Europeans have also realized they desperately need to step up in terms of their own abilities to deal with such crises. So actually one of the main drivers of the German deployment and the Italian deployment is training, underway training, getting getting people trained. The air wing, in the case of the Italian deployment, and the German deployment had a lot of officer candidates embarked. So the idea is to conduct as much, and also the Netherlands deployment, the Dutch deployment, they had high intensity warfare training that you cannot simulate in such a way. So it is a way of very quickly getting up to speed, adjusting your processes, your doctrines, your procedures, testing your hardware, and so on. So that is one other driver. And then, of course, it is the worry about escalating tensions, both in the Taiwan Strait and in the South China Sea. Because the worry for Europeans is if the United States get drawn into conflict in the Indo-Pacific, where will that leave Europe? I mean, without the American support, where would we be right now in terms of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine that might also, extend to other European countries? So this is another driver, the idea that we need to do something to keep things stable, or we are all, in a very different world. So the differences, to quickly address that, why the differences? Well, every country has to also address multiple different priorities and interests. And planning such a deployment takes a lot of time. You have to liaise with all the different countries that you are going to interact with to try to set up naval exercises and port calls and get permissions to do stuff and so on. So it can take a long time to plan such a deployment. And I believe this is why it's so hard to coordinate, because if you want to get 4 different countries, different priorities and interests, all aligned with, in Turkey's case, 25 different host countries, how is that going to work out? It's probably not going to work. So as Stoltenberg, our just recent NATO SecGen said, actually the amazing thing is when allies can actually agree on something. The normal state of affairs that they can't agree. So that is normal. And in this case, I would say the amazing thing here is really that so many different countries basically came together, starting from the same principles, doing it differently. And I would add there may be some actually benefit for having different phases of a European presence here, because there's, after all, this old, good cop, bad cop principle. There can be some that are a little bit like more robust in their approach, and there can be others that can be a little more soft-spoken, and so offer different, levels of engagement to different countries. I believe that can actually be a benefit.
Well, thank you very much, Sarah. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to be able to open for another round of Q&A. First of all, because we have asked all the previous sessions to be very strict on time, then they all behaved very strictly. And so we are not going to misbehave. But more importantly, because we know that if you have questions, then you'll return to our conference next year. So we are not going to try to exhaust and answer your questions. So please forgive me for not being able to open for another round. So with that, I'd like you to join me in thanking the wonderful panelists for giving us a lot of food for thought and for a brilliant discussion on this topic in the last session of today's conference. So please join me in thanking the wonderful speakers.
Well, thank you, Dr. Cern, and thank you, all panelists. And may I also invite Dr. Cern to deliver the closing remark, because that is also a wrap of our 2 days of the 16th South China Sea Conference.
Excellencies, respected speakers, moderators, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's hard not to smile as we wrap up the 16th South China Sea International Conference, when we have accomplished a lot during the last 2 days. We've been imprisoned in the most delightful way on this stunning island in Halong Bay. And while the journey here may have been long for many of you, I trust that the beauty of this place, as well as the candidness, openness of the conference, has been more than fitting and fulfilling reward for you. We have gathered here not to just admire the breathtaking limestone formation, but also to confront one of the toughest puzzles in international relations: how to ensure peace, stability, and development in the South China Sea. The competing narratives we've discussed, set against the backdrop of great power rivalry, territorial disputes, and the rise of new technologies like AI and UAVs, have only made clear how complex this puzzle has become. But the theme, navigating narratives, nurturing norms, has provided a powerful framework for analyzing and understanding the subject matter. We have confronted complex and often competing narratives, but one thing is certain: we share a collective commitment to upholding the rules-based international order, grounded on the UN Charter and UNCLOS, long-established norms and principles that have guided the peaceful coexistence for decades. However, as the world changes, there are recognition of the need that these norms might need to evolve to remain fit for the purpose, to ensure that they are addressing the reality of the modern challenges, whether they arise from geopolitical rivalry, technological advancements, or shifting regional dynamics. The question really is how and through what process, and whether this is done unilaterally, bilaterally, unilaterally, or openly and democratically and multilaterally. In this context, the role of ASEAN becomes even more critical. ASEAN has long served as the incubator and caretaker of regional norms, and this reputation has been hard-earned over decades of diplomacy, negotiation, and trust building. But let us also be clear, this will not remain with ASEAN by default, or to be taken for granted. This region and the world are watching and expecting ASEAN to continue to lead by example, to adapt, and to ensure that these norms remain strong and relevant. ASEAN should continue to uphold its role as an anchor of stability of the region, nurturing the principles that keeps the region and the South China Sea in particularly open, peaceful, and governed by law. We face many challenges: territorial disputes, militarization, technological disruption, but there is a light hope that we all have the tools to manage these tensions: diplomacy, international law, and a collective commitment to peaceful cooperation. We share a common goal: to strengthen the rules-based order with UN Charter and UNCLOS at its heart, so that the seas remain a space for cooperation, not conflict. Our discussion have underscored the importance of working together, even as the political landscape within the region becomes more fragmented and great power competition influence this region. It is through forums like this that we nurture the norms that will guide us towards a more stable and secure future. So I would like to take this moment to recognize all of you, our speaker, panelists, moderators, and participants who have traveled a great distance to be here. I apologize for any jet lag or travel fatigue, but I hope that Halong's natural splendor have offered you a much-needed reprieve and perhaps a bit of inspiration as well. A big thank you for all of you for your insightful and thoughtful contribution to this conference. I also would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the young leaders. You are and continue to be the highlight of this conference. Your energy, fresh perspective, and commitment to the future of this region inspired us all. You represent the future stewards of the principles and norms that we have discussed, and it is in your hand that the future of peace and cooperation will rest. And now it's time for some well-deserved thanks. On behalf of the Diplomatic Academy and entrusted by my president, Pham Nhan Dung, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude
to our partners, whose support have been instrumental and essential for us to organize this event. We would like to thank the Vietnam Lawyers Association, the Foundation for East Sea Studies, to Petro Vietnam, to the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, to the British Embassy in Hanoi, to the Australian government and Australian Embassy in Hanoi, to the Embassy of Canada in Hanoi, to the European Union, to the Embassy of Japan, and the ICWA project, and Vietnam Australian Center, as well as the Japan Foundation for their valuable support. I'd also wish to express our sincere appreciation to the local government of Quang Ninh Province for your warm hospitality and unwavering support. Your contribution have helped us make this event not just possible, but truly memorable. To the members of the medias, many of them are still here today, thank you for capturing and sharing the essence of our discussion, ensuring that the important issues we've debated here resonate far beyond these four walls. And also a special thanks to the interpreters who have worked tirelessly over the past 2 days to ensure that all voices were well heard, clearly and understood, no matter what the language was. Your work is truly behind the scene, but vital to the success of the conference. Thank you, the interpreters. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to offer a heartfelt thanks to all of you, my dear colleagues at the Institute of the South China Sea Studies, under the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, the host of these organizers. Unfortunately, Professor Nguyễn Thị Lan Anh is on a flight to New York because she has to run for her candidacy at the ITLOS, so she is not be here today, but her role was vital in organizing this conference. The boys and girls of the Institute of the South China Sea Studies, many of them have been in contact with you, and many of them are scattered around the room. Many of them are in the next event already, are also very essential to our event. As we leave Halong Bay, I hope that we all carry forward the spirit of cooperation and shared purpose that has defined our discussion here. While the puzzle of the South China Sea will remain, I believe that through continued dialogue, diplomacy, and a bit of patience and optimism, we will continue to make meaningful progress. So thank you once again, safe travel, and until we meet again to tackle the next piece of this ever-evolving puzzle. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Sơn. And that is also the conclusion to the 16th South China Sea Conference hosted by the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Once again, I would like to say thank you to everyone who is still present here. We have an almost fully occupied room until the very end moment, which is remarkable. And also thanks to all of the people online. Thank you for sending in questions. And don't forget that for those who are attending the next event, the dinner tonight, you have a 5 p.m. pickup at the port, not in the lobby, but the port of this facility. And if you want to rewatch or review all of the content, all of the sessions, including the live commentary earlier today that was hosted by Dr. Nguyễn Thị Lan Hương from our institute, feel free to refer to our YouTube channels or our Facebook feed, South China Sea Connect, or Nghiên cứu Biển Đông, or South China Sea Studies website. All of the available materials are also online. And please scan the QR code for survey feedback as well as the package, the delegate package. I believe that is everything. This is Huang from the East Sea